5. Los Angeles. "How many people have you shot?" Elijah Wade looked across at Becky, barely making her out in the darkness of the basement. "What do you want to know?" "Dunno. Just asking. Don't you keep count?" Wiping down his Colt bureau and slipping it into the pocket of his jacket, he shook his head. "No." It wasn't technically a lie. If she'd asked how many people he'd shot and killed, he could have told her, but he wouldn't. It wasn't something he talked about. He'd killed his first man soon after he'd graduated from the Air Force Special Services. At least, that was the first time he'd been sure of it. Up close and personal. Some of those he'd killed still haunted his dreams, but in general, it was the people he'd failed to save that he regretted the most. And it had been the same since he'd joined law enforcement. He had zero regrets about ridding the world of drug dealers and murderers. He only regretted the victims he hadn't reached in time. At least he'd found Becky. He glanced across at her as she crouched in the corner of the ruined newspaper booth, hugging herself against the cold. Next week it would be Christmas Day, though no one would be celebrating this year. A wet wind had rolled in overnight, partially quenching the fires that had lit up the night. He thought about the explosion that had given them the chance to escape the hunt that had been closing in. Had it been Kowalski? He had no doubt that the former Israeli soldier was perfectly capable of it, but she'd planned to take out Chief McKinsey in a surgical operation. He shuddered to contemplate how many of his former colleagues had died in that moment. But still, he'd like to see her again. He'd certainly feel safer if she were with them. "Come on, we'd better get moving," he said, waking a dozing Becky. "How far is your apartment?" Wade looked out the door into the darkness, feeling the drizzle numbing his cheeks. "Not far. Near Maple Park." She got to her feet and patted her coat down. "No clue. Never came to Glendale. Not willingly, anyway." He checked his watch, tilting it to catch the glow of the remaining fires. "It'll get light in about an hour, and I want to be under cover by then." He looked skyward, but there was no way of knowing for certain whether the lights danced above those clouds. He'd stood in the doorway with the patch on his arm exposed, and it had remained inert. They had no choice. Before they could escape the city and begin an impossible journey across the continent, he had to get to his apartment. There was, after all, no point in beginning a journey without knowing the destination. The city was as silent and still as a tomb. How many had survived so far? He couldn't begin to work it out, but he was willing to bet it was a tiny minority, and more would die in the coming days. He'd only been exposed to the aurora for minutes, and yet it had left him as sick as a dog, and he still wasn't recovered. But, fit or not, they had to go. Now. He ducked and ran into the night, half expecting the crack of gunfire, but the only sound was the thudding of his boots, followed by Becky's scampering behind. He swept his weapon left and right, searching for any signs of movement. Nothing. If there were any people in the buildings that lined the street, they were hiding, hoping to wait out the storm, perhaps, maybe waiting for the government agencies to rescue them. A desperate faith, indeed. Wade kept his mouth shut, breathing the bitter smell of a burning city through his nose, wishing he had some sort of mask to keep it at bay. He felt as though he was inhaling the last breaths of 1,000,000 people, and it sickened him to the core. What he wouldn't give for a smoke right now, to breathe one toxic cloud to wash away another. But he only had 5 left in a crumpled red pack in his pocket. They would have to wait until he had time to relish them. He waved Becky to follow him, heading along South Glendale Avenue and slowing when they reached a burned-out 7-Eleven, the shapes of wrecked cars outside dark against the darkness. Wade thought he saw movement, and they paused for a moment, using a tree that had been turned to charcoal as cover as Wade squinted, listening for the crunch of boots on broken glass. Nothing. Either he'd been mistaken, or whoever was inside wanted to remain hidden. He didn't mind which. They took a left along East Lomita Avenue, passing a 2-story apartment block with black gaps where the windows had been, and outside, the charred remains of palms. Nothing moved, and Wade became increasingly aware of the thud of his boots on the asphalt. "Hey, buddy, where are you going?" A voice called out of an SUV. Wade swung around, aiming his weapon at the source of the noise. "Whoa, don't get all heavy on me, dude. I ain't gonna hassle you." Wade lowered his gun as he recognized the unmistakably sweet aroma of weed. It was coming from inside the car. A face leaned through the broken window. "This your car?" Wade asked, unable to help himself. The man waved both hands as if warding off a swarm of bees. "Hey, brother, that don't mean nothing no more. I was just walking by, minded my own, and I saw this car. Guess what I found in the glove box?" "I don't need to guess." "Wow, who's this pretty lady?" Becky had approached once she'd seen Wade lower his weapon. "My name's Becky." "I'm Ziggy," he said, his hand snaking out to take hers. "Sure you are," Wade snapped. "But we've got business." "You looking to crash around here?" "Yeah, I live in this neighborhood." "Been away?" "For a few days." Ziggy nodded sagely. "Then I don't reckon you're going to find your place how you left it. Been gangs along here. I watched 'em. I ain't stupid, so I hole up during the day. I'm pretty good at it. Seen 'em smashing up places and loading trucks up with all they could carry." Wade sighed as the stoner put his fears into words. "Well, I'm going to take a look. You want to come?" "No, I told you. I'm good at keeping my head down. I figure you're a cop, and you'll find trouble soon enough." "Well, you take care, brother," Wade said, "and thanks for the heads up." They left the cloud of cannabis behind and used the line of cars to provide a little cover as they made their way slowly along the road. "How far is it?" Becky whispered as they took a breather. Wade pointed. "It's there, behind the market. Jeez, it's been gutted." The building rose silhouetted against the gradually lightening sky, but even in the half-light, he could see it was a ruin. His eyes darted back and forth, but when he was satisfied, he ran quickly across the road, waving at Becky to stay where she was until he'd made it. "You live in a store?" "Above the store, out back. I knew the owners. Jamil's a good man. He didn't deserve this." He crept along the front of the market, boots crunching on glass, weapon sweeping the darkness inside, until they reached the far corner. He gestured for her to follow him, taking a path alongside the store. "Oh, good God." "What is it?" "It's that one," he said. "Mine's the one at the top of the stairs." "You live there?" Wade grunted. "Don't sound so surprised. Alimony's expensive, and cops don't get paid much." Even from here, looking up the metal stairs to his front door, he could see that it had been kicked in and the place ransacked. "Come on, let's get it over with. But watch out, they may still be in there. And if they are, they're sure going to wish they weren't." He ran to the stairs and began climbing as quickly and quietly as he could. Pushing aside a bedside table, he reached the top, then scanned around before going inside. As soon as she'd followed him, he pushed the door shut, though the locks were busted, so it simply hung there, knocking in the breeze. Switching his flashlight on, he directed it downward and let out a curse. The door had opened onto a living room that was covered in clothes, cardboard, and other detritus. His TV was lying face down, and she followed him through another door and into the bedroom. The dresser drawers were strewn across the room, their contents forming a thick layer over the carpet. "I'm really sorry, Elijah." He ignored her, hurrying back the way he'd come, and into the open-plan kitchen. "Come on," he muttered. "Let it be here." He dropped to the floor and grunted as he slid the oven out, then, once it had moved a few inches, wrapped his arm in the gap and reached around. "What are you doing?" For a few moments, his fingers searched, and then, finally, he sighed with relief. "Thank God. Come on, help me get this out." Together, they pulled the stove away from the wall, and Wade extracted a green metal box from a cavity behind the kitchen dresser. Ziggy was right. They were stupid. Anyone with a brain would have noticed that the drawer in front isn't as long as it should be. But then it looked like they were in a hurry. "What have you got in there?" He hauled it to the counter. "The key to everything that matters to me." Elijah screwed up his eyes as he tried to focus on the small combination lock on the side of the metal box. Geez, getting old sucked. His eye doctor had prescribed glasses for close work a decade ago, but pride and stubbornness had combined to put off the fateful day, and now he was forced to get real close to make out the numbers. Finally, however, the lid freed up, and he opened the box. They'd righted the table and salvaged a couple of usable chairs once Elijah had satisfied himself that the place was secure, temporarily at least. Luckily, the windows were in one piece, so the apartment began to warm up as soon as they barricaded the door shut. Elijah had closed the blinds, leaving just a small shaft of light so he could see what he was doing. He would have given good money to be examining this box on his own, but Becky had earned the right to be here, and it wasn't fair to deny her curiosity. "Is that Kelly?" she asked. "Uh-huh." "She's gorgeous." And she was. Kelly was 18, with an open face, brown eyes, and light coffee-colored skin that reflected her ancestry. But photos could be deceiving. Behind the smile lay the grim reality of a heart condition that had almost killed her as a baby and then, more recently, come back to threaten her. He felt the familiar surge of guilt as he looked at her. He should be there to see her actual face, not this facsimile. "Who's that?" He'd put down Kelly's photo and picked up another. "That's Lindsay, Kelly's mother." "Wow, she's lovely too." Wade grunted. "You didn't think Kelly got her looks from me, did you?" Becky sniggered. "No way." The second photo showed a black woman with short, wavy hair and the same open face and deep brown eyes as their daughter. "So, what happened? Between you, I mean." Wade shrugged. This was getting uncomfortable. "Oh, you know, drifted apart, I suppose." He sighed, fixing his eyes on his former wife. "We're both career professionals, in the old world at least. She worked as a diplomat. That's how we met when I was in Afghanistan. We fell in love, got married, had Kelly, and moved out to L.A. But she got restless. I don't blame her. She needed to be in D.C., and I'd signed up with LAPD. Just as I was finding the job I was born for, she was watching her career stagnate. And being a cop puts a strain on any marriage. Anyway, in the end, she went back east and took Kelly with her. The end." He felt Becky's hand on his arm. "I'm sorry, Elijah." For a fleeting moment, he wanted to turn his head and kiss her, but then he remembered who he was, who she was, and where they were. If there was one good thing to say about Elijah Wade, it was that he knew what was right, what was wrong, and where the line between them lay. He put the photos down and then sifted through the remaining contents of the box. Here we are. He held up 2 sheets of printed paper. One was headed North Shore University Hospital. "This is where we're going," he added, "if you're determined to come." "Oh, you didn't know where your daughter was?" "It was in my phone, but that got fried. If I'm going that far, the last thing I want is to have to check every hospital in New York. And this is Lindsay's address," he said, holding up the other sheet. At least it was her address. "That's where they'll be if they're not at the hospital." He caught Becky's sudden change of expression. "I know. Chances are, well, New York's probably been hit as hard as here. But I've got to try, Becky. You don't have to come." She gave a crooked smile. "You can say that as many times as you want. I'm coming. Where else would I go? It'll be a road trip." "Seriously, Elijah, I feel safe around you, and I can't say that about many men I've met, even when things were normal." She leaned forward and pecked him on the cheek, sending a shiver down his spine. As if trekking across a ruined country wasn't hard enough, he now had to fight to do the right thing, fight against his animal instincts, even as the devil that sat on his shoulder asked him why he was bothering. The world had ended, and all bets and conventions were off. Why not find a little happiness in these last days? He shook his head and pulled out one final item from the box. It was a star-shaped piece of light green plastic that hung from a scrap of cotton. This was on Kelly's crib. Glows in the dark. I can see her now, looking up at it as she drifted off. But anyway, it's fluorescent, just like the patch on this uniform. But I don't reckon it's going to be a good idea to look like a cop for now. This should keep us safe. She took it from him and held it up, though there was no sign of any glow. We'll have to travel at night, he added, so we can see if it's lit up. Which way are we going? He remembered what Kowalski had said. North from here, then northeast on I-80. We can't walk all the way, though, can we? He shook his head. No, it'd take too long even if we could make it. We've got to hope to find some sort of transport, even horseback. Who knows? I just know I've got to try. Are we going to rest up here today? It was a long night. We can't. If they're still hunting me, this is where they'll come. And whoever did this to the place, he said, gesturing around, could come back any time. No, I'm just going to see if I can find a change of clothes. Then we'll head off. But you said we had to go at night. I know, but it's too dangerous here. We'll find somewhere to hole up as soon as we can. Then we can rest. She grunted. All right, I guess we'd best get started anyway. We've got a long way to go. Yeah, a long way to go, and no idea how they were going to manage it. He closed the box and put it back in its hiding place, pushing the stove back, and began hunting for anything he could salvage from the wreckage of his former home. 2. Hannah. Day 5. Mauna Kea Observatories. The end of the world had never looked so beautiful. Dr. Hannah Redman gasped as she emerged onto the central crater of Mauna Kea and counted off the observatories that ran around its rim. From here, the farther ones looked like irregular teeth framed against the stunning blue of the Hawaiian sky at this elevation. Within the crater itself, the previous night's snow had been blown into leeward clumps. Like Siberia, Lev said, emitting a huge cloud of steam mixed with cigarette smoke. You know, without Siberian volcanoes, dinosaurs would never exist. You know this? Shane appeared beside him and slapped his back. I'm sure that's true, mate, but we've got work to do. Why don't you tell us on the way? He winked at Hannah as they turned to walk along the ridge that linked their observatory to the next one along. Their ultimate target was the Kozlov facility, but they'd all agreed that it made no sense to bypass the Deep Space Survey Telescope without checking for survivors. They'd spent the previous 24 hours securing their facility and checking the equipment. Some of it had survived the pulse, and they'd assembled it into a makeshift control room in the cafeteria, shielded from any future EMP. But it felt as though they'd been robbed of all their senses, only to have just one restored. They were fumbling around in the dark, with no way of finding out what was going on globally. The Siberian trap erupted for 2 million years, gave dinosaurs opportunity, just like asteroid gave mammals chance. Hannah glanced across at the Russian as he strode alongside. She'd only known him for a couple of days, but she'd come to recognize that, despite his blunt and uncomplicated demeanor, he was a sharply intelligent, deep-thinking man. Do you think the aurora is similar? An extinction-level event? Lev made a grumbling noise in his throat, as if he didn't want to actually form the words. I think so. Permian event. Maybe 90% of all species died. This time, who knows? Human-caused extinction was bad enough, but maybe animals smart enough to stay under cover. Still, billions, trillions dead, I think. Perhaps in the sea they do better. So, dolphins might be our successors? Shane laughed. I hope not. They're bloody idiots. Or maybe osminog. What do you call them? 8 legs? Spiders? Niet, in sea. Octopuses? Da, octopuses. Maybe they come onto land. Maybe show Americans how to drive with manual shift. The echoes of their laughter died out, to be replaced by an oppressive quiet, only broken by the wind whistling around the crater. Now the observatories no longer looked like teeth. They were tombstones, and she felt her mood darken again. Extinction events, after all, weren't likely to provide a deep well of comedy. The Deep Space Survey telescope loomed above them, the cylindrical silver of its telescope housing reflecting a warped view of the panorama. But they were heading for the control room, which was a separate, single-story building off to the side. Any survivors would be there, in all likelihood, though DSST had a much smaller complement than their observatory. "Oh, shh," Shane hissed. Hannah looked where he pointed. There was something wrong with the control room building. It was the wrong color. Lev said, "Fire." As they jogged clumsily toward the building, Hannah could see a black rectangle where the door was open, with gray stains above it. It certainly looked as though the place had been consumed from within by fire. "Wait!" Lev barked as they neared the building. He pulled his pistol out and went ahead of the others, shielding his eyes from the bright sun as he squinted into the darkness before slipping inside. Hannah followed him, waiting for a moment as her eyes adjusted to the sudden darkness. It looked as though several of the computers that had been squeezed into the control room had gone up in flames, the air still carrying the pungent aroma of burning plastic, even though the door was open. Carbonized paper littered the desks and the floor, and chairs, some of them half-melted, were scattered around. It had all the hallmarks of a place that had been abandoned in a hurry. She'd been in here before, when it was alive with talk and excitement. Now, the monitors were black and dead, and the voices long stilled. She felt an overwhelming sadness, and wanted nothing more than to be out of the place. "Is nothing here. We go to Kozlov now." She looked across at Shane, who, having surveyed the destruction, looked just as keen as she was to get into the fresh air. Then, as she was about to follow him, she noticed an internal door and was seized by a strange curiosity she couldn't resist. "Hold on. I'm going to check the director's office. Might be some useful data in there." She ignored their protests as she threaded her way between the desks, pushing the office chairs away until she reached the door. "Guys, give me a hand," she called out. "I think it's locked. Come on." She could hear them grumbling as they made their way over to where she stood, but she allowed Shane to nudge her to one side so he and Lev could put their shoulders against the door. As they groaned with the effort, it slowly moved backward. "Careful," Hannah said. It wasn't locked, it was obstructed, and as she looked inside, helped by a shaft of light from the open front door, she saw what was there. "I can see someone in here." "Oh, geez, Han, you haven't seen enough dead bodies already?" But she was squeezing through the widening gap, stepping on the bookcase that had fallen, part blocking the wall, and kneeling beside the prone figure which was lying on its face. Without hesitating, she put her fingers to its throat and pressed, ready to recoil if she felt the cold of death. "He's alive!" Lev and Shane pulled the door wide open and looked over her shoulder as she rotated the figure onto his back. "It's Professor Akihiro." "You know this man?" "No, but I can read a name badge." "Look at those burns. Poor fellow's not long for this world." Hannah examined the man's ruddy face, running her fingers over the blistered skin. "It's not radiation sickness," she said, looking up at them. "His eyebrows have been burned away, but he doesn't have any ulceration I can see, and he's not burning up." "So he got left behind when the others scarpered?" Shane said. "Looks that way." "Professor," Hannah said, sensing the tiniest of movement. "Anata Hadare?" "I'm sorry, I don't speak Japanese." Slowly, the man's eyes opened and focused on her. "Kawaii o nanoko," he managed, before the eyelids closed again. "We'd better get him back to the observatory." "We have business at Kozlov," Lev said. "We come back for him." Hannah shook her head. "He's survived over 4 days here after suffering burns and smoke inhalation. We have to get him out." When she got no response from the 2 men, she stood up and jabbed a finger at each in turn. "Geez, guys, how can you even think about leaving him here? I shouldn't have to persuade you, but think about how valuable he might be. He's one of only 3 scientists that we know for a fact survived the aurora. We can't afford to lose his decades of experience. Don't you see that?" Lev looked unconvinced, but Shane nodded his head. "You're right. Come on, Lev," he added, slapping the Russian on the shoulder. It annoyed Hannah that it seemed to be Shane's authority that tipped the balance. Misogyny was alive and well at the end of the world, it seemed. By the time they got back to the Mercury Observatory, all 3 were exhausted. They'd taken turns on the way, but testosterone and pride had meant that Shane and Lev had taken the bulk of the professor's weight. When they'd gotten back and looked up the stairs to the quarters in the upper block, they unanimously decided to respect gravity and take him down to the shipping container bedrooms that had housed the junior members of the observatory staff. "Who's going to get his pants off?" Shane asked as he stretched his back after dropping Akihiro on the bed. "Not me. I go out for a smoke," Lev said, and without another look, disappeared. "Oh, leave it to me," Hannah said. "You big men go and take your well-earned rest, while the little woman does the dirty work." She expected Shane to protest at her characterization, but it seemed he knew an escape clause when he saw it, so he followed Lev out of the door. "I'll get some water," he said. Hannah sighed. Akihiro had muttered some more words in Japanese, but he was still barely conscious and didn't protest as she pulled off his shoes, pants, and underwear, then covered him with the blanket. Preeti's blanket. Hers had been the first habitable room they'd reached, and practicality trumped any other considerations these days. The only good news was that the professor's injuries were confined to his face and hands. Painful, certainly, but not life-threatening. Shane returned with a bottle of water, a med kit, and a coffee. "So what's the plan? Lev's spitting feathers. I think he reckons it's a dereliction of his duty not to go back to Kozlov." "We will, just as soon as the professor's stable." "Take it from me," he said as he left. "Make it tomorrow, or Lev'll go on his own." "He can't do that. We need to find their data backup." "Then make it tomorrow, Han." Hannah sat beside the bed and fumed at the pig-headedness of men. Preeti had always said they had one-track minds. Well, one-track-at-a-time minds. Lev was a perfect example of the breed. He would not rest, would not consider anything else, until he'd returned to Kozlov. And Shane was right. If they didn't go quickly, he'd go alone, and that could be disastrous. "Koko doko desu ka?" Hannah looked down to see Akihiro's brown eyes opening. "Professor? Where is here?" "You're at the Mercury Observatory, Professor. My name is Dr. Hannah Redman. We found you in the DSST control room and brought you here." She watched him wince as the muscles of his face stretched inflamed skin. "I would like you to drink some water. Are you in much pain?" She held the bottle of water to his lips as he drank a little and then struggled to swallow. "Yes, painful," he said. "I have some morphine," she said, making a mental note to search the DSST control building for any medical supplies when they went that way again, if Lev would let them. "But I'd like you to rehydrate a little before you have some. Is that okay?" Akihiro took another swallow and then lifted his head as Hannah pushed in another pillow, so he was propped up a little. She could see his teeth clenching as she did it. "You are a medical doctor?" She shook her head. "I'm afraid not, Professor. I'm an astronomer." "Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you for rescuing me." "Are you hungry?" "I am." "I'll go and get some food." As she got up, he touched her arm. How many?
Here?
Hi.
3. There's me, Shane, he's a cosmologist from Australia, and Lev from the Kozlov Observatory.
3. That is all? And no one from DSST?
Hannah tucked the blanket in around him. No, it looks as though they got out in a hurry, but none of them came here. But for now, let's focus on getting you better, okay? I won't be long. When she returned, he was sitting up, and he'd smoothed his gray hair. This was good. She'd worked with enough Japanese scientists and staff to know that dignity was all important, and finding himself in a strange room with a strange woman would have been unsettling, however grateful he was for being rescued. "I'm sorry, it's cold," she said, handing him a mug of chicken soup. She watched his face as his desperate hunger fought with his self-control and obvious disgust at the cold soup, and perhaps the shame of having to drink soup from a mug. But this future, if there was to be a future, had no place for personal dignity. "Thank you," he said. "Ton demonai."
"You speak Japanese?"
"Not really. Just picked up the rudiments when I visited Tokyo. You're very welcome. Are you ready for some pain relief?"
"Yes, please. Not opiates, though, if possible."
She gave him a couple of Advil and some water. "Are you able to talk?" He nodded, though his eyes were heavy. "What happened?" The professor gave a tiny shrug.
"I was in the main control room monitoring the data as it came in."
"You didn't go out and look at the sky yourself?"
"For a time I did, but it seemed to me that I could learn more through the eyes of our instruments than through my own. This opportunity was too valuable to waste on indulging myself."
"And the others?"
"I was not alone in my concerns, but I was concentrating on the extraordinary readings. I did not pay my colleagues much attention, I'm afraid. And then the instruments began to go down, and a fire broke out. Everyone evacuated, but I took a wrong turn and became trapped in the director's office. Foolish. But it was dark, except for the flames. I was overcome with smoke, and when I awoke, I could not unblock the door. The pain was so great, Doctor, I am sorry. Redman, thank you. The pain was so great that if there had been any means to end my suffering, I would have taken it. Selfish. I do not understand why my colleagues or the emergency services did not rescue me. It is some days, is it not?
This is the 5th since the aurora first appeared. Tell me, Professor, what did your data show?" He leaned his head back against the metal wall.
"It was astonishing. I concluded it could only be a malfunction. High-frequency electromagnetic radiation, as energetic as the instruments were suggesting, has never been experienced. If those values were correct, the effect would be catastrophic for life on this planet."
"I'm sorry, Professor," Hannah said. "There was no malfunction. We saw the effect here with our own eyes. Shane and I are the only survivors from this facility."
Akihiro's eyes widened. "What happened to the others?"
Hannah blinked away the tears. "They died within hours. Most electronics are down, and we've only been able to pick up an automated transmission that confirms our worst fears. The 4 of us are the only people we definitively know have survived this far. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't true."
"Others would have survived,"
Akihiro said, with an unmistakable pleading tone to his voice. Hannah nodded. "Yes, I'm sure. It would have been worse here than at lower altitudes, but still, the combination of exposure to high levels of radiation and the loss of most electronics must have caused many, many deaths."
"Did the aurora last more than 24 hours?
She knew what he was thinking. If the Earth had rotated less than a complete turn, then some parts of its surface would have been spared exposure. "We don't know. There's a lot we don't know. That's why we were heading to Kozlov. We think they've left important data there."
"What is the point, can I ask? For all we know, the planet has been sterilized."
Hannah shrugged. "We're scientists, Professor. It's our job to know." Look, I'm going to leave you to rest for a while. All this is a hell of a lot to take in, so you're going to need time to adjust and heal. But we don't have long. We need to know what caused the aurora, and whether it's now over. Because if the first pulses didn't wipe us out, we need to make certain we don't get caught by a sucker punch.
3. Abby and Ray. Day 5. California.
How is he?
Do I look like a doctor?
Abby sat up in bed, feeling the back of her neck.
Okay, I guess I'm checking that he's still breathing. You don't need an MD for that, do you?
She could see Ray readying a retort, but her younger sister bit it down before sighing.
I'm sorry. Yes, he's still breathing. He's still got blood seeping around the bandage, but not so much. I'll get up and give you a hand.
Really?
Are you sure?
That was all Abby needed to hear. Ray had confined her to bed as soon as they'd gotten back to the cabin the previous night, so if she wanted Abby's help, she must be desperate. Truth to tell, Abby knew she should rest her neck for several days after falling from the ladder at the Fry's farm. She also needed to bind it, ideally in a brace, but while their father's cabin had been well equipped, it didn't include a neck brace in its inventory. Ray had spent hours huddled over the cyberdeck, a small battery-powered computer in a ruggedized case, researching how to treat gunshot wounds, but Gray hadn't yet regained consciousness, so he couldn't take in the fluids his body needed to balance the blood loss. Neither of them was prepared to insert a drip, especially given that they didn't know whether Gray had been involved in the murder of the Frys. Murder? They would probably argue that it was simply a matter of putting those people out of their misery, but Abby found it hard to believe the younger members of the family would have been willing participants. Abby sat on the side of her bed and rubbed her neck again.
"I've found you one of Mom's scarves,"
Ray said, running out of the bedroom and back again, carrying a thick woolen multicolor scarf and wrapping it around Abby's neck.
"Sorry, did I hurt you?"
No, it's fine.
Actually, it hurt like hell, but Abby knew she was going to have to get used to pain over the coming days. She got to her feet, straightened her back, and glanced in the mirror on the opposite wall.
"What's so funny?"
Ray asked.
Just thinking what my clients would say if they saw me now.
Probably something monosyllabic and utterly without meaning. Her good humor vanished instantly, replaced by anger at the years and energy wasted on the entertainment industry's bottom feeders. The Abby Waterman, looking back out of the mirror, was careworn, exhausted, and wounded. She'd aged 10 years in 5 days, but had neither the time nor the inclination to mask it with makeup. She looked herself in the eyes and sighed. It was as if she'd seen who she truly was for the first time in a decade.
Come on, let's take a look at the patient.
Ray gave a half-giggle that Abby took to be relief, and led her through into the bedroom that her father and stepmother usually shared. Gray lay there, ghost-like, half covered in the comforter, the skin of his face and injured arm pallid. A bandage encased the top of his arm, a dark red circular stain marking the injury. Abby was pretty sure it wouldn't close up properly without stitches, and she was equally sure that was beyond her sister. As for herself, well, she was left with the choice of either doing something disgusting or allowing this young man to die. Shame burned in her heart as she found herself actually debating it. She stood at the bedside and looked down at him, his head laid on her father's pillow. Dad would know what to do, but he wasn't here, and they couldn't simply tread water, hoping for him to turn up someday. They had to take action to keep themselves safe in this dangerous new world, a world where their best defense was invisibility. And yet Gray endangered that. If he recovered, he'd know where they were. Gray had blood on his hands, as well as his arm. The safest thing to do would be to suffocate him while he lay there, helpless. But though she'd always considered herself at best self-centered, she knew that even if she attempted to do it, and even if Ray let her, she'd be broken forever by such a cold-blooded act. Gray's eyes flicked open, flitted around, and then finally settled on her, as if she'd spoken her thoughts out loud.
"What the hell?"
Ray darted forward to stand beside her sister.
"We found you in the road and brought you back to the cabin."
He frowned, and Abby could see him trying to reconstruct events into a coherent narrative.
"When?"
"Since yesterday. What happened when you went back to your farm?"
Gray stared up at the ceiling, frozen, as if he'd just seen something.
"It wasn't a dream. Mom and Pa are dead."
"Oh my God! I'm so sorry."
Ray started. He raised his injured hand an inch off the bed.
"When I got there, I saw them laid on the grass. Somebody was in the barn, and I wasn't quick enough. Winged me as I ran."
Ray put her palm against his cheek.
"You poor thing."
As if he hadn't heard her, Gray swiveled his eyes to look directly at Abby.
"I gotta go home."
"Don't be an idiot,"
Abby snapped.
"You're not in a fit state to go anywhere. You've lost a lot of blood, and the wound needs stitching. You wouldn't get a quarter mile."
Ray touched her on the arm.
"Don't be cruel, Abby. He's lost his parents."
"So have we," Abby said, instantly regretting it as her sister broke away and ran out of the room.
"Don't go outside,"
she shouted, even as the front door slammed shut. Gray touched her hand as she turned to go.
"I'm sorry,"
he said.
"For what? Being alive?"
"Yeah, I guess so. I'm not so sure I'd have taken a stranger in. You could have left me there, and I'd be dead now."
"Well, you've got Ray to thank for that. Be careful with her."
It was a lie. Abby had been the one to insist on bringing him home as a kind of repayment for Gray's attempt to catch her when she fell off the ladder. Which reminded her,
"How are your ribs?"
Gray's lips parted in a slim smile.
"Oh, not as sore as my arm, I reckon. And yeah, I hear what you say about your sister. But I'm not what she thinks I am. I didn't kill no one."
"I'll get you something to drink," Abby said, as if she hadn't heard him. She found Ray in their father's bunker. She'd dug out one of his old woolen sweaters and sat, hugging it in his swivel chair, making a noise like a growling dog.
"I'm sorry,"
Abby said, putting her hands on her sister's shoulders. Ray twisted away.
"Get off me!"
"Calm down, Ray. You're going to have an attack."
"I don't care."
She jumped down from the chair, intending to stomp away, but her words were lost as she bent over double, coughing into the floor. Abby grabbed her arm, but Ray resisted.
"For the love of God, Ray, let me help you. You think Dad'd be happy to see you coughing up your lungs on his account? Or Mom?"
That did it. If Dad was the magic word to unlock Ray's resistance, using the M word to refer to her stepmother was the cherry on the cake. Abby pulled her sister upright and hugged her.
"Breathe, nice and slowly. Be calm."
"They aren't dead," Ray sobbed into Abby's shoulder. Abby held her close as her sister's breathing eased a little.
"I know. Can you make it up the stairs, or shall I fetch your meds?" "I can do it. The air's all musty down here anyway."
Abby's neck was so sore by the time they made it back to the cabin that she felt like her head was going to drop off. But she was, right now, the fittest of them, and she didn't expect help to arrive any time soon. So once she'd helped Ray into bed and supervised her as she swallowed her pills, she then took a glass of water in to Gray. To her surprise, he was sitting up.
"Sorry I was so long. Ray's got cerebral palsy, and it sometimes affects her breathing when she gets stressed."
Gray's eyes widened.
"I didn't realize. She seems normal to me. Kind of geeky, but normal."
She knew he was trying to be kind, but it took an effort for Abby to swallow down a retort, something on the theme of what he thought normal actually meant.
"She okay?"
"She'll sleep it off now she's had her meds."
She watched as he finished the glass of water.
"I'll fetch you another. Then you'd better have some antibiotics. And stop picking at your binding."
"I couldn't see nothing anyway.
Not sure I want to look, but can't help myself.
Try, Abby said as she swept out of the room, only too aware that he was watching her as she went. She found both patients asleep when she went back to check on them, so Abby rested her neck for an hour before busying herself in the cabin. Her case lay on the desk in her room, so she spent some time unpacking her clothes and putting them in the familiar dressers. For a few minutes, she could pretend that the past 5 days hadn't happened, and she was just waiting for her father to arrive for the holidays. Her bedroom window faced out onto the back of the cabin's plot of land, and she spent a little time indulging herself, wallowing in the unfairness of it all as she watched snow begin to fall again. She had such wonderful memories of time spent here, playing in this fake wilderness, building snowmen and sledding along the gentle tracks that linked the cabins. Theirs was the last, but they'd seen no sign of occupants in any of the others since the disaster. Invisibility. That was their best defense, she reminded herself. Perhaps they should disguise the track that ended in their cabin, make it appear that the next property along was where the road ended. She added it to her virtual list of things she should do when she'd finished chasing after her 2 patients. Then her eye settled on a point at the foot of a fir tree that stood in their yard. She'd made a snowman there one year, and she could still see in her mind's eye the delight on her father's face when he caught sight of it. She barely noticed the tears falling until they began to run into her mouth. She put her hands down on the table and let them flow, feeling a strange relief as her heart, held together with a Band-Aid for the sake of her sister, finally broke. Some time later, she felt arms wrapping around her and almost called out for her father. Then she recognized her sister's voice whispering in her ear. She took Ray's hand and kissed it, and they held each other until the tears finally stopped.
Ramen noodles again?
If you want anything better, you could always cook it yourself, Abby said. There's a recipe book on the shelf, and you know where the ingredients are. Ray groaned.
I'm too fuzzy from the meds.
Then ramen it is. Splash some soy sauce on. If you're hungry enough, you'll eat it. Abby stirred the saucepan and watched her sister flounce around the kitchen before flopping onto a bar stool. When she was griping like this, it was easy to remember Ray was a somewhat immature 15-year-old who needed a mom, or at least a mother figure. Abby chuckled to herself at the idea of being the adult in the household. But she'd made a career of coddling D-list celebrities, so handling juveniles ought to be second nature. Have you checked on the electrics? It was like flicking a switch. Ray jumped to her feet and jogged out of the kitchen to the control panel in the hallway. Abby could hear her sister mumbling to herself as she consulted the readout.
I'm getting 13.1 volts from the battery bank, but that's dropping, she called. Freezer at -18 Celsius obs.
Abby forked the noodles into 3 piles as Ray reappeared.
What's the situation, Science Officer? Systems optimal, Captain. Recommend we run the generator for a couple of hours before bed. And I still need to check the furnace.
And fuel?
Dilithium reserves are declining, sir. We may need to visit a mining colony to replenish.
When?
At current rate of consumption, and factoring in the low solar output due to proximity to the winter solstice, probably within the next 2 to 3 days.
That soon? Here, enjoy your ramen. The food replicator's not up to much, I'm afraid. I'll take some through to the patient. She left Ray, who was screwing her face up, having put too much soy sauce on her noodles, and took a bowl and fork through to Gray, who lay dozing. He awoke as she sat down beside him. It's only noodles with a splash of sauce. Do you want me to feed you? Thanks. I'll handle this on my own. How are you feeling? I'm okay. Sore. You can have some painkillers with your food. Then I'm going to have to sew up your wound. Nice. Abby winced at the thought. She'd only completed the first 1.5 years at veterinary college, and that had been almost 10 years ago.
But since Ray couldn't do it, and Gray could hardly be expected to sew himself up, it would have to be her. Bile rose in her throat at the thought.
"I better go have something to eat myself," she said, getting up to leave.
"I appreciate you looking after me," Gray said, causing her to turn to face him. "I'll get out of your way as soon as I can."
She smiled at him. "Oh, that's okay. Concentrate on getting better for now."
"I'm going after them."
"What? Who?"
"The scum who killed my folks. And I gotta go back and give them a Christian burial." Abby looked into his stern, determined eyes.
"That's up to you, but I don't think your parents would want you to throw away your life on their account."
"You don't know what they'd want," he snapped. "But I know what I've got to do. I couldn't save them, but by God, I'll make the lowlife who killed them pay." Without another word, Abby left the room, trying desperately to hide the chill that had swept through her body as she watched a young man barely able to contain his rage. 4. Elijah. Day 6. California. It had been a long night, and Wade sighed with relief when it was finally over. They'd made it a few miles north of Glendale before the lights had appeared in the sky again. He now wore Kelly's little fluorescent star around his neck permanently, and its glow had warned them before the clouds had dispersed and their danger had been confirmed. At that time, they were passing a ranch house set back from the road, whose front yard was landscaped with various sizes and species of palm. Becky had shrieked when she'd spotted the shape of a stag emerging from the cacti beside the path, but it was fake. Wade wondered whether that was true of every apparently tropical plant. A Ford truck was parked on the driveway, but the insistent glow of the fluorescent star drove them on. Wade would give it a try tomorrow, though he'd be amazed if it hadn't been fried by the EMP. To his relief, the house itself was empty. He'd been forced to use one of the rocks in the garden to smash a small window, and Becky had insisted on squeezing through the gap and opening the door from the inside. As he stood with his back to the door, he tried to make anything out in the darkness, then swept the house, ears straining for any sign of occupants waiting to ambush him. But instinctively, he knew there was no one here. They'd lucked out, finding a place that was both empty of people and hadn't been ransacked.
"Are we safe?"
Becky asked. "There's no one here." She pointed at his throat.
"What about the radiation?"
He grabbed the star and rotated it. A faint glow lit up his palms. "Trouble is, I've got no idea how much exposure is dangerous. Come on, let's see if it's lower somewhere else." Logically, the more roof there was above them, the better the protection, so he led her into the center of the house and held the star up as he stood next to the stone-built hearth. He swore under his breath. "It hasn't changed."
"Give it a minute."
"I think it's going out." He grunted. Trouble was, his eyes were also adjusting to the darkness, so he couldn't tell whether Becky was right. Then, quite suddenly, it faded out entirely. "We're safe. Probably."
"What do we do now?"
Wade left Becky under the hearth and placed the star in the kitchen window, then retraced his steps, making sure he could see it from where they crouched. Yes, the glow was unmistakable, so radiation was penetrating there. "We sit here and wait." They made themselves comfortable with some cushions from the sofa and sat, side by side, as the night passed.
"Elijah?"
"What?" He'd been dozing as the hamster in his mind had finally gotten out of its wheel and collapsed in a heap.
"Sorry, I can't sleep."
"Me neither."
"Can I ask you something?"
"I still don't know how many people I've shot." He felt her move against his shoulder and breathed in her fragrance. They both needed a shower.
"Why did you become a cop?"
Wade sighed and leaned back against the brick fireplace, the rough texture rubbing the back of his head. "Why do you ask?"
"Oh, I don't know. Bored, I guess."
There was more to the question than that, but he let it lie. What else was I going to do when I left the military? When I signed up, most of my intake were vets.
So, it's just a job?
I wouldn't still be a cop if it was. Underpaid, underappreciated, under-equipped, just like the military. Look, I don't know, Becky. I was forced to go to a therapist after... Well, we all were. He said it's all about my old man. Probably right.
She was barely breathing as she listened to him. This really mattered to her. Well, I'm glad. I think about where I'd be right now if you hadn't come for me.
So that was it. Geez, being abducted by a serial killer would be enough to traumatize someone for life, but this poor kid had been rescued from one nightmare only to be plunged into another. No wonder she hated silence. Honestly, Becky, if you want to know the reason I'm a cop, it's you. I do it for the 1 in 5 I get to in time. I just wish the nightmare was over for you.
He felt her hand on his leg. It's okay, Lige. It's not up to you to fix everything. That's on me. But I'm glad you're here. I couldn't do it on my own.
Yeah, me neither, he said, and found that he meant it. The sun came up before the glow faded, so Elijah closed the blinds and put the star inside a plastic cup that lay on its side, making it visible from where they sheltered. Wade woke up to find Becky's head leaning on his shoulder, and that the glowing star had finally faded away. He sat there as his arm went numb, not wanting to move her, and cross-examined his emotions. He was not a particularly introspective man, but he knew the risks of getting close to someone, especially a victim of crime like Becky. She'd make a good detective, he thought, gently interrogating him for her own purposes. She probably just wanted to know if she could trust him, though she had little enough choice. But he was too old and had spent too long in the company of the worst examples of humanity to be coerced into opening up much. Why was he a cop? Because he couldn't think of anything else to do? That was the pat answer, the answer cops gave to each other when the question came up. After years in the military, joining a quasi-military organization with a similar hierarchical structure was obviously tempting. But it was much more than that for Wade. His father, after all, had spent his entire working life in the Army, and then retired to a small holding in rural Illinois, and treated his mother little better than the farm stock. So much for he'll be better when he leaves the military. Mom learned the bitter truth after decades of waiting. The Army hadn't turned his father into a brute. It had just kept his nature in check within the confines of discipline. In the privacy of their home, Sergeant Jerry Wade ruled with an iron fist. Or belt. Elijah had been too young to protect his mother, and when, as he got older, he tried, he ended up black and blue. He rubbed his arm, its underlying soreness a memory of one such attack. His mother left Jerry, so Elijah joined the military himself, giving his father the middle finger by signing up for the Air Force rather than the Army. But then he discovered she'd gone back to her husband while Elijah was in Afghanistan and unable to return. By the time he did make it back, she was dead. 40 Valium and a half bottle of vodka, the route out she'd taken. He went in search of his father, determined to have his revenge and damn the consequences, but he found the man in the hospital, fighting for his life after cardiac failure. His father had found Mom, and it had killed him. So, from that grim point of view, she had won. But he knew where the fault lay. It lay with the kind of man who considered those in his power to be his property, to do with as he wishes, the kind that thinks any defiance justifies violent retribution. And those were the kinds of men, and, as he came to discover, women, that Elijah Wade joined LAPD to oppose. But he learned pretty quickly that his true motivation was not catching these scum for the sake of it. He did it to ensure that their victims were given the chance to live a life free of them, and to experience a future that, without Wade and his colleagues, wouldn't exist at all. Eventually his arm began to cramp up, so he had to wake Becky. As she came around, he checked the house again, this time more thoroughly as the daylight grew stronger. It was all on one level, with an open-plan kitchen leading off from the main room where they'd taken shelter. A big TV screen took up most of one wall with a leather couch facing it, and, dotted around, the heads of stags stared out at him. This place had the feeling of a hunter's refuge, even though there was nowhere around here that deer could be stalked.
"Do you think the shower will work?"
Becky said, appearing at his shoulder as he looked inside the bathroom. Wade shrugged and examined the cubicle. "Looks to be gravity-fed," he said. "You'll get water, but it'll be cold."
"That's okay,"
she said, beginning to peel off her clothes.
"Can you find me a towel?"
He felt his cheeks flush and turned immediately away, heading for the master bedroom. He heard her shriek as he found a pile of fresh towels in a closet, but when he got back to the door, she was giggling. "I'll leave them out here," he called, then went back to the bedroom to find some clothes that might fit her. But, feeling uncomfortable again as he rifled through women's underwear, he focused instead on finding anything that he could add to his own pack. Most of the clothes at his apartment had been soiled one way or another, but the pants he found folded up in the closet were far too large for him, so he contented himself with underwear and a couple of T-shirts. He was just turning to go when Becky appeared in the bedroom with a towel wrapped around her, dripping water from her wet hair. "For God's sake, Becky," he snapped, instantly regretting it as her face dropped. I'm sorry."
"I make you uncomfortable, don't I?"
He nodded. "Yeah, sorry. It's my problem."
"Because I was a whore?"
"Don't use that word." She shrugged.
"Why not? It's true enough. But I didn't think you were that kind of a man, Elijah."
"What kind?"
"The kind that looks at me like that. I know what you're thinking. I see that look all the time."
Fear stabbed at him. What look? Had she managed to read the thoughts of his monkey brain? Was he that obvious?
Disgust.
"No." Relief flooded his body, the tension evaporating in a moment. "Becky, I'm 55. You're young enough to be my daughter." Her jaw dropped.
"Oh, my God, I'm so sorry."
"It's not your fault. Really, it isn't. It's just when I'm exhausted, it's harder to keep my instinct out of the gutter. I want you to feel safe with me. I don't want any misunderstandings between us. Do you get what I mean?" She turned around and found a bathrobe that had been hanging on the back of the bedroom door, pulling it around her and tying it at the waist. It didn't entirely solve the problem, but Wade appreciated the effort as she pulled him into an embrace that smelled of cotton and fabric conditioner. Her eyes were moist as she released him.
"I do feel safe with you, Lige. I guess it's tough sometimes to get out of bad habits. It's been so long since a man cared about anything other than, what I could do for him, to him, or about the money I could make for him. I'll be more careful, okay?"
"No need," Wade said as he patted her arm. "I think we understand each other now, don't we?" She nodded. He gestured at the bedroom. "Good. Why don't you see if there's anything you want to take with us? I think we'd best stay here today and move again at night. Sound like a plan?"
"Yeah," she said. "Sounds like a plan."
5. Hannah. Day 6. Mauna Kea Observatories. Hannah put her hands on her knees and gasped.
"Lev, slow down."
The Russian stopped and swung around, cursing in his own language. "We have delayed long enough."
"It's the thin air. I can't walk as fast as you."
"You are 20 years younger, and I smoke 20 cigarettes every day of those 20 years.
Hannah straightened up.
"It affects people differently. We agreed to go together, so you're going to have to slow down a bit."
Lev pulled a packet out of his coat pocket and lit up.
"We should not have brought back old Professor. If Kozlov has been broken into?
By who?
We found old man in first observatory. There will be others.
Even if there are, they've got better things to do than to try to get into Kozlov.
Lev's eyes narrowed.
Nothing in stupid Russian observatory? No?
That's not what I said. Now come on, I've got my breath back.
Lev blew a cloud of smoke into the pristine sky and began marching away. Part of Hannah was regretting that she'd insisted on coming with the Russian. Shane had argued that she should stay at Mercury and talk to Akihiro, but she'd found her conversations deeply depressing as the old man struggled to cope with the loss of everything he cared about. In fact, he probably had a more realistic assessment of the calamity than Hannah did, but she had to retain some hope for her family, for the sake of her state of mind. And besides, Hannah was much more likely to be able to make sense of any data they found and the computer systems they found them on than Shane was. The Australian was, contrary to the cliché, much more of a theoretician than an engineer. He'd also make a better companion for Akihiro, in her view. Sometimes the blunt approach paid off.
Ah, good. It looks undamaged,
Lev called back as she blew steam into the air, trying to keep up. She'd never visited the Russian observatory. It was much smaller than those around it, and whereas the other facilities on this part of the crater held regular events to informally share data, the scientists and engineers at Kozlov kept themselves very much to themselves. As she caught up with him, Lev was punching at a keypad before pulling the metal door open.
"Mechanical lock," he said, "not electronic. Good when world ends. I will switch generator on. Wait here."
He disappeared into the darkness, the sounds of his echoing footsteps eventually lost to the whistling of the wind. She rubbed at the numbness in her cheeks and looked around at the view. How many people had survived? There were 14 or so observatories on the crater's rim, though her own was the largest and had the biggest complement of scientists, engineers, and administrators. And yet, only 2 of them had made it. The support staff would have been at home by the time the lights appeared, but they would have been just as fascinated as the scientists and, indeed, their neighbors. She turned back as, with a click, the inside of the observatory was suddenly lit up, while, off to one side, she heard the distant beat of a generator.
"Welcome to Russian Embassy,"
Lev said, now smiling again. As she stepped inside, she found herself reminded more of a warship than an observatory. The familiar computer screens were mounted on gray and white metal panels, giving everything a decidedly utilitarian look.
"Is not as, what would you say, decadent as Mercury. In Russia, we say comfortable man is lazy man."
Hannah smiled back at him. She recognized a chip on the shoulder when she saw one.
"So, where will we find the data backup?"
Lev shrugged.
"Is there backup? I do not know."
"There has to be."
As she said that, the lights died. Suppressing a shriek, she heard Lev curse and then move off.
"Stay here. I will fix. Chinese generator."
She flicked on her flashlight.
"Do you want this?"
But he had gone.
"Is okay,"
his voice called out.
"I know this place like back of my—"
A thunk echoed from somewhere in the darkness beyond her flashlight beam, followed by another outburst of Technicolor Russian. She stood, feeling as though she were trapped on the Nostromo, waiting for the alien to jump out at her until, finally, red emergency lights came on, their dull glow barely less creepy than the darkness.
"I cannot get it working," he said. "We are on batteries only, so we must hurry. Come, we will go into director's office."
She followed him, her flashlight in one hand and her other held out, feeling at her surroundings. This place had a lot of corners she could catch herself on.
"You're bleeding,"
she said. She hadn't been sure at first under the red lights, but it was either blood or some other fluid leaking from Lev's temple.
"Is nothing. We must hurry. Computer systems have power, but not for long."
He led her into a small office. To her surprise, it was lined with wood and had a shelf above head height holding a solid wall of books. A laptop sat on a small desk that occupied one wall, but the overall impression was of a small corner of a library transported to the top of a volcano.
This was Director Kulikov's office. He was not a great scientist, but a good administrator, good at following orders. I knew him in former life. He hired me.
She ran her flashlight along the row of books above the desk. Most of the dog-eared spines bore Cyrillic lettering, but there was one in the middle that caught her eye. She tilted her head to one side, then reached up and took it out. Voyages in the South Pacific, being the account of James Cook, captain of the Transit of Venus, 1769 A.D., she read. Lev, who'd been rummaging in the desk drawers, looked up as she spoke.
That is private. You should not disturb.
Lev, he's not coming back, Hannah said, not feeling in the mood for backing down. And it's going to be a long time before any new books are written. She tucked it into her pocket and looked over his shoulder. How do you know it'll be here?
I do not know, Lev snapped. But I knew Slavic well. He kept things, how do you say, close to his chest. But there is nothing here.
He got to his feet with a groan. As they stood there, silently looking around the red-tinged room, Hannah felt the dark and the sheer strangeness of the little room begin to press in around her. A sense of growing claustrophobia nibbled at the edges of her self-control. And then, quite suddenly, she couldn't stand it any longer.
Lev, give me a minute.
Please, get me out of here.
Control yourself, Doctor. You are safe.
Somehow, the calmness of his voice simultaneously helped relax her, while its patronizing tint hardened her resolve. Lev reached forward and grabbed a bottle of vodka from the bookshelf. He deposited it on the desk and then felt around in the gap behind it.
Ah, of course! The old dog. He keeps all precious things together.
In his hand, he held a small metal box with a combination lock. After 3 attempts, Lev found the right code and lifted the lid. He tilted the box so she could shine the flashlight inside. There was an old and well-worn watch, some other pieces of jewelry, a few black-and-white photos on top of a dog-eared leather notebook. Lev's hand reached inside and opened a flap in the base.
Here,
he said as he presented a USB stick in a dull metallic case. What do those letters mean?
It says Rainbow Bridge. Slavic liked old stories.
I don't understand.
Lev shrugged. Rainbow Bridge is way to other world, where souls go until names are forgotten.
Hannah shook her head, trying to process what he was saying. He knew the aurora was coming?
Data backup is here, I think. Now we can go.
Hannah wasn't about to argue with him, so she led the way back into the larger control room. Will you be able to access it, do you reckon? I guess it'll be encrypted.
But I think perhaps we will be able to get in.
Why so confident?
Lev chuckled. Because we have Slavic's little book, and because, perhaps, he wanted us to read it.
As they stood by the now-open front entrance, squinting in the sudden light, he handed her the little black book.
I told you he followed orders, but he could have hidden this. He did not. So, he wanted me, to find it.
But that means he knew something was coming.
Lev sighed.
Then why didn't he tell the world?
Who would believe him? He took data to the Americans. What did they do with it? Who knows? You wait here while I shut off batteries. We may have to come back sometime.
She sincerely hoped not. Coming out into the gorgeous, wide-open landscape felt like such a relief after the cramped quarters of the Russian observatory. Lev emerged with a stack of ring binders under his arm.
These are logs, may be useful. Here, you take little box. Keep it safe.
Together, they walked toward the crater's rim, and Lev paused for a moment, looking across the huge bowl.
I guess we must check other observatories. Professor was alive. Maybe others.
Hannah found herself unsure how to respond. Lev was right that if they left it any longer, any survivors like Professor Akihiro would die. On the other hand, searching the other observatories would take time and expose them to risk, both of misfortune and, potentially, attack. Who could tell how far any survivors might fall in their desperation? And she had work to do. With any luck, Lev would be able to download the data from the flash drive and help them interpret it. Then they could get down to working out what the Russians had discovered, and whether that told them anything about the chance of further aurora displays. She had a mental image of humans as rats, scurrying for cover whenever the rainbow appeared in the sky. "We can talk about it when we get back," she said. Thinking about the aurora had reminded her that, while Bixby's detector had shown clear when they set off, they'd been gone for over 2 hours now. 2 hours during which they could have been exposed to the radiation if the aurora had returned, invisible in the bright sunlight. Lev nodded, and they retreated from the crater's rim and kept themselves in the shadow of rocks and, when they got there, the DSST observatory. It wouldn't help much, but it would reduce their potential exposure a little. Hannah was puffing again as they neared Mercury, so she barely paid attention as Shane ran out and shook Lev by the hand.
Good to see you, mate. Had me worried." "Our leader is not as fit," Lev said, gesturing back at Hannah.
She straightened her back and accepted an embrace from Shane, who, for all his bravado, had obviously been worried. Our leader? Was Lev being sarcastic? She wasn't sure how she felt either way, but perhaps, just perhaps, she'd misjudged him. Hannah found Professor Akihiro sitting up in bed with an unmistakable look of relief on his face as he recognized her.
"Ah, Dr. Redman, it is good to see you. How are you feeling?" "I am much recovered. I believe I am ready to resume my duties."
She dropped into the chair beside his bed and examined him with her eyes. The injuries to his face were still as raw as they had been when they'd first brought him here, except perhaps around the edges, where narrow scars were forming as dark lines. But it was his mind she was most concerned about.
"You want to go back to DSST?"
"No," he said with a gentle chuckle.
"I have been reassigned to Mercury Observatory under your direction."
"Mine?" He gave a curt nod.
"Who else? I do not think your Australian colleague wishes the responsibility of leadership, and I am given to understand that Mr. Makarov is not a scientist."
Hannah leaned back in her chair. He was right, but the responsibility sat heavy on her shoulders.
"Well, the first thing we should do is find you more suitable quarters. Do you think you could climb 2 flights of stairs?"
Akihiro straightened up in bed as if he were a soldier being inspected.
With some help, I believe I can."
It took the best part of an hour to achieve his relocation, but once the professor was installed in the last of the suites on the upper level, Hannah turned off the power to the basement and pulled the access door shut behind her. It felt like sealing a tomb, and she said a silent prayer that this hadn't upset any restless spirits down there in the cold earth. She was utterly exhausted when she finally made it back to the cafe, but she'd hardly sat down before Shane handed her a mug of coffee.
"Fancy some peaches?"
"Sure, thanks," she said, reflecting that knowing their food supply was limited had made her considerably less fussy about what she ate. He opened the can and poured the fruit into a bowl before pushing it across at her.
"Want to share?" she asked. His eyes widened. "Seriously? You must be starving." "It's okay. I'm not the only one."
He fetched a second bowl, and she decanted a third of her portion into it.
"Thanks, Han. I appreciate it."
"Are you rationing the food?" He shrugged.
"Look, we're not exactly going to get a delivery any time soon, are we? Best to make it last as long as we can."
We'll have to check out the other observatories, though I'm not sure there's going to be much that's edible at Kozlov.
Why? Is it a bit basic? She giggled as a chunk of peach slid down her throat.
You could say that. I suspect the food is going to be very Russian.
You don't want to let Lev hear you talk like that.
Where is he?
Up in his room, trying to break the encryption on the memory stick.
Hannah's eyes drifted up the curving metal staircase. So much for being easy to crack. We're stuffed if he can't do it. God, I hope we don't have to go back to Kozlov.
You won't be able to go back for a while, anyway. The UVS is showing rising levels. I reckon we could be on for a light show tonight.
Hannah sighed. If you're right, whatever's causing the aurora is still out there. Good grief, haven't we had enough? Hasn't the planet had enough?
Honestly, Han, I think we've gone past the point of recovery, at least in my lifetime. I mean, there's all the people, but what about the biosphere as a whole? It's fragile enough as it is, without being roasted on a barbie spit.
Leaning forward, Hannah took his hand. She felt the pent-up tension in his fingers as she squeezed. What was it that Gandalf said? All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. We can't make it all right again, so we've got to do what we can. We're scientists, so that means understanding what's happened.
Han, I've got kids.
Reflexively, she pulled her hand back, using it to cover her mouth. Then, realizing what she'd done, she reached forward again. I'm so sorry, Shane. I had no idea.
Yeah, well, we didn't know each other really, did we, you and me? And having kids doesn't exactly fit my persona, does it?
The Crocodile Dundee persona?
He shrugged. I split with the kid's mother a year before coming out here. I guess I volunteered to help me get over her. Not that I'd admit it. But that's all just a load of old bollocks, isn't it? All the things that seem to matter so much.
She shook her head as she saw her parents in her mind's eye and, may God forgive her, the man she was supposed to marry in a few months. How was it that she'd barely thought about Dean in the past week? Her cheeks burned with shame.
Shane continued, I can't stop thinking about the kids, Han. I mean, their dad's an astronomer, so they must have looked up at the aurora. Even their mother wouldn't have been able to stop them. And if they did, well, if they did, then they're dead.
My kids. She squeezed his hand again. I'm so sorry, Shane.
He looked at her through wet eyes. How do you cope with it? I mean, you've kept yourself together so much better than me.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just emotionally stunted, and it'll all catch up with me. I'm still in shock after what happened to Preeti, just waiting for it to hit. But in the meantime, I keep hoping. Look, Shane, until communications open up again, and who knows when that'll be, there's no way to know much of what's happened outside of Mauna Kea. I might never know about my family, at least not until I can get back to the UK, and there's no chance of that for a long time. So I just imagine they're fine, and I think about how cross my dad would be if I moped around instead of doing something useful.
Shane shook his head. Is anything useful? Billions are probably dead. What can we do?
We're scientists, Shane. We can do our jobs. If there are going to be more pulses, we have to know. We have to give people some warning. Shane opened his mouth to respond, but at a cry from the top level, they both looked upward to see Lev leaning over the rail.
I've got it, he called. Code was Smirnov. Obvious. Come, look at files.
6. Grace. Walter died in the early morning as the sun rose through his bedroom window. Grace was there, waiting for it to happen, and, may the Lord have mercy on her immortal soul, glad when it did. And then the baby woke up, and she was forced to care for the living before attending to her dead husband. Love was an odd thing, she thought, as she left the room and hurried across the landing to her bedroom. She'd told Rita many times that she hated the man's guts, but when he'd gotten sick from the radiation,
Suddenly, she'd discovered a deep love for him that went far beyond romance or passion. It was the same love that was developing for Hope, the baby crying her guts out in the makeshift cot she'd created by pushing 2 chairs together and covering the seats with a blanket. "Come on, little one," she said, surprised to find her cheeks wet as she bent down to pick up the child. She'd had a crash refresher course on childcare since Hope had been entrusted to her 2 days before, and she thought she was beginning to get the hang of it. Rita had walked the half-mile to her house carrying 2 cans of dried formula, but it seemed the baby didn't particularly care for the brand Rita's granddaughter preferred. It had taken hours to get Hope to finally accept that this milk was her only option, and Rita had sat with Grace throughout, the 2 women using the distraction to gently unravel their thoughts and emotions about the previous week. Rita's husband, Frank, was a county deputy and had gone into town on the night after the first light show. She hadn't heard from him since then, and, though she didn't say it, Grace knew her friend was running out of hope. Rita also hadn't heard from her daughter. As far as she knew, she was the only surviving member of her close family, as was Grace. She had no doubt that Lyle was dead. He'd have been out partying under the light show, getting drunk and probably fornicating. And right now, he'd be getting settled into his first-class accommodation, courtesy of Lucifer himself. She thought this lightly enough, but her heart wasn't in it. In truth, she desperately wanted to see him again, especially now. She took Hope downstairs and put the kettle on the stove to warm up, walking around the kitchen, jiggling the baby to calm her crying. She looked out at the back of the compound, past the barbed wire, to the rising sun. She wondered what it all meant. She'd been so certain, when the lights had appeared and folks started falling sick, that it was the start of Armageddon. By now, however, she'd stopped looking out for evidence of the celestial war beyond the lights in the sky. The thing about having to look after a baby was that it didn't care much about what might happen in the coming weeks, days, or hours. It was hungry now. She cradled the baby under one arm and measured the formula powder into a fresh bottle, poured on a little hot water, and then topped it up with some cold until it felt about right. Then she went over to the rocking chair and sat down. Hope began to drain it immediately. Lyle had been such a fussy eater. She remembered staying up for hours trying to get 3 or 4 ounces down him when he was little. Hope was only a little over a week old, and she didn't hold back until the bottle was empty. Grace suspected she'd get sick of the routine eventually, but for right now, she enjoyed the contentment of a happily feeding baby. Hope fell asleep just as she drained the last of the milk, and Grace decided her diaper could wait until she woke up. That duty could be fulfilled once she'd seen to another, grimmer task. She should have rung Rita for help, but it was still early, and anyway, she kind of felt like it was her job. Her friend had enough of her own grief without Grace piling hers on top. Once she'd become convinced that Walter wasn't going to make it, she'd gotten a rough old woolen blanket from the bottom of the laundry closet and left it outside his door. Now, having settled Hope in her bed, she unfolded it so the end was right next to where he lay. She tried real hard not to look at his face, but she couldn't help herself. Truth to tell, he didn't look that different, though his lips had lost what color they'd had, and he had that stillness about him that speaks only of death. As gently as she could, she pulled on his shoulders to twist him around and lowered him onto the blanket. She groaned when his feet fell with a dull thud on the end of the blanket, but she wasted no time pulling him down the stairs, no longer worrying too much about dignity. She just hoped he wasn't watching her from above. He sure would be mad as a box of frogs. She'd gotten him halfway to the back door when she stopped to catch her breath. Soon enough, he'd be outside, and her house would be her own for the first time. She tutted at herself for such shameful thoughts, especially given that he'd dug his own grave. She looked up at the sky, searching for any sign of the dancing rainbow, But it was clear, a perfect Texas day, and fixing to be unseasonably warm, if she were any judge.
"Come on, Gracie," she said to no one. "Let's get this done."
She grunted as she pulled the blanket with her husband's body on it through the back door and out onto the concrete path that led to what had become their burial ground. The grave containing Brandon's body lay nearest the highway, and Hope's mother was next, with the trench her husband had dug still open and waiting. She dropped the metal steps into the hole and climbed down, before hauling her husband in after her, and then, as fast as she could, climbing back out again and pulling the steps out. Now she was blowing hard, but she had just enough energy to cover him with earth, the slip-sliding of the shovel the only sound she could hear. She promised to come back later, once she'd rested, and fill it in. Then she'd say a few words, once she'd thought some up. After all, there was no one but God to hear her, so she'd better be sure to tell the truth, and that didn't leave her a whole lot of options. Once she'd laid Walter to rest properly, she spent the day clearing his room out, piling his possessions out back, and setting them alight. It wasn't that she wanted to erase Walter's memory, but most of what he had in that room was meaningless junk, and she wanted to turn it into Hope's nursery. She cried only once. She'd found a sports trophy that Walter and Lyle had won together at a fishing tournament. It had been a rare happy moment for them all, as a family, and she grieved for that tiny glimpse of how things might have been. But Walt wasn't interested in his son, and Lyle found other pursuits. The trophy went on the fire. Grace was just coming back into the house when she heard Boomer barking. She glanced over her shoulder at the dark gray column of smoke rising into the air and cursed herself. What was she thinking? She walked fast, over to the fire and kicked at it before covering it with a couple shovels of dirt. Once inside, she went into Walter's, now her, control room in the broom closet and flicked on the monitor. A man appeared on the grainy picture with a smaller shape by his side. A child. He had his hands on the bars of the gate, but he didn't look as though he was trying to break in. His head darted around like a frightened chicken, looking up and down the road and then inside the compound. She took the revolver from its place beneath the screens and headed out front. "It's okay, Boomer," she called. "You can quit now."
"Gracias a Dios! Thank God!"
The speaker looked as though he was of Mexican descent, though he only had the slightest trace of an accent. Second generation, she guessed. Grace Boone was many things, but she was no racist. The color of a man's skin didn't matter much to her. It was the color of his heart that counted. She held up the revolver, so it was plain to see. "This road don't lead anywhere much, so you're best heading back to the highway."
"Please, we've been walking for days. Can you spare a little food and water?"
Of course she could. Walter and she had laid down supplies for 3 adults, and now the count was down to her and the baby. But just because she could didn't mean she should. Then she looked down at the child. 6, 7, maybe. A girl with long, dark hair and wide brown eyes, and the unmistakable shadow of hunger.
"Are you carrying?"
"Yes, I found a gun, but only for protection."
"Hand it over." The man held out the pistol, grip first, then raised his hands in sudden hope. She wondered how many places he'd been turned away from.
"We won't be any trouble, will we, Maria?"
The child shook her head. Grace looked down at Boomer, who was now calmly licking the girl's fingers, and unlocked the gate, swinging it open.
"I guess you can come in for a time, take the weight off while I fetch you some food."
It broke her heart to see the disbelieving look on the man's face. Had he received so little charity so far? Boomer made a grumbling noise as the man followed the child inside, a canine equivalent of, "I'm watching you, no monkey business." Then he followed the 3 of them back into the house. "Come and sit in the kitchen," she said. Hope chose that moment to begin crying upstairs.
"You've got a baby here?"
"Sharp, aren't you?"
Yeah, I sort of had no choice. But don't y'all go getting any ideas. This ain't no hotel for hopeless cases. She'd gone too far, and she knew it.
I wasn't a hopeless case, the man said. My name is Martinez Rosales. I worked in my uncle's business, fixing cars, and then, well, you know what happened. My family...
His eyes filled with tears as he covered his face. She put her hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Martinez.
Marty. My friends call me Marty.
I'm Grace. Grace Boone.
At least you've got your daughter,
she added, stumbling to find the right words to comfort him. She wasn't used to seeing a man in tears. He looked surprised for a moment, then gave a tiny smile.
Maria is not my daughter. I found her wandering the streets after I'd decided to head east.
And you took care of her. That was good of you.
What else could I do?
Grace shrugged. Some folks would have let her be. Maybe thought her parents were looking for her.
Her parents are dead, as far as I can tell.
What's that mean?
She does not speak. I only know her name because she wrote it down. She won't tell me about her family, except that they're gone.
Looking from one to the other, Grace turned to Boomer, who was guarding the kitchen door. You keep an eye on them while I go fetch the baby. She ain't going to settle down until she's been fed. Again. When she returned to the table, she found them sitting in exactly the same positions, as if they were frightened to move. She'd pushed the revolver into the band of her sweatpants and looked down at Maria. You ever held a baby, kid? The little girl nodded. Then look after her while I make her milk up, okay? Nod. You won't drop her, will you? Shake, shake. Grace smiled, handed Hope to Maria, and put the kettle on the stove before opening up the kitchen closets. I got some beans and ham. Oh, that's an idea, she said, looking back at where Maria sat at the table, cradling the baby. We got some hens out back. You want to go find some eggs? Marty can go with you. Boomer'll show the way. She took the baby back and watched through the window as the three of them, one dog and two humans, made their way into the compound area. 3 of the chickens had died on the first night, but the others seemed to have had the animal sense to keep in the depths of the concrete henhouse with its iron roof. She hadn't eaten any of the eggs for the first few days, but she reckoned they were probably as safe as anything else now. Maria skipped in with 4 eggs and a wide smile on her face. Good job, Grace said, taking the eggs and the other 3 that Marty had found. She'd sliced up some ham and put a heavy iron skillet on the stove top and cracked the first 3 eggs into it, only then remembering that she'd eaten nothing since the previous afternoon. It was a relief to finally feel something, and the smell of frying ham and eggs sure was good for the soul. After handing plates to her guests, she ate hers standing up while she mixed Hope's milk. Marty had enough pride not to wolf his down, though he was obviously starving, but Maria had no such inhibitions, and eagerly nodded when Grace asked if she'd like seconds. "Thank you," Marty said, as she slipped another slice of ham and eggs onto his plate. "Is there anything else I can do around here to repay your hospitality?" Grace shook her head. "That's kind, but I'm okay for the present." "It's just," he said nervously, "I saw the graves. When we went to get the eggs, I couldn't help. It's no sin to see what's there. I filled the newest one today. My husband lies there." Marty's mouth dropped open. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say." With a dismissive wave, Grace said, "It's okay. We've all lost people, and we've got to learn to live with the grief. Look, why don't you go take a shower? The solar's heated the water, and, if you don't mind me saying, you're not exactly fresh as a daisy. Maria can have a bath a little later." She could see him looking down at his jacket and pants. "You can take some of Walt's jeans and a shirt or 2 if you want. He ain't gonna need them none. No, it's okay. I'll give you one of his bath towels and find some clothes that'll probably fit while you get yourself clean." "Oh, thank you so much, Mrs. Boone." "Oh, Grace will do. Come on, let's get you fixed up. Maria, will you take over feeding the baby for me?" She waved goodbye to Marty and Maria and watched them walking along the road. At least the weather had improved. The rain had stopped, and the sky cleared, and Marty walked along looking like a younger version of her husband, dressed in his clothes. Grace felt a tug of guilt as their figures got smaller, but she couldn't take in every needy stranger who walked past her place. Marty had made a few comments that might have hinted that he wanted to stay, but he hadn't been obvious enough to make it hard for her to assume they were moving on. They'd both been so grateful to be clean and fed, and Grace had even given them a spare tarp to sleep under. She'd done all she could be expected to do as a good Christian woman, but now she had to get back to her main responsibility: hope. The baby was still asleep when she got back inside, and she busied herself tidying up the house and washing their towels. It sure had been nice to have them here, even if only for a few hours. They'd had 2 square meals, and had left her in much better condition than when they'd turned up at her gate. They'd be okay. When Hope woke up, Grace changed her diaper and fed her, noticing with satisfaction that her long-forgotten child care skills were coming back. She warmed up some soup on the stove and sipped at it as the baby drifted off to sleep. Hope seemed to be the contented kind, not like Lyle. He'd been a bellyacher since drawing his first breath. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the thoughts about her son. She wasn't ready to grieve yet, though she knew she'd never see him again. And then, as the place went completely quiet, her mind turned to Walter, the husband she'd come pretty close to loathing for most of their married life. He was in the ground now, and, for the first time, she was the boss of herself. She wasn't entirely sure she was happy about that, though she'd yearned for it long enough. She looked out the kitchen window to see that night had fallen, so she gathered up the baby and took herself outside to sit on the swing chair. Leaning back, she kicked against the dry wood of the deck, pushing the chair back before it swung forward, and she could look straight up. She gasped. The angels were dancing in the sky. She jumped off the swing chair, clutching the baby to her chest, and ran back inside, repeating the words, "Sweet Jesus," over and over again, until she had her foot on the top basement stair. She said a final, "Sweet Jesus," and saw Maria's face in her mind's eye. They were out under the heavenly battle. Maybe, soon enough, the war would descend to the earth, but she couldn't think that God wanted that sweet child to suffer. But what was she to do? If she went out, she'd be exposed too, and she could hardly chase them on foot, could she? Walter had 2 trucks and a car in the garage. Maybe one of them would work? The F-150 was a good 30 years old, with electronics that Noah would have said were out of date. But what should she do with the baby? If she took Hope with her, she'd be risking the lives of 2 children rather than just 1. But there was nothing for it. She had to try and rescue Maria. For the second time in a couple of days, she sensed divine instruction. God wanted her to go out into the storm and find the child. She went back into the house as quickly as she dared, calling Boomer to her as she went into the control room under the main staircase. The monitors were all working in here, so she figured they must be sheltered from the radiation under the stairs, though only the front camera was now showing a picture. She pulled a cardboard box off the shelf and emptied its contents onto the carpet outside the door, then put the box on the floor. Boomer followed her as she gathered towels and, with her one free hand, made a nest in the bottom of the box and nestled Hope inside. It was risky. The baby might turn on her front, though Grace had wedged her in as well as she could. But if she didn't try, then Maria would certainly die a painful death. Hope began making the sort of grumbling noise that marked the prelude to a concerto of crying as Grace shut the door. She leaned down to Boomer's eye level. "Now you stay here, boy. Don't you let nobody in this house till I get back, you hear me? Guard that baby." The dog seemed to have gotten the basic idea, and he was still sitting up straight as Grace headed out to the garage. "For the love of—" she said as she pulled the main door open. "No wonder he never let me come in here." The 3 vehicles were there, the newish Toyota Tundra that had been Walter's pride and joy for the past 3 years, and the Honda Civic that Grace used on those rare occasions she went out alone. At the front was the F-150 XLT that Walter used day to day. The last time he'd driven it had been the first night the lights had appeared. It hadn't saved him from a lethal dose, but at least it probably worked. She climbed into the cab and found the key in the ignition, starting the car up and putting it into drive before stopping again to open the gate. Grace felt the terror rise in her throat as she left her sanctuary, in too much of a hurry to shut the gates behind her, and turned onto the road that led toward her neighbors. It occurred to her that she could have simply rung Rita and asked her to watch for them, but her hot-headed panic had gotten the better of her. She thought of the unprotected house she'd left behind, and she leaned forward, eyes straining for any sign of Maria and Marty. They'd been gone for an hour, maybe an hour and a half. How far could they have walked? Left and right, she passed small tracks running off the road, some eventually leading to distant houses, others long abandoned by the farmers that had once scratched a living in this arid land. As she drove, she kept glancing up at the pulsing aurora in the sky that, it seemed to her, was glowing brighter and brighter. She imagined she could feel the radiation warming her like sunburn. Or perhaps it wasn't imagination. Then a shape flew at her. She grabbed at the wheel, the truck lurching sideways, losing grip, then suddenly plunging off the road, her head slamming onto the wheel, and darkness taking her. 7. Samuel. Day 6. Pennsylvania. Samuel Gerber gave the horse a tickle of the whip, swinging the cart around and bringing it to a halt outside the front of the farmhouse. A young man came running out, swiping the blonde hair off his face before offering a hand to help Sam to climb down.
"Thanks, Justin. Is all well inside?"
"Yeah. Mrs. Gerber says to ask if you made sure you packed all of the coffee." Sam smiled and walked round to the back of the cart.
"Every last tub," he said,
handing a couple of containers of Folger's classic roast to the boy.
"Here, take these inside while I go shut the gate."
Samuel strode off, breath fogging the chill December air, relieved that he'd made the final journey. Less than a week ago, they'd been tending to 30 sick people. Now only one remained. He looked northeast to the hill that was now scarred by freshly dug graves. They'd decided to move the survivors back to their farmhouse and care for them there. Along with them had come Caitlin and Logan Proctor, whose mother, Marcy, had died when their house was attacked. Victoria, an Englishwoman who'd helped Ruth nurse the sick, had come with them and now occupied a previously unused bedroom in the Gerbers' farmhouse. He shook his head as he considered how their dreams of raising a family here had been dashed by infertility, and yet now they were responsible for 2 parentless children who'd been brought up in an entirely alien manner. Victoria, though she had also never had children of her own, acted as the bridge between them by doing her best to interpret the behavior of Caitlin and Logan. Samuel liked her well enough, but he was mainly glad that she was a support to Ruth in looking after the little ones. For himself, there was plenty of physical labor to keep him and Justin occupied. He'd barely seen either of the orphans since they moved them here. "Mr. Gerber!" He turned to see Victoria marching toward him as he closed the front gate. She was an impressive woman, full of the outward confidence so common among English. As a blonde woman with pale skin, she was actually much more typical of the Mennonite community than his own dear wife. Ruth's history was unusual, and that, and her darker skin, had marked her out from the moment her mother had rejoined her congregation after living in the world for many years. But it had been this difference that had first caught a young Samuel Gerber's eye all those years ago. His family, especially his mother, had not been supportive, but though he did his best to honor the ways of his people, he knew his own mind. And he knew the love of a man for a woman when he experienced it. Ruth had taken a little persuading. Her early childhood had been spent in Chicago, and her mother's influence had made her suspicious of men. That and the obvious ambivalence of her mother's people when she returned with a child who was so obviously not of their culture. Samuel had also been perfectly well aware that, with his straggly beard and premature balding, he was not a prime catch. He hadn't exactly been fighting off suitors since moving to this community. But he was a patient man, and his obvious respect for Ruth's caution was the key that finally unlocked her heart. If it hadn't been for the lack of children of their own, their marriage would have been as perfect as any in this troubled world.
"Please, you must call me Samuel," he said, as Victoria came to a halt, expelling a cloud of fog into the cold Pennsylvanian air. At least, when out of earshot of the young ones.
She had a pretty smile, and his eyes moved automatically to her left hand, even though he knew there was no ring there. It was hard to believe that she wasn't married, so he guessed she was divorced. Such a sad thing, to break an oath made in the presence of God.
"I'm worried about the children," she said. "Samuel."
He nodded, then headed back toward the front of the house and took the horse's reins to lead her to the stable. Victoria followed him as they talked, keeping their voices low.
"They are grieving for their parents. It will pass. Children are resilient. They will weather it."
He led the horse into the stall, removed the harness, and began brushing her back. "I'm not so sure. Caitlin is strong, I think, but Logan is just a little boy. Will you come talk with him?" Samuel stopped brushing and looked at Victoria, who stood on the other side of the horse.
"Surely Justin—"
"He's tried, but he's not getting through."
"What makes you think I can?"
"I'm just asking you to try, Samuel. Logan needs to be reassured, and you're in charge here."
"Ruth
looks to you. Isn't that the way of your people?" Sam began brushing the horse again, enjoying the satisfaction of filling the air with flying dust.
"If he was my son, I would set him to work. He's not the only one who is grieving. We've all lost family."
"Please, Samuel," Victoria said, reaching out and touching his hand across the horse's back. Instantly he pulled away, and she retreated, horror-struck. "I'm so sorry. I forgot," she said, covering her mouth with her hands. Sam regained control, allowing the tension to flow out of his fingers as he started rhythmically brushing again.
"I will speak to the boy."
He found Logan Proctor in the room the boy shared with his sister at the top of the house. It was converted attic space that, after Samuel and Ruth had moved in, had been left empty until they needed to find somewhere for the children to sleep. Sam had brought the mattresses from their house and laid them on the bare boards, adding the task of building proper beds to his long list of things to do, assuming the kingdom didn't come before he got around to it. The boy sat with his legs crossed, turning a model truck over and over in his hands. It was the only toy he'd brought from his former house, the exposed gray metal and patches of loose paint attesting to heavy use over a long period. Sam looked at the boy and felt a tightening in his chest. He'd seen the two of them as little more than a burden to be borne since they'd come to live here, but it was impossible for anyone with a heart to see this boy and not feel compassion for him. He pulled up a chair and settled into it. So far, the child hadn't registered his presence at all.
"That's a nice truck,"
he said. Still, the boy ignored him.
"May I look at it?"
Logan said nothing, but he drew the truck closer in an unmistakable signal to keep away.
"Very well. It's yours, and I will not take it from you without permission. Is it an F-350?
He didn't know much about trucks, though as Mennonites they were permitted. He generally preferred horses. For a moment, Logan sat there, having some kind of internal debate, it seemed. Finally, he said, "It's a GMC Sierra Classic from 1984. It's my dad's."
"Ah," Samuel said. "I understand why you keep it safe."
"Are you my dad now?"
Sam blew a surprised cough into his hand, then wiped his mouth.
"No, I'm helping look after you, that's all."
Logan looked up at him with a curious mixture of fear and sadness in his face. Sam sighed, his chair creaking as he sat back.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound harsh. It's just that I've never really talked much to a child. Tell me, what can I do to help?
I want my mom and dad back.
His throat thickened as he looked down at the boy, sobbing on the mattress.
I'm sorry, Logan. I am just a man, and I cannot bring people back, however much I may wish to. Your parents are with God in heaven.
I want to go and be with them.
That is not for us to decide. Try to be content that they are happy.
Logan raised his head, looking up out of the corner of a tear-filled eye.
I don't see how they can be.
Can be what?
Happy? If me and Caitlin are down here and they're up there?
Sam groaned. He was not ready for a theological debate with a 10-year-old.
I don't have the answers.
But you've got a beard.
What does that have to do with anything?
Beards make you clever, don't they? Like wizards?
I am no wizard, Logan, but I want you to understand something. Will you turn around and look up at me?
With obvious reluctance, the boy complied.
You are now in my house. Do you understand? He nodded. Who else lives here?
Justin, Mrs. Gerber, Miss Christensen, Caitlin.
He paused for a moment, counting on his fingers.
Nathan and Thomas?
Samuel shook his head.
Nathan and Thomas left. I hope we will see them again, but they did not wish to live with us. Have you forgotten Mrs. Garcia?
Oh, yes, she's sick.
But she will get better, we hope. So, there are 7 of us. There are 4 women.
Caitlin isn't a woman, she's 12.
Sam leaned forward and looked into the boy's earnest face.
It is sad, but Caitlin must do a woman's work if we are to manage as a community. And you, Logan, you must become a man much sooner than you ought.
A man? Does that mean no playing? No toys?
Samuel smiled. Perhaps it was typical of children, but Logan was missing the point Sam was trying to make.
I didn't say that. I'm sure Justin will be happy to play with you and Caitlin, but he also must work, and so must you.
Why?
Because, Logan, if the work is not done by us, it is not done, and if the work is not done, we do not get to eat. Do you understand?
Like digging and that?
Sam nodded.
Yes, that kind of thing, but also lots of fetching and carrying.
Sounds kind of lame.
There is satisfaction and joy in work, but I don't expect you to understand that yet. And when the day's work is done, then you will have time to enjoy yourself.
Logan looked around the half-lit room with its bare, unpainted walls and roughly constructed shelves.
Do you like to read, Logan?
Yeah.
Then I will find you some books. You must write me a list of the kind of books you like, and I will see what I can do.
The boy thought about this, and then said,
What about a Switch?
What kind of Switch?
Nintendo Switch? You know, for playing games? Super Mario? Mine stopped working when the Night Rainbow came.
Super Mario? I don't follow.
Logan rolled his eyes.
It's okay, you're old. I'll ask Justin.
Relieved, Sam got to his feet.
I am sorry about your parents. I truly am. I will do what I can to ease your pain, but I think you'll find that it is better to be doing something useful than sitting on your own up here. Now, is there anything you wish before I go downstairs again? I have work to do.
I just told you. A Switch.
Sam shook his head as he gently closed the door and made his way downstairs. He felt as though he'd made at least some kind of a connection with the boy. Though he knew little about the psychology of children, he understood that Logan was likely to fixate on this Switch thing if he didn't get it, or at least something similar to occupy his mind. He guessed it was some kind of portable entertainment device, something he saw little value in. If Logan were his son, well, if Logan were his son, he wouldn't be called Logan. then Sam wouldn't have allowed him to fall into the clutches of electronics. A ball, simple wooden toy or game set was sufficient to keep him happy when he'd been a child, but Logan had grown up in a different kind of a world, and he'd need some help making the transition to this new way of life. Samuel had the feeling, as he reached the bottom of the stairs, that he might find that his way of life would also have to change, at least somewhat, if they were to survive. With supreme sadness, and a memory of the confrontation with the sheriff, he realized that there was likely no place in this brutal new world for the luxury of pacifism. He would have to learn how to defend himself, and those he was responsible for, because to do otherwise would be to abandon them entirely to the brutality of this afterworld. 8. Elijah. Day 7. California. Wade was beginning to feel that his feet had worn down to the bone as the sky to the east began to lighten, and his nerves weren't far behind. They'd covered 20 miles or so since setting off from the deer fetishist's ranch house, heading generally north while keeping to the smaller roads. They'd strayed onto the highway and immediately scuttled back under cover as their eyes adjusted to the darkness, or, to be more accurate, to the amber glow of fires burning, silhouettes dotted around them. He could have taken the risk and gone to talk to one of the groups, but he figured it was safer to stay out of sight. Every few minutes, he'd check the fluorescent star around his neck, but it seemed that the skies were clear tonight, even though they couldn't see past the clouds. The journey had worn on them both eventually, and Becky had trudged silently beside him for over an hour now. It was time to think about whether they were going to carry on for a while or find somewhere to hole up for the day. He felt the pack cutting into his shoulder as he walked. The ranch house had been a treasure trove of supplies, and the only limit had been what they'd been prepared to carry. So they'd chosen the essentials, meds, lightweight but high-calorie foods such as cookies and candies, and as many cans of soup, beans, and such like as they could manage. Right about now, Wade was regretting his bravado, but he wasn't going to be the first one to put his pack down, though his was undoubtedly heavier than Becky's.
"Hey, you better get under shelter,"
a voice called out from a dark rectangular shape to their left, the light from beyond the mountains having failed to penetrate its overhanging roof. Wade swung around, his weapon sweeping the darkness as Becky hid behind him.
"Who's there?"
A white glow emerged slowly from the gloom, resolving itself into the form of an old man in a white polo shirt with his arms held high.
"It's all right. I'm not armed. To be honest, I saw the young lady and not you. I guess you don't need shelter here. You're not a member, are you?"
"A member?"
"Angeles Golf Club. That's where you are."
That made sense. They'd skirted the edge of the course, so it had seemed to be just a small state preserve. He'd forgotten about the golf club, though he'd been here a couple of times during investigations.
"Is there anyone else here with you?" "Oh, yes. It's our club, you see. Some of us came here as soon as those lights started in the sky. When was that? Good grief, was it a week ago?"
Wade could hear the sounds of movement coming from behind the speaker, and an old woman emerged to stand beside him.
"It seems we've forgotten our manners. I'm Gail Vogel, and this is my husband, Carlton. As he told you, we don't mean any harm, nor do those who shelter with us here. But it's not safe to travel when you can't see the sky. Didn't you know that?"
"We knew that, but thanks." Becky pointed at Wade's throat.
"We've got this to warn us. It glows when it's dangerous to be out. My name's Becky, and this is Detective Wade from Glendale PD." She turned to Wade. "Lige, can we rest here for a bit? These people don't seem dangerous to me."
"Looks can be deceiving," he said, but his instinct told him she was right.
"How many people here?"
he added to the Vogels.
9, Carlton said. "There were 19 of us at the beginning, but, well, you know. But no one else has gotten sick for a while because we keep ourselves hidden. Come on in. We don't bite."
Even though those last words sounded like the fateful lines from a vampire movie, Wade detected no deception in the old man's voice, so he nodded to Becky, and they followed Carlton in through the open door and found themselves inside the clubhouse. "We keep ourselves inside the function room," Gale said as they walked cautiously inside. "That way we can keep the drapes shut at night and have a little light." Sure enough, as the door opened, Wade saw a dozen or so candles placed on tables dotted around the space, probably taken from the restaurant. Figures huddled together, looking nervously in their direction. "It's okay," Carlton said. "This is Detective Wade from Glendale PD and his friend, Rebecca."
"Becky," she said. "Only my folks ever called me Rebecca." "And where are your parents, dear?" Gale asked. "In Florida. I guess they'll be very worried about you." "I doubt that," Becky said, with obvious finality. Carlton led them toward a table. "Come and sit down. We haven't got much, but we'll share what we have." What they had was mainly canned food from the restaurant storeroom, so they enjoyed tomato soup with croutons for breakfast, while Carlton boiled a kettle on a camping stove. The atmosphere in the room had relaxed by now, and Gale introduced the other residents as they ate. Of the 7, 5 were elderly, but the remaining 2 were, Wade guessed, in their 30s. "This is Mitchell and Sue," Gale said. "Sue works at the club. She was here on the night it happened, weren't you, darling?" Sue nodded. She was a petite woman with a brown bob.
"Lucky Mitchell was coming over. I don't know what I'd have done if the phones had cut out and I couldn't get a hold of him."
Mitchell leaned forward and offered his hand to Wade. "Do you know anything about cars?"
"Oh, Mitchell, will you leave it alone?"
"Not much beyond the basics. Why do you ask?" Mitchell, as tall and wide as his wife was short and lean, leaned forward. "Well, I come from Medford, Oregon. That's where my folks and my brother and sisters are. Only moved down here 'cause I met Sue." He spoke in a sing-song cadence that didn't hide his regret. "Anyhow, figured I'd head that way, but it's 700 miles, and I don't want to walk that far." Wade couldn't help thinking that it would probably do him good. He didn't imagine that Mitchell was particularly familiar with the inside of a gym. "You might find a horse, I suppose. I've seen some people out riding." "Are you serious? Even if I could find one, it'd take weeks. And I don't know anything about horses. No, I'm thinking of a car." "Have you seen the roads? Every car and truck we passed was just a pile of rusting metal. EMP took them out. There are bound to be some that were hidden in garages or underground parking lots, but I haven't seen any on the roads, and I reckon they'll be pretty hard to come by. And you'd become a moving target for anyone who sees you." Mitchell moved even closer as Sue chatted to Becky. "Here's the thing. I don't know much about EMPs, but if a car doesn't have electronics, it isn't going to get fried. Am I right?" "I guess so," Wade said. "You heard of a 2CV? Wade shrugged and shook his head. "It's this French car, a bit like a VW Beetle. Primitive as they come." "Why are you telling me this?" Mitchell's face broke into a wide grin. "Because I've seen one, on the road that way." He gestured in the direction of the golf course. "It's just been left there, in the road." "So it's broken down?" "Yeah." "Then what the hell are you telling me for?" Mitchell lowered his voice. "Don't you understand? It was working. After all the other cars stopped running, someone was driving it, and something went wrong. Help me fix it, and we'll give you a ride." Leaning back in his chair, Wade scratched his chin. On the one hand, Mitchell struck him as about as likely to be able to fix a car as a monkey with a wrench, and Wade was no mechanic, though he'd learned some essential maintenance during his time in the military. But if there was any chance they could drive at least part of the way across the country, then he had to check it out. They were all going north, at least to begin with, and every mile they covered in the car would be a mile they didn't have to walk. "Okay," he said. "We'll take a look once the sun's up." Mitchell's smile returned. "Cool." "It's time," Gale called out, hushing the room. "I don't know why you bother," Mitchell responded. "Nothing ever changes." It was only then that Wade noticed Carlton had left the room, and he grabbed his weapon in alarm as he heard a sudden drone, like a car engine running.
"It's okay," Sue said. "They're just starting up the generator for a few minutes."
"Why?" Becky asked as Carlton reappeared and picked up a remote control.
"We check the news every day at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. That's when the bulletins go out."
Mitchell groaned. "Except it's basically the same every day." A TV mounted on the wall flickered into life and settled into an image of a lectern in front of a limp U.S. flag. On the front of the lectern was the emblem of the President of the United States.
"Listen up, everyone. Here he comes."
An old man walked wearily to the lectern and looked into the camera. "My fellow Americans, my name is President Randolph Blake, appointed according to the constitutional process laid down for times of emergency, though surely the Founding Fathers never imagined any event like this. Since the deaths of my predecessor and friend, President Sullivan, and many of my colleagues in government, I have been engaged in the task of rebuilding the federal administration so we can begin the process of coordinating aid to states." Blake paused for a moment and took a sip of water. To Wade, who didn't recognize the man, he looked as though he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. "For now, however, my advice remains the same. Until we have a warning system up and running, you must not leave shelter except on a clear night. If you have a basement, use it. Otherwise, ensure that you are inside at all times except for essential purposes, and if you must go out, do so for the minimum possible time. My fellow Americans, we are coming for you. In the meantime, I ask you to support each other during this emergency. This period will define us as a nation and as a world. If we do not remember who we are as a people, we risk sinking into conflict with each other, and the light of civilization may be snuffed out forever. This concludes my broadcast today. I wish I had more to offer you at this time other than hope, but I pray you will keep faith that we, as a people, will emerge from the ashes of near destruction and build a future for those who come after us, a legacy we can be proud of. God bless America." The TV screen faded to black, and then up again to show an announcement of the next repeat. "Told you," Mitchell said. "A big fat nothing. Typical. They don't mind taking our taxes, but when we need them, where are they?" There was a grumbling assent from other corners of the room, but Gale, who Wade had concluded was the true leader of the group, drowned them out. "Didn't you hear what the president said? Stick together. We've got this far, haven't we? When FEMA or the National Guard comes rolling in, I want us to all be here waiting. Now, who's on the shower rotation?" Wade watched as a couple put their hands up and headed out of the door, presumably towards whatever makeshift accommodation the group here was using. "The detective and I'll go foraging," Mitchell said, raising his hand. "You know the rules," Carlton said. "No going out during the day." "We won't be long. You want to eat, don't you?" Gale tapped Carlton on the shoulder. "The detective knows what he's doing. Let them go. But whatever harebrained scheme you've got in mind, Mitchell, mind you bring back some supplies." Wade glanced across at Becky, who was barely keeping her eyes open. "You stay here, unless you've got some experience in car repair I need to know about." "Don't run out on me, will you?" "I promised, didn't I?" She smiled and nodded, then dropped into one of the cushioned seats that lined the room. He was surprised just how easily she made herself at home, but then it just reminded him not to pigeonhole her. There was more to her than might appear at first glance. He followed Mitchell out of the clubhouse door and looked out across the golf course as the light grew. Taking out the fluorescent star, he cradled it in his palm, but saw no sign of any glow. As far as he knew, it was as safe as it could be. Soon after they set off, however, he got impatient with Mitchell's slow pace. Geez, Wade had been walking all night, and even so he seemed to have more energy than his companion. He got the impression that the man had lived a life that was a little too easy for his own good. He knew the type. Overweight, entitled, and lazy. The perfect comrade when you're out in the open after the end of the world. They skirted the edge of the course until they reached the fence. Mitchell led them around until they hit a gate, which he unlocked using a key on a chain he pulled out of his pocket. "There it is," Mitchell said, hands on his knees as he nodded across the road. Wade peeked out from behind the bushes that screened the golf course. It was definitely a vintage Citroën. From here it looked like an upside-down metal bathtub painted red. But he could see why it had attracted Mitchell's attention. The cars around it were either parked up or had smashed windows and burn damage. This one looked pristine, almost as if the driver had just paused in a traffic line and was going to jump back in at any moment. He'd bet good money the Citroën hadn't been there on the night of the lights. Unlike the other vehicles, someone had driven it since and then abandoned it, though he didn't know why. He ran across the road, bent low and on the lookout for any signs of movement, until he reached the back of the car, where he sheltered. It wasn't a 2CV. A small silver badge identified it as a Diana 6, but it had been well looked after. In fact, he suspected it was owned by a collector, as it could have just come off a 1960s production line. He sneaked around the side and peered through the open window. Rain had gotten inside, pooling beneath the brake and clutch pedals and staining the vinyl upholstery. He peered over to the back seat to see a pack and some supplies. So he, she, or they had been trying to escape. But where were they now?
"What do you think?"
Mitchell panted, finally catching up.
"I was thinking of having a smoke, but you've put me off," Wade responded, before looking through the windshield. "Now, I'm wondering where the driver went." "Who cares? They're not coming back, are they?" Wade sighed. "I could hotwire it if I had to, but it'd be better if we found the key. Oh, jeez."
He noticed Mitchell's hand slip to his pocket as Elijah straightened up and slipped around the front of the car, threading his way between a Toyota pickup and a Mazda. There she was, a pair of green high-heeled shoes poking out from under the pickup, like the Wicked Witch of the East, and he knew, before he got to her, that he was several days too late to help. He looked up at Mitchell, who was standing over him, the keys in his open hand. "I found them on her body when I saw the car. I'm sorry, I should have said. I guess I was ashamed." Wade got to his feet and took the keys. He looked directly into Mitchell's eyes. Was he telling the truth? Or had he seen the car moving and attacked this woman to get hold of it? As a detective, he paid a lot of attention to his instincts, and Mitchell, on the face of it, looked guilty as hell. But he'd learned to temper gut feeling with cold, hard, rational evidence, and he found it real hard to believe that this jellyfish of a man was capable of murder. "The golf course has a greenkeeper, I presume?" Mitchell blinked in surprise. "Yeah, but I haven't seen him since the first night." "Good. I'll take a look at the car. You go fetch a shovel. You've got some digging to do." 9. Hannah. Day 7. Mauna Kea Observatories. Hannah scrunched up the pillow and pushed it into the small of her back as she got herself comfortable on the bed. After spending most of the night sitting alongside Lev as he translated the Russian data, she'd reached a stage familiar from the night shifts typical of an astronomer, the point at which a fog descends on the mind to obscure what would otherwise be obvious. As Shane had predicted, the heavens lit up with ribbons of color that were almost as spectacular as on the first night, and Hannah felt a strange compulsion to go out and look at them with her naked eyes. It was like the feeling she'd sometimes experienced when she was high up, a compulsion to throw herself out into space. Of course, she'd never acted upon it, but she felt it even as she knew she was like a moth to a flame. It was in the early hours of the 7th day, when the lights finally faded. They agreed to take a few hours' break and reconvene once the sun had risen fully. She'd fallen instantly asleep, dreaming of equations, vector diagrams, spectrographic analyses, and frankly astonishing electromagnetic readings. It was as if a new star had suddenly teleported into Earth's orbit, except that the longer wavelengths were entirely absent. If it was a star, it was a cold one. After an all-too-short sleep born of sheer exhaustion, she'd woken, and, giving up on returning to that state of oblivion, she'd taken a cold shower, gotten dressed in her last set of clean clothes, and flopped onto the bed. She didn't have time to give her mind the rest it needed, so she settled for the next best thing, distraction. She opened the small, leather-bound book, careful not to flex the spine too much, and slipped her glasses on her nose. Time to lose herself in the 18th century. 1769, to be precise. Lieutenant James Cook commanded HMS Endeavour on its mission to Tahiti in the southern Pacific Ocean. That put it around 3,000 miles and 250 years away, she thought. His mission was to observe a rare transit of the planet Venus across the surface of the Sun. Combined with observations at other points around the world, astronomers could use parallax to calculate the distance from the Earth to the Sun, one astronomical unit, and in that way finally get an idea of the true scale of the solar system. Interesting though that was, however, the expedition wouldn't have been funded if it hadn't also offered the chance of working out a method of calculating longitude. But the cherry on the cake was the secret mission to go searching for Terra Australis Incognita, the unknown southern continent. So, this expedition, with its overt scientific aim, actually led to the discovery of Australia. Well, discovery by Europeans. People had lived there for tens of thousands of years. People who'd have been much better if they'd been left well enough alone. She flipped over a page, reading the yellowing pages and enjoying experiencing the words of an 18th-century man directly from his mind to hers. This day proved as favorable to our purpose as we could wish. Not a cloud was to be seen the whole day, and the air was perfectly clear. Hannah glanced over at the mechanical clock that had belonged to Kuczynski, the room's previous occupant. She groaned. Though she knew her duty, both professional and moral, meant she should spend her energies on the Russian data, she couldn't help but resent it. She'd much rather spend her time inhabiting a past that still had a future. Then, as she went to close the book, she spotted a line that had been added in red ballpoint. What was this sacrilege? She ran her fingers down the page to flatten it, and then noticed pencil marks in the margin beside where the line ran. Pencil marks in Cyrillic characters. The chapter was called Mr. Green's Observations. She'd learned from Cook's introduction that Charles Green was an astronomer appointed by the Royal Society to accompany the expedition. She'd also detected some conflict between the men, especially with regard to their independent timings of the transit. It was impossible not to notice the implication that Cook considered Green incompetent. She read the chapter, which, as it turned out, concerned other observations made by Green during the voyage. 6 months after they'd departed Tahiti, they arrived in New Zealand, where Green observed the transit of Mercury. This was all interesting enough, but a prior reader, presumably the Russian director who'd owned this copy, had found one particular passage interesting enough to mark it in red. Mr. Green, having concluded his observations of the transit of the planet Mercury across the disk of the Sun, then noted in his journal that he had observed the birth of a new star. He called me in great excitation to witness this, and I confirm that the star was not present on his astronomical chart. We remained in Mercury Bay for 8 further days. On the last day, Mr. Green invited me to observe the same region again. Neither Mr. Green nor myself could make out the star. I concluded that our original observation was the result of a lens aberration, but Mr. Green was not so persuaded, so, in honor of his memory, I reproduce here the chart that he made. There was an engraving beneath those words showing the position of various known stars, and an additional one, indicated by an arrow. She shut the book and swung her legs over the side of the bed before pulling on a pair of jeans and brushing her hair. So, Green had recorded a supernova. Big deal. I mean, sure, only a handful of star explosions had been recorded by that time, and they'd been assumed to somehow be new stars, hence nova, rather than, as scientists now understood, their extinction. Hannah couldn't help feeling disappointment as she walked down the metal stairway to the cafe. She'd hoped that this book might hold some clue to the understanding achieved by the Russians, implausible though that seemed. It had been the only English book on Kulikov's bookshelf, and then she'd found this highlighted passage. Supernovae could certainly produce lethal levels of radiation if they exploded close enough, but that radiation arrives at the same moment as the light that signals the explosion itself. In other words, over 250 years ago. And anyway, a supernova capable of such levels of radiation wouldn't only be visible in a telescope, it'd be brighter than a full moon. "What's up, Han?" Shane said, looking up as she approached. She realized she'd walked down the stairs shaking her head the entire time.
"Oh, nothing. Where's Lev?"
"He'll be down in a minute. I don't reckon he took much of a break. The coffee pot's pretty empty." With that, the Russian appeared out of a small storeroom which he'd repurposed into an office of sorts.
"I have finished, my friends."
He put a ring binder and Hannah's laptop on the table.
"Is all on here, all translated. Now, I finish logs."
"All of it? I thought you'd take days."
Lev gave a modest shrug.
"I work hard. Now is your turn."
Switching the laptop on, Hannah opened the folder containing the translated records and accompanying spreadsheets.
"I say this. They did know. Slavik says something comes. Maybe he did not know what was going to happen, but he gave warning. Too late, perhaps."
"If he did know how bad it was going to be, then there was no excuse for not going public," Shane said. "Jeez, I wouldn't care what my bosses or my government said. I wouldn't let billions die without trying to do something about it."
Lev nodded. "Da, I agree. Professor, you're better now?"
Professor Akihiro was making his slow way down the stairs before, with some relief, collapsing into a chair.
"Thank you, Mr. Makarov. I am well enough to offer my help."
"Then I leave you to it. Remember, if detector goes, bring laptop back to my office. It is safe in there."
Hannah glanced at Shane, but he shook his head. "Just normal levels at the mo. So, how do we do this?"
"We've only got one working laptop," Hannah said. "Ideally, I'd split the work in 3, but at least one of us can work on the data while another can look through the logs."
"What are we looking for exactly?"
"I can't say for sure," Hannah said. "Firstly, we need to establish what the Russians knew, and what they suspected. And if, as we think, they didn't expect the impact to be as bad as it was, then we have to work out why."
Shane sighed. "I guess you're right. But even if we do manage to work out what the Russians couldn't, what then? I mean, unless someone's invented a time machine, we can't turn the clock back."
"True, but if we can solve the puzzle, then maybe we'll know how long the aurora is going to last for. I can't help thinking each time the lights are in the sky, more people are dying. We can put a stop to that."
The professor cleared his throat, then looked from one to the other.
"Dr. Redman is correct. Know your enemy and win your battle, I believe, is how Sun Tzu's wisdom would be translated into English. But Dr. Walsh is also correct. Such knowledge will be little comfort if it is held only by us. Once we have deciphered this mystery, we must find a way to tell others, even if that means going there ourselves."
"We're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean," Shane said. "Are you suggesting we get a boat?" For the first time, Akihiro's open and respectful demeanor vanished for a moment. He looked directly at Shane, stabbing a finger in his direction. "Yes, Doctor. If that is what it takes, then that is what we must do." Hannah was nodding off again when the sound of radio static brought her back to full consciousness.
"Excellent! We have talkie-talkie!"
Lev emerged from his office, holding a pair of yellow handsets. "Where did you find them?" Hannah asked.
"Was rummaging in store. Mainly pens, paper, whiteboards, kind of stuff you smart people like. Found these, but dead. Plugged the charger in and we have radios."
Hannah smiled. "Great. We won't have to shout up and down the stairs all the time."
No, Lev said. "You do not understand. Range on these, maybe 2-3 kilometers. Means we can explore and stay in touch. Much safer that way. I go tell Shane."
Hannah watched the Russian go bounding up the stairs, marveling at the man's energy levels, until he disappeared on the top level. Shane was in the main control room, using one of the few working computers up there, the one attached to the radio telescope. Though she needed quiet when she worked, Shane hated silence, so he'd taken to working upstairs with the feed from the telescope playing quietly in the background. She'd seen him earlier in the day when he'd run down the stairs to say that a new message was playing, though, as it turned out, it didn't tell them much, except that they had a new president. Well, the United States did. Though this was an American observatory, none of the natives had survived. Once the excitement had worn off, he'd gone back upstairs, and she hadn't seen him for a couple of hours, but now he appeared, following Lev back down to the cafe where she and Akihiro waited. As they approached, it became obvious that they'd been debating something.
"Depends how much we can use it."
"We can get more, though, from other observatories, no?"
Shane slumped into a chair and rolled his eyes at Hannah.
"Now he's got the walkie-talkies working, Lev's suddenly concerned about how long the generator'll last."
Lev pulled up another chair.
"We have to keep talkie-talkies charged."
"Can't you use the solar batteries?"
Lev shook his head.
"No inverter. Anyway, we need more fuel to run other things. Computers. Laptop battery won't last long."
They'd been turning off the generator at night, but it was only designed for short-term use in case of power cuts.
"How much petrol have we got?"
Shane looked up at the ceiling as if making a calculation.
"At the current rate, maybe a couple of days. But anyway, I agree with Lev. We should check the other observatories. They'll all have generators and spare fuel, and maybe there are still survivors."
It was now a week since the aurora had first appeared, but if it hadn't been for the need to quickly decipher the Russian data, she'd have already gone with them to check.
"Look, I've done all I can," he said, handing her an SD card. "I've tabulated the readings from XLSAT over time and by direction. Maybe you can make sense of them, because I sure as hell can't."
Lev leaned forward, looking directly at Hannah, though his obvious enthusiasm couldn't hide the redness around his eyes.
"Then we should go, no?"
"Yeah," Shane said. "IRTF is the closest one clockwise."
Lev grunted.
"Is NASA facility?"
"Yes, but there's only ever a handful of staff there, sometimes only one. Most of its work is done remotely, or at least it was," Hannah said. Then she looked at the two of them. "Sure, go for it. Take one of the buggies in case you strike lucky."
"And we take talkie-talkie. You keep other. Says it has 12 hours battery, but is American, so maybe 6.
"Sure," Hannah said. "If you set off now, you can be back before nightfall. We'll keep an eye on radiation readings and let you know if you need to get under cover." She sighed as she watched them make their way to their quarters to prepare. "What troubles you?" Akihiro asked, looking up from the Russian logs. Hannah shook her head. "I don't know. Both of them only seem to get excited when they get to leave the observatory." "It is not so surprising. They are men of action, physical action. Myself, I prefer to win my battles within the confines of my mind. But Mr. Makarov and Dr. Walsh are like caged tigers. They see and understand intellectually as much of what has happened as you and I, but that simply causes frustration in them. They need to do something, however futile it might seem to you and I. It's not futile, Hannah said. We need the fuel for the generator. It's just that they seem to welcome the risk. Akihiro smiled. There is no safe choice. Stay here, and the risk is to the mines. Walsh in particular. I worry about him. Me too. Then let him go and work out his issues in manly silence with his friend. Trust me, he will be better for it.
10. Abby and Ray. Day 7. California. Ray slapped her hand down on the desk.
I've had enough.
Looking across from the storeroom, Abby sighed.
What is it now? I wish I'd practiced with the soldering iron more. Sure could do with Dad's help.
Abby walked over and put her hands around Ray's shoulder.
Amen to that. Be patient, little sister. You'll get there.
She watched as Ray raised the soldering iron again and took a deep breath. It looked awkward to Abby because her sister was left-handed, and she seemed to need 3 hands to hold everything in place.
Probably best to stand back a bit.
Fumes, Ray said, as she held a thin wire of solder between her fingers and bent forward.
Dad always said he was going to put ventilation in, but he didn't get around to it.
A puff of smoke emerged over her shoulder, and she sat up, holding the square of perf board up to the light and examining it closely.
I think that's it.
Abby watched as her sister slid the cyber deck across the table toward her and compared the circuit diagram on the wiki page with the somewhat more rustic version she was holding.
What do you think? It looks right. Can't really test it properly until the aurora starts up again. I wish Gray had waited.
Abby grunted.
He's an idiot, but not so stupid to be outside when the lights started. It was a clear-ish night.
She shook her head at the reminder. She'd stitched up Gray's wound soon after they'd eaten their ramen 36 hours ago or so, though she regretted having anything in her stomach pretty quickly after starting. She'd spread half a tube of local anesthetic onto the wound before cutting away the ragged edges of the skin. When they'd first got him back to the cabin, they'd worked out that the bullet had clipped the flesh on the back of his arm, severing some veins, but not remaining lodged. He'd almost died from a combination of shock, cold, and blood loss, and the wound needed to be closed to keep infection at bay and speed up his recovery. Her British professor at veterinary college would have called her repair a dog's breakfast, and she suspected Gray would have an ugly scar there for the rest of his life. But at least he would live. And then, just the next morning, he'd announced that he was returning to the farm to bury his parents and hunt down those who'd killed them. It was a cold, drizzly day that promised snow, but nothing they could say would persuade him to wait until he was fitter. That night, the weather had lifted to reveal the throbbing rainbow aurora between the clouds. Gray would have seen it, but there was no way of knowing how long the radiation levels had been high before the skies cleared.
I should have gotten this finished before he went,
Ray said, as she screwed the board into a housing made out of an empty butter container and attached the battery. Immediately, a screeching wail filled the room. Ray grabbed a screwdriver and turned a potentiometer on the circuit board.
That's better.
Does that mean the levels are high? Abby said, taking her fingers out of her ears. Ray shook her head.
Not necessarily. We need to wait until we can see the night sky, and if there's no aurora, we can calibrate it against that. Anything above that would mean danger. Look, I've got 3 LEDs, red, amber, and green, so we could switch off the buzzer, but then we might not notice.
Well done, little sister.
We don't know if it'll work yet.
Abby patted her on the shoulder.
If it doesn't, I'm sure you'll work it out. Now, how about a celebration? Shouldn't we wait until we know? If there's one thing I'm learning about this new world, it's to celebrate victories when they happen. Now, Do you want some salted caramel ice cream or not?" Ray's eyes lit up, and, for 10 minutes or so, the two of them lost themselves in the sugar rush. Abby led Ray out of the cabin and onto the track that led to the other properties between them and the highway. Her sister had the detector, which she called a tricorder, on a strap around her neck, and they'd chosen dusk to venture out so that if the aurora did appear, they'd see it. Ray would then be able to calibrate it, and they'd be able to use it to work out if it was safe to go out, even in broad daylight. They could have done that, of course, without leaving home, but they had another mission. The generator and furnace were both running low on fuel, and Abby had decided now was the time to check the neighboring cabins. There was no point in waiting for a return to normality and the rule of law. They needed gas, and their neighbors might have it. Abby wasn't about to freeze to death purely to respect the property rights of people who were themselves almost certainly dead. She led Ray along the mud and gravel track, feeling the cold of the half-melted snow seeping through her boots, and switched on her flashlight. "This is creepy," Ray said. "What if someone's home?" Abby took her hand, leading her past a fir tree that dropped wet gobs of snow onto them and the gravel. "If they're still at home, they're not likely to be any threat to us. Besides, you like the Schumachers, don't you?" "Yeah, Mrs. Schumacher makes nice cookies. She kept trying to give me her daughter's dresses. I think she thought I was a tomboy. Or a lesbian." They paused beside the last tree before the start of the Schumacher property and peered between the bare branches. Though she didn't consider herself to be easily spooked, from here it did look to be an abode of ghosts. It was a 2-story house with a pitched slate roof that rose to an apex in the middle and had wood-clad walls painted a light blue. In contrast to the rustic log cabin look of their own cabin, the Schumacher house was the embodiment of European style. Her father often joked that they'd ordered it from IKEA, and Abby had agreed that it had an air of artificiality about it. Tall, floor-to-ceiling windows on either side of the main door gave the house a skull-like appearance. Could the old couple still be inside? They celebrated the holidays every year, just as Abby's family did, so they could well have been here when the aurora first appeared. The question was, were they still here? Abby hadn't seen any sign of life when they'd passed by on their first venture out of the cabin, the one that led to them meeting Gray, but the Schumachers could have been hiding. But every instinct told Abby that nothing lived inside that house. "Let's go." She led Ray in through the front gate and toward the house, the sense of foreboding rising with every step. The crunch of their boots on the graveled driveway was all that broke the silence as the wind faded away like the holding of a breath. Abby switched on the flashlight attached to the barrel of her Remington 870 Express shotgun. Another regret. She should have chosen a pistol, but, fear being what it is, she'd opted for the biggest, baddest weapon in the rack. The steps creaked as they climbed onto the deck leading to the front door, Ray keeping a few feet behind her sister. Still, the dark windows stared out, daring them to enter. "I still don't think we should break in," Ray whispered. "I'll knock first, if you like, but I don't think there's much point." As it happened, the door wasn't locked, opening as soon as Abby pushed the handle down, almost as if the house was beckoning them inside. Breathing deeply to calm herself a little, Abby shone the flashlight into a neat hallway lined with beech, a stairway leading to an upper floor that nestled into the roof apex. She stepped inside and pushed the first door open. It led into a large open-plan room with a hearth on the far side, faced by a leather sofa. Abby flicked the light switch, but nothing happened, so they went back into the hallway and opened the next door, which led to a large kitchen with a central table surrounded by bar stools. "There must be food in here," Ray said. Abby nodded. "But remember the plan. We have to check out the whole house first. Once we know it's unoccupied, then we can take our time." Reluctantly, Ray followed her sister to the hallway again as they made their way toward the back of the house. They found 2 bedrooms,
both empty, and showing no sign they'd been occupied recently.
"It's like being in a freezer,"
Ray said, sending clouds of steam through the flashlight beam as it played over a Euro 2020 tournament poster.
"Yeah, I don't reckon the furnace has been on for a while. Maybe they hadn't got here for the holidays before it all happened."
"I hope so,"
Ray said. Abby nodded. Yes, the best-case scenario was that the house had been fully provisioned for Christmas, probably by a local, but the Schumachers never arrived. That would mean they'd have at least some food, though much would have been ruined by now, and a stack of wood for the furnace, and maybe gas for the generator.
"Let's just check upstairs," Abby said. "Then we can relax."
They hadn't found a master bedroom yet, so it had to be at the top of the stairs, and it felt as though the house was drawing them toward it, ready to snap its jaws shut as soon as they went inside. Abby led Ray up the stairs as the house began to creak in a rising wind. Her hammering heart told her she'd find something horrible when she went into the bedroom.
"You stay here,"
she whispered to Ray as they neared the top. Ray pulled on her hand.
"No way! I'm not waiting out here on my own."
"Just stand outside the door, then. Let me go inside."
Abby crossed the wooden landing, Ray right behind her, and put her hand on the door handle. Better to get it over with than draw it out. There wasn't going to be anything dangerous inside, not physically dangerous anyway, but they couldn't gather what they needed until she'd seen what was here. She turned the handle and stepped inside, pulling the door shut behind her. Immediately, her eyes began to water, and then, as she drew in a tentative breath, her lungs revolted, and she ran for the window, thrusting the stock of the shotgun through before she realized it wasn't locked. She breathed the fresh, drizzly air, head out of the window as if she were vomiting, until, finally, she turned around to face the horror. 2 bodies lay on the bed, arms wrapped around one another. Her flashlight played across the dead, blackened skin and rictus jaws, one pair of unseeing eyes staring at the ceiling, the other turned mercifully away. A comforter lay across the 2 bodies as if they'd been huddling together for warmth, and on the carpet she saw an empty pill bottle. She heard Ray's terrified voice coming through the closed door.
"Abby, what's happening? Are you okay?"
"Yes, don't come in."
She felt as though she were desecrating a tomb by shouting so loud, but she couldn't risk her sister coming inside. She was barely keeping a lid on her own mental state, and she suspected she'd pay for this in the days to come, but she couldn't bear to imagine the damage it would do to Ray's state of mind. She approached the bed, heart beating on the inside of her rib cage, and went into the ensuite bathroom. Mrs. Schumacher's cosmetics were arranged in neat rows on the open shelves, and 2 toothbrushes sat in the holder as if waiting to be used. Deciding she didn't want to ever have to come in here again, Abby tipped the trash can into the bath and swept everything that might be useful into it. She'd promised herself that she wouldn't look at the Schumachers, but something rustled as she hurried past, and she noticed a sheet of paper pinned beneath Mr. Schumacher's arm. In the flashlight beam, she could see that it had writing on it, so she snatched the paper away and ran quickly back to the landing where Ray stood, with her hands over her mouth.
"Why did you leave me so long?"
Abby was going to snap back at her until she saw her sister's tears. She pulled her into a hug.
"Was it Mr. and Mrs. Schumacher?"
"Yeah.
I was so scared. What have you got there?"
Abby released her and put the trash can on the floor before turning the flashlight onto the paper.
"It's a message."
"What does it say?"
In spidery writing, Abby read, "Dear neighbor, you are welcome to all that you find here. Where we are going, we have no need. We ask only this, before we meet our Lord and Savior, please commit our remains to the soil. We are lying on a tarpaulin, which you will be able to wrap around our bodies and drag downstairs. Take us through the back door, and you will find a grave. It is not deep, but sufficient. We were in much pain by the time we decided on our course. Please bury us, and say a prayer for our immortal souls. Farewell, Victor and Mary Schumacher." Ray hugged Abby as she read these words.
"It's so sad. Why do you think they did it?"
"They were already sick," Abby said. "That first night, when you had your seizure, they were probably outside looking at the sky."
"So we could have helped them?"
"No. Judging by the smell, I think they died long before we got back with Gray. They knew they had no chance, so they took all their painkillers in one go. Or maybe Mr. Schumacher shot himself after his wife took hers. I don't know. I didn't look that closely." Ray looked across at the shut door.
"What do we do? I mean, could we leave them there and just take what we need?"
"No, we can't. We need what they've got, and we know what the condition is. So we come back tomorrow and bury them." They turned and walked down the stairs, feeling that, finally, the house had revealed its secret and held no more terrors. As they reached the door, Abby reeled backward, pulling the shotgun into the air with a yell. Ray screamed at the shape standing in the doorway as it raised its hands, before Abby recovered and brought the gun down. The shape had gone. "Don't shoot! Ray, Abby, don't shoot!" Abby let out a roar of pent-up nervous energy.
"You asshat, Gray! I nearly blew your head off!"
11. Grace.
Gracias a Dios.
At first, she thought she must have gone mad. Or was she in heaven? Then something warm and slimy ran up her cheek. Do dogs go to heaven?
How do you feel?
She blinked, trying to lubricate her dry eyes. It had been a man's voice, but it wasn't a man she was looking at.
Maria?
The child nodded and moved aside as Marty emerged from the dimly lit room, his face appearing to flicker in reflected candlelight.
What happened? Oh, my head hurts.
She put her hand to her temple and then yelled in panic.
The baby!
It's okay, Marty said.
I drove the truck back here, and we finally persuaded your dog to let us through the door when he saw I had you in my arms.
Fingers wrapped around her hand.
I am sorry, Marty continued. It was my fault you crashed. I saw a car, and it seemed like our only chance, so I ran out. I didn't know it was you until I opened the door. I thought I'd killed you, after all you'd done for us.
She winced as she shook her head.
No, I shouldn't have sent you out. I couldn't have borne it if... It's okay. Maria is fine. I have locked the gate, but the power went out just after we got back. Generator probably needs fuel. I can... No, I can't.
His hand moved to her shoulder.
You stay there. I'll start it up again. Now, please rest. And thank you.
Her head still hurt like hell next time she opened her eyes, but she felt a lot more like herself, so she sat up and swung her legs with a groan over the side of the bed. She rubbed the back of her neck, paying attention to where her body hurt the most. Aside from her forehead and neck, she felt as though the point where her shoulders met her spine wasn't attached quite as well as it had been. She didn't remember the accident after the truck began to slide. Her head must have snapped forward, hitting the wheel and sending a shock wave down her spine. She was going to be sore for a while, that was for certain. Boomer trotted into the bedroom and nuzzled her hands.
I'm okay,
she reassured him, though she suspected he was more concerned about whether he'd been right to let the strangers in. Technically, Grace had been with them, but dogs aren't the most subtle of thinkers. A small figure appeared in the doorway.
Come on in,
Grace said, watching as Maria shyly followed Boomer. She stroked his back and smiled.
I see you've made a friend,
she said to the dog. The child lifted an imaginary spoon to her mouth and mimed eating.
Yes, I am hungry,
Grace said, and instantly Maria disappeared, her feet thumping down the stairs moments later. She'd begun to drift off again when Marty appeared, carrying a tray.
"Good morning, Grace. I made some scrambled eggs. I hope they're okay. I'm not much of a cook, and I didn't want to go looking in the storeroom without asking."
"Thank you," she said. "Can't remember the last time anybody made me a meal." Marty smiled. He was a good-looking man, Grace thought, in his mid-30s, at a guess. His beard had spread down his throat, and his eyes spoke of intelligence, though the black rings around them said more about exhaustion.
"Would you like some coffee? There's a jar of instant on the counter."
She nodded.
"That'd be great, thank you. And these eggs are lovely."
As he reached the door, she called out to him, "You don't need to hurry away from here, you know." He turned around, his face betraying a mix of hope and fear, as she tried to make her meaning clearer.
"I mean, you and Maria are welcome to stay, while you've got a mind."
His beard split in a smile of obvious relief.
"Thank you, Grace. We will both earn our keep."
"I'm sure you will," she said. She finished her scrambled eggs and sat back to await her coffee. Why had she been in such a hurry to send them on their way the day before? Sure, her husband had died that morning, and maybe that had sent her screwy, but she wasn't entirely sure that had sunk in yet. She knew now for certain that the one thing she didn't want was to be alone with only a new baby and a dog for company. She was still a little shaky on her feet when she made her way downstairs. She'd put on a fresh set of clothes, but her neck and shoulders still hurt, though her headache had disappeared with a couple of Advil. She led Marty into the basement to show him around, using the sacred checklist to point out what they had and how long it would likely last. "It's gas that's the main problem. Folks thought we were crazy when we had a solid fuel furnace installed, but even with that and the solar, Walt always said we'd have to wrap up warm if Armageddon happened in the winter."
"Armageddon?"
Or the rapture, whatever you want to call it.
"You believe the lights in the sky are the end times?"
She led him back upstairs and into the kitchen. "Were you brought up Christian, Marty?" For a moment, she wondered whether she'd invited an atheist to live under her roof.
"My parents were Catholic,"
he said. Almost as bad. "Of course, you're Mexican."
"I'm an American, Grace. I was born here. But yes, my heritage is Mexican."
She put the coffee maker on the stove. "Sure, I didn't mean nothing by it."
"And what do you believe about the end times?"
She felt strangely reluctant to tell him, but it was too late to back out now. "Have you heard of the Foundation?"
"Is that another word for the Mormons?"
Despite herself, she couldn't help chuckling. "Not at all. Lots of folks haven't heard of us, but I joined when I met Walter. Got me away from Mom and Dad, at least. I loved him back then. Anyway," she said, realizing she was going down a dark road, "it doesn't matter much. But we believe the Bible is the Word of God, exactly as written down, and it talks of the end times when the Antichrist will rule over the world of men. Our Lord and Savior will call the godly to the rapture, and we will join him. These lights, when I saw them first, I thought they must be the sign, but it's been a week now, so maybe—" She paused for a moment and shrugged. "Well, I guess I don't know, to be truthful. It would be prideful to think I know the mind of the Heavenly Father, so we'd best make our plans and wait to see what happens."
"Yes, I think you're right, Grace. I'll help all I can. But, you know, I don't think we should worry about supplies much. Not for a while, anyway. It's people we should watch out for. Anyone could come by."
She smiled. "Anyone like you mean?"
"I know. I sound like a hypocrite, but I'm not talking about a man and a child walking along the road looking for help. When I was hiding in Twisted Pine, I saw many things. Most folks aren't as kind as you, Grace."
"Kind? I sent you back out into the world when I could have taken you in."
"And you came for us. It seems to me we've both been lucky. I was lucky to find you, and you're lucky that I am not one of those men I saw in the town."
Grace shook her head, then looked into his brown eyes.
You don't have to talk about it none. Not until you're ready. But what do we have to do to stay safe? For now, I think we must stay invisible and keep watch. And we must find ways to protect ourselves if they do find us.
She thought about Walter, lying beneath the soil only feet away on the other side of the wall. He hadn't been much of a husband, at least not in the ways that had mattered most. In this post-apocalyptic world, however, he'd be the perfect partner. And yet he'd chosen just that moment to go and die on her. Typical.
Are you okay, Grace?
He was watching her with close concern, and she realized she'd retreated into her inner thoughts.
Sorry, yeah, I'm fine. Now, I'm going to check on Hope, and then me and Maria are going to bake together. That kid needs to start talking again, and I reckon the first step on that road is doing ordinary things together. I don't know whether she's always been like that, Marty said, glancing at the door to the living room. I guess not, because she doesn't use any signs. Poor baby. I can't imagine what happened to her to send her mute. But maybe the road to recovery begins with Grace's special upside-down cake.
Marty took her hand.
Thank you again. You're going to have to stop with that, you know. Maybe. But for now, I'll go take a look at your truck and see if I can fix the damage. It took a hell of a hit.
12. Elijah. He knew straight away that the alternator belt had snapped. He wondered how far the car had gone afterward. Mitchell had bellyached like crazy, but in the end he'd dug a grave for the woman alongside a row of others on the fairway of the 18th hole, and the two men carried her stiff body to its final resting place. Her driver's license identified her as Eugenie Brown, but Wade couldn't see any obvious reason to think she'd died of anything other than exposure to the radiation. When it was done, and they walked back to the car, Wade found he'd warmed a little to Mitchell. He was a lazy son of a bitch, but he'd done his job and helped Elijah give Ms. Brown a decent burial. Okay, the good news is that it's just a belt. The bad news is that none of the other cars on this road will have one like it. So what do we do? We work out how long it has to be and see if any of these has a timing belt that will do. They went back to the Citroën, and Wade searched through the pack on the seat until he found a thin vest which he used to measure the distance the belt would need to travel, then used a lipstick to mark it out, repeating that with a second piece of clothing. "You head that way," he said, "and I'll go the other. We're looking for a belt this long, okay? Doesn't matter if the car is burned out, as long as the belt's the right length. First job is to find a toolkit in the trunk of one of these wrecks." Mitchell nodded. "Have you checked your star?" Good point. Wade got into the shade of a car and wrapped his fingers around the tiny object. "No sign, but we'd better get on with it. Let's give it an hour, then go rest up." They'd returned to the clubhouse twice before Wade finally thought he'd found what they were looking for. He'd moved so far along the road he couldn't see Mitchell anymore. He was concentrating on older cars because he figured that they were more likely to have a belt to fit the Citroën, but he almost didn't look twice at the 20-year-old Ford Focus. He had no idea what color it had been once, but now it was a matte black, reflecting the inferno that had engulfed it. A bony hand grasped the remains of the steering wheel, though there was no sign of the rest of the driver's body. As Wade reached in to pull the hood release, his fingers met disturbed bones that separated as he moved. He gritted his teeth and talked the panic down until he was calm enough to look at the engine. To his surprise, he found that it was untouched by the fire that had consumed the rest of the vehicle and its occupant. He felt around the belt, comparing it to the piece of cloth he was using as a measure. It looked about right, so he got the wrench out of his toolkit and freed the belt from the alternator, then jogged back to the Citroën. "Damn!" he snapped as he tried to fit it to the Diana. "Too long, only by a couple of inches." He stood up, kicked the car, and yelled at the sky. Mitchell sighed. "Come on, Elijah. Let's go get something to eat. We'll find one eventually.
Did you hear the one about the horse who goes into a bar?
Wade didn't appreciate Becky's attempt at humor as he stalked back into the clubhouse and threw the rubber belt down.
Oh, come on, Lige. It can't be that bad.
You haven't been out there all day looking for an alternator belt for a vintage French car. She sat down beside him on the couch and picked up the belt.
What's wrong with it?
It's too long.
Why don't you try another one?
Because, Becky, he said, trying to keep a lid on his temper, I've already tried 100, and this was the closest. She ran the belt through her fingers.
Are you sure you're not grouchy because you're hungry?
He groaned. That's not helping.
Well, we can do something about that, Gale said, helping him up.
How long does it have to be?
It's marked on the vest. Ideally, I'd have gotten one an inch shorter so it could be stretched. I guess I'll go back out later and keep trying. He felt Becky's eyes on him as he was led to a table in the far corner of the room that contained a selection of canned fruit.
Mitchell was supposed to be foraging, so we don't really have anything other than this.
Wade barely responded. He'd never been a connoisseur of food, preferring straightforward American cuisine and not caring much where it came from. And now, as he looked at the cans, he remembered the ache of genuine hunger that only comes when you're not sure where your next meal is coming from. To him, right now, the canned peaches tasted like nectar from the gods. He didn't even notice Mitchell sitting down beside him, and he only knew Becky had moved when he'd finished and gone back to the sofa. She wasn't there. But before he could wonder where she'd gone, she appeared from behind him.
Think this'll do?
She dropped a band of black rubber beside him. "Where did you get this?" he asked, stunned. Then he looked more closely, his fingers running over a stitched join.
I didn't get it. I made it. Gale told me earlier about the boot room. They've got all kinds of equipment for fixing things, including a sewing machine. I spliced the two ends together, nice and tight.
He looked from her to the belt and back again. "I didn't know you could sew."
"Why would you?"
she said, speaking lightly but with obvious pride. She'd taken the complete belt, cut it to size, then thinned out an inch on each side so the seam would overlap, and sewn them back together. He got up and drew her into an embrace. "Nice one, Becky."
"Thanks. I'm glad to be able to help. I hope it works."
"It will," he said.
"Oh, and take a shower, will you? I don't think Carlton will mind too much if you break rotation. The rest of us would appreciate it."
Mitchell's wife, Sue, didn't share his enthusiasm once they'd gotten the Deanna working, and Wade was pretty sure she had hoped they'd fail. Unfortunately, she had one of those voices that travels, so the whole room knew about it until, finally, they went into another part of the clubhouse to argue in private. When they returned, Mitchell was smiling, and Sue, it seemed, had been convinced. Gale approached her as she was stuffing clothes into her pack.
"You can stay with us if you want, you know."
Wade watched as Sue turned lifeless eyes on her friend.
"No, it's okay. Mitchell's right. We've got family up there we need to go check on."
"He's got family, you mean? Where do your folks live?"
"New Jersey. That's way too far."
"We're going to New York," Becky said. "You could come with us." Wade's gut tightened. The last thing he wanted was the extra responsibility of Mitchell and his wife. Sue shook her head.
"No, it's okay. I don't want to travel that far. I just want to find somewhere safe."
"We're going to find my family and wait out the storm," Mitchell said, putting a proprietorial arm around Sue's shoulder. "We ready to go?" Wade nodded wearily. He hadn't slept in 24 hours, but every time he considered the road ahead, he was reminded that each delay now made that journey longer and the chances of finding Kelly lower. But then he also wasn't about to let Mitchell drive, at least not until they'd gotten onto the interstate, and it was mainly a case of keeping going. But that was simplistic. Chances were the highways would be blocked in places and dangerous in others, and they'd be forced to take detours. He almost hoped the lights in the sky would appear and force them to take cover. At least then he'd get some sleep.
Lige, you okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Becky checked him over, then nodded, as if coming to a decision.
You can get us out of the city, then I'll take over.
You drive?
Are you kidding me? I was driving my daddy's flatbed by the time I was 14.
He chuckled. Sorry, I guess.
Don't worry, Lige. I'm used to people thinking I'm dumb. Sometimes it's good to be underestimated.
It won't happen again, he said, hoping he was going to be able to keep his word. They said goodbye to Gale and Carlton at the door of the clubhouse. Night had fallen, but clouds obscured the sky, so they relied upon Kelly's star to reassure them that it was safe to be outside. Both Gale and Sue had tears in their eyes when they stepped back after embracing, and even Carlton looked upset, but Mitchell got nothing more than a cursory acknowledgment and handshake before they walked back into the clubhouse and disappeared into the darkness. Mitchell, who'd revealed that he didn't drive, rode shotgun as Wade fired up the old Citroën and tried to work out the weird stick shift that protruded from the dashboard. He finally got it into reverse, grinding the gears as he released the unfamiliar clutch too early, and they kangarooed backwards until he slammed his foot on the brake. "Sorry, I'll get the hang of it," he said. He managed to pick a way between the abandoned cars, though Mitchell and Becky had to jump out once to push a burned-out Honda Civic off the road so the Citroën could get through. The plan had been to get onto I-210 as soon as possible, but the ramp was hopelessly blocked, so they were forced to shadow it along Foothill Boulevard, the dark expanse of Hanson Dam spreading out to their right. Fires burned in the wilderness on one side, as San Fernando smoldered on the other. It took 2 more hours to make it the 20 or so miles to Santa Clarita, and, out of the left window, he glimpsed the silhouette of Magic Mountain against the moonlit clouds. "You reckon we can try the freeway now?" Mitchell said. "It's right there." Wade, whose mood had grown darker and darker as they'd crawled along, grunted. Somehow the decimation was worse from the inside of a car. It was like watching the aftermath of a disaster movie at half speed. But this was no work of special effects. Those were real bodies, scattered and broken on the asphalt, real lives snuffed out. And he was acutely aware that, at this rate, it would take weeks to get to New York, even if the car could make it that far. The Deanna had half a tank of gas, which meant maybe 3 to 4 gallons, and, at a guess, a maximum of 150 miles of range. That would get them no more than 1/10 of the way. So, at best, he'd have to fill up 4 or 5 times, even if he didn't have to detour north to Mitchell's hometown before continuing their journey. "I'm just saying," Mitchell continued, "maybe the freeway's clearer here?" Wade ran an arm over his eyes, trying to clear them. "Sure. We'll give it a try." He took a right past the burned-out remains of a fast food restaurant and began climbing the ramp toward I-5. "See? I told you," Mitchell said. The way was easier here, with a clear route through the stranded traffic. It looked to Wade as if someone had been through here since the night of the disaster. Then his headlamps illuminated words written in Sharpie on the side of a white pickup. "Stop ahead."
"Look, Elijah," Becky said, reaching through and pointing ahead. "I can see fire."
She was right. It felt like they were walking into a trap. "Maybe we better go back the way we came," Mitchell said, but when Wade looked in the rearview mirror, he saw more flames, and this time they were moving. Someone was behind them, closing off their means of escape. Wade cursed and reached down for his weapon. "We'll keep going. Don't anybody do anything stupid, right? Leave the talking to me." He slowed the car down and followed the cleared path until the fires ahead became obvious. It looked like a 16-wheeler graveyard, as at least 4 of them sat on the highway. 2 of them cut across the road and into the crash barrier, and they formed what looked like an impenetrable blockade. The nearest one, which lay on its side with its roof facing them, was lit by a row of oil cans placed on the road, and he could see figures moving in the flickering light. Good grief, how many were there? There was no escape, and no point in trying to fight their way out. All he had was decades of negotiation experience. He tried not to think too hard about his overall success rate. 2 figures moved toward the car, one holding an automatic weapon and the other with a hand up. Wade brought the Citroën to a halt and rolled down the window. He was surprised the face that appeared was a young woman, and she was smiling.
"You didn't see the signs, no?"
she said in a soft Spanish accent. "What signs?" She laughed at that.
"All along the interstate for maybe 10 miles each way?"
"We weren't on the interstate."
"Is that right?"
"Hey, don't move or I fire!" The man behind her poked the rifle barrel through the open window as Wade froze.
"It's okay, Jimmy. I don't think he's going to take any risks."
"I was just getting my badge," Wade said. "I'm a cop." It was a gamble. He didn't know how she'd react to the news, but he had no other cards in his deck. She nodded and put a hand up to deflect the rifle out of the way, and Wade very slowly reached into his pocket and handed her his ID.
"Detective Elijah Wade, Glendale PD," she read. "Are you taking these people into custody?"
She giggled to her comrade. "No, we're heading north. Mitchell here's got family in Medford, Oregon." She looked at them all.
"You're not going to get very far like this."
"Like what?"
"With your headlights on. Don't you get it? It's everyone for themselves. My people own these trucks and the supplies on them. We negotiate with our allies, and we keep ourselves fed and safe. But a working car? That's a pretty valuable thing to have."
"You can't have it," Mitchell said petulantly. "We fixed it. It's ours." The young woman's face tightened.
"You think that means anything? You think we couldn't take it if we wanted?"
"I'm sorry," Wade said. "This man's an idiot." He stabbed a finger at Mitchell. "No, can it?" He returned his attention to the young woman at the window. "Look, we know you could do whatever you wanted, but I'm hoping you'll let us pass through."
"Sorry, I can't do that. Don't have the authority. You'll have to speak to Jackson."
"Where do I find him?"
"Oh, don't you worry. He'll find you."
Wade parked the Citroën alongside the first truck and got out of the car with his arms raised. They were immediately surrounded by 6 armed men and women, all wearing baseball caps or hoods. Wade saw combat jackets and even police uniforms among them. A man emerged from the crowd and watched as Wade and the others gave up their weapons. You're the guy who can't read a sign, that right?" He spoke in a deep voice and raised his baseball cap to reveal a wide but handsome brown face and black, close-cropped beard. He exuded confidence and control. Wade noticed the woman who'd first spoken to him among the armed people. "I explained to her. We just got onto the interstate. We didn't see any signs." Jackson lit a cigarette and breathed in deeply as Wade watched, suddenly yearning for a smoke. And the big man knew it. That much was obvious. "Yeah, Micah told me what you said. Now why don't you and me have ourselves a little talk, man to man?" He nodded, and Becky, Sue, and Mitchell gasped as their arms were pulled behind them. "Gently, gently. These people are our guests," Jackson said, before gesturing for Wade to follow him. Jackson led him to the back of the nearest truck, then pulled the doors open. Inside, Wade saw pallets of food and other supplies, with makeshift counters just behind the doors. It looked like a warehouse operation. "You see this? This is what's keeping my folks alive. There's a mall down there," he said, gesturing back the way they'd come, "and we got over 100 people. Some of them are old, some are sick, some are recovering. Most of the fit ones are here with me, keeping these stocks safe. Micah tells me you're a cop. Well, I was the fire chief. Technically, I suppose I still am. And it's my job to keep as many of my people alive until the government comes to help us as I can." "That's commendable, but what's it got to do with us?" Wade asked. Jackson finished his cigarette and threw it away. He took 2 more from the pack and handed one to Wade before lighting them both.
I know a fellow addict when I see one. Bad for your health, you know. But then so is the end of the world. Anyway, guys like you and me, we have to step up when the brown stuff hits the fan. You're a detective, right? So, why not help us out a little?
Look, Mr. Jackson, you can call me Jay when we're talking man-to-man. Jay, my daughter's in New York. I need to get to her. She had a heart operation a week ago. Jackson took a deep drag, as if thinking deeply, before blowing a cloud of smoke into the air.
So, she was having an operation when the lights appeared?
Yeah.
Man, why weren't you in New York already?
Wade groaned.
Yeah, I'm a crap father, I know. On the other hand, if I'd gotten my flight, I'd be dead now. And you think your kid is still alive?
I have to. Jackson put his hand on Wade's shoulder.
That's where you're wrong. You see, I'm standing right in front of you. I'm alive, and so are the people with me. You can see them for yourself. So, you can choose to help us stay alive. Man like you would sure be useful to have around. Thing is, Elijah, if people like you don't step up, then this really is going to be the end. Those lights, they knocked us down, and if we're ever going to get up again, we need folks to stand together. It's about duty.
My duty is to my daughter, Jay. I know that now, more than ever. I let her down before. I won't do it again.
Jackson shook his head. Even if you find her, and that's a hell of a long shot, what kind of a future will she grow up in if people like you don't do the right thing?
I am doing the right thing. I made a promise, and this time I mean to see it through, or die trying. Now are you going to let us through or not? Finishing his cigarette, Jackson flicked it away, the orange glow arcing through the air to disappear before it hit the ground.
Well, we sure could use a working car, he said, eyes narrowing. But, yeah, you can go. I'm not going to stand here and lecture you on making a stand and then take what you've got. I'm trusting you didn't take that car by force.
I didn't. Mitchell's an ass, but he's right. We found it and fixed it.
Then you better get going, he said,
reaching into his pocket, pulling out a sealed packet of cigarettes and handing them to Wade.
But promise me one thing, detective, will you?
What's that?
When you're done with your mission, if you come back this way, you check in on us, okay? Will you do that for me?
Wade put out his hand. You have my word. It wasn't much of a promise, as he had little hope he'd make it across the country, let alone find Kelly. And even if, by some miracle, he succeeded, he couldn't imagine coming back to the West Coast. And he kind of regretted that. Jackson was right. The world needed people like him if humanity was to have any chance of surviving. But mankind would have to wait, for now. Wade had an overriding duty to his daughter. He'd let her down one too many times, but not again. He would find her, or die trying. 13. Elijah, Day 8. Elijah was asleep on the back seat as he felt the Citroën veer off the highway and into the parking lot of a motel.
What are we doing here?
Becky turned around from the driver's seat, then pointed up at the little star hanging from the rearview mirror.
Started glowing a while back, but this is the first place we've come to where we might be able to hole up.
Mitchell was slumped in the passenger seat, asleep with his head leaning on the windowsill, but Sue was looking out into the darkness on the opposite side to Wade. He pulled out his weapon and tried to pierce the darkness. They'd been driving without headlights, using the moon to illuminate the road ahead, but moving at a crawling pace for fear of colliding with something.
Where are we?
Don't know. We passed signs to Bakersfield, but you said to stay on I-5.
Mitchell snored himself awake, and Wade left it to Sue to fill him in.
How far have we gotten?
Since the roadblock, 85 miles.
Is that all? Jeez, we've been driving for hours.
Really? Becky snapped. I hadn't noticed. You want to keep going when that's in the sky?
She pointed through the windshield. Above them, emerging from the darkness, pulsing lights danced, growing brighter as they watched.
"We need to get inside,"
Mitchell said, shrinking back and putting his hands on his head.
"Take us round back," Elijah said, "out of sight of the road."
Becky nodded and guided the car around the motel before parking it between two wrecks.
"How do we know someone won't steal it?"
Mitchell said as Becky turned off the engine.
"I guess the lights will keep it safe,"
Wade said. "Anyone who's survived so far will know that they can't go out while the aurora's in the sky. But anyway, we haven't got a choice. Now let's get inside," he added, before reaching forward and grabbing the glowing star. Elijah tried the first door handle he came to, but it was locked, so he and Mitchell kicked at it until it swung inwards.
"Jeez,"
Wade said, reeling back at the stench that roiled out of the room. He pulled the door shut again and took a deep breath.
"We're not going in there."
He moved along to the next one and, this time, pressed his nose into the door jamb. Raising his foot, he went to kick at the lock when a voice called from inside. "Please, leave us alone." Elijah stepped back from the door and waved the others away.
"We don't mean any harm. We're just looking for shelter from the lights."
He could hear whispering on the other side of the door. Then the lock clicked, and a face looked out. It was a young, frightened woman. She looked at Wade, then the others, before stepping back to let them in. "It's okay, Max. They could force their way in if they wanted to. They don't look too mean to me." A man of similar age stood in the far corner, but as they closed the door behind themselves, he darted forward and checked that the drapes were closed tight. "What's that?" he asked, pointing at Wade's hand. It was emitting an eerie glow that illuminated the inside of the motel room.
"This? It's fluorescent. Glows when the radiation levels are high."
"But it's glowing now." Wade walked toward the back wall and held the star out.
"It takes a little time, but it's better than nothing. We're all out of Geiger counters."
"It's fading. Look." "I'm Becky," she said. The woman who'd opened the door introduced herself as Eva. "And this is Max, my husband." Wade caught the expression on Max's face. He was certain that Eva had just lied, but could hardly see how it mattered.
"I'm Elijah," he said, before pointing at the others, "Mitchell and Sue. If they can wait here, I'll check some more rooms, see if we can find one to ourselves."
"It's okay," Eva said. "We've been hiding here for a week. It's good to have someone to talk to."
"Do you know of anyone else here?"
Max peeked through the drapes. "There was someone next door when we got here, but we haven't heard anything from them for a few days." "It was horrible," Eva added. "They were moaning, but we were too scared to go around there. It could be contagious." "It's radiation," Becky snapped. "How can it be contagious? Didn't you pay attention in science class?" Eva shrunk back and shook her head. We just didn't want to take a chance."
"We're safe for now," Elijah said, holding up the star.
The glow had disappeared entirely, so he walked over to the window and looked up through a crack in the drape.
"But the lights are still out, so we can't go anywhere."
"Would you like a drink? We've got a camping stove, and Max got some coffee from the vending machine." Max gestured at the little stove. "We were stopping off here before going backpacking, heading for Yosemite eventually. Guess we'll never get there now. Not until the government sorts this out."
"Take my advice," Elijah said. "Don't wait for the government. If you want to see Yosemite, go do it. I can guarantee it'll be pretty quiet."
Max gave a thin smile. "Yeah, maybe. If we can get a hold of a star like yours. I'd rather stay here than only be able to travel on a clear night."
"If there's a baby store or a toy retailer nearby, you could be lucky."
Wade returned the young man's smile, but he recognized that Max was using brave words in front of his partner. They felt safe here, and wouldn't go anywhere until they absolutely had to. "What's that?" Becky said. "I thought I heard—"
Wade snapped around. "A truck. They must have seen us arrive." "What are we going to do?" Mitchell asked, his eyes wide with fear. "You're going to hide here. I'll go deal with it."
"I'll come with you," Becky said.
"No way. This is what I do, Beck. Let me handle it."
He could see words beginning to form in her throat, but she bit them back down. His heart raced as he slipped out of the door and into the dark walkway outside. He slowed his breathing to keep the anger under control. He knew that feeling, knew it needed to be quelled. Elijah Wade was a good detective. He could have been a great one, except that once or twice he'd let his rage get the better of him. Most folk would say his actions had been justified, but those folk didn't make the rules, and he knew they were right. Cool heads make great cops. That was his mantra. Following the line of the motel, he reached the corner and peered around it, just in time to see someone getting out of the driver's seat of an old Mitsubishi flatbed. A second figure got out on the other side. Wade watched as they circled the Citroën. He had 3 rounds in the clip of his Colt 1911 and 1 in the chamber, plus 1 more clip in his pocket. He'd need to find more ammunition sooner rather than later, but for now, he had to make sure every round counted. From their movements, Wade could tell the 2 figures were both young men. One was larger than the other. Even here, at the world's end, he wasn't about to shoot without giving a warning, but as he opened his mouth to call, a third shape got out of the back of the truck. Wider than the others, this figure moved with the quiet assurance of a leader.
"Just an old piece of crap, boss," the first man said. "You want me to smash the glass, see what's inside?"
The second figure agreed. He had a reedy, nervous voice.
"Yeah, we wasting time."
Wade could see the one they'd called Boss move casually around the Citroën.
"Piece of crap? Works, don't it? How many can you say that about? Question is, where be the driver?"
"I'm here," Wade called, "and you get 1 warning. Get back in the truck." For a moment, the 3 figures froze, but as the 2 underlings swept the shadows with their weapons, the boss simply raised his hands and moved into view.
"You a cop? Sound like a cop."
"Glendale PD," Wade responded, keeping his voice low to make it harder for them to fix his location. The boss nodded.
"Yeah, thought so. Seems to me you ain't gonna shoot 3 times before we get you. You outside your jurisdiction, friend. Now why don't you let us take what we want, and we let you live? How that sound?"
Wade could see the man walking slowly toward him, hands raised. There was no question of allowing them to take the car. It was the only way he could see of getting across the country short of walking. It was his route back to Kelly, and everything else took second place to that overriding priority. The boss was right. He likely couldn't shoot all 3 of them before they got to him. He made his decision. Due process was yet another casualty of the calamity that had wiped out billions, as far as he knew. At the last instant, the boss saw the muzzle of his gun as he took aim, and so the round hit him in the upper chest rather than the heart. The boss fell with a yell of pain, and Wade snapped back as the corner he'd hidden around became a chaos of exploding brick dust. He took advantage of a moment's pause to bring his weapon to bear again, but in that instant he saw the larger of the 2 henchmen dragging the boss's body toward the open door of the truck. Movement on the other side of the Citroën caught Wade's eye, and a shape leaped out from the shadows, rounding the corner, knife flashing in the dark. With a groan, he fell backward, breath knocked out of him as he hit the ground. He could smell alcohol on his attacker's breath, and the man roared with anger, wrestling with Wade as the detective tried to keep the knife away from his neck.
"You son of a bitch, I gotta slit you wide open."
Wade pivoted suddenly, bringing his elbow up as the thug lost his balance, his head snapping back as Wade connected with his jaw. He scrambled to where his weapon lay, grabbing it and bringing it to bear as his opponent got onto his knees. In a dog-eat-dog world, Wade should have pulled the trigger, but despite his anger and fear, his thirst for vigilante justice had dissipated when he'd seen the leader fall backward, his hands still raised. His attacker's eyes widened, and for an instant, Wade saw the man believe he was about to die. "Get out of here," Wade hissed, "and if you follow us, I swear to God I'll blow your head off." Elijah saw the man's eyes widen even further. Then Wade nodded in the direction of the truck. "Go, brother." Instantly, the man got to his feet and ran to the truck, climbing in beside his comrade, who'd now gotten the boss into the back. Wade watched as the vehicle wheel-spun its way across the parking lot, then turned and headed toward the highway. Then, as he was about to turn around, he saw a muzzle flash lighting up the inside of the truck for a moment. It seemed the boss didn't have Wade's sense of mercy, so Elijah put a bullet into one of the tires and watched as the truck limped away. He slammed the door behind him as he got back to the room and stood with his back to it as Becky rushed to him.
"You're bleeding!"
He put his hand to his forehead as Becky traced a wound he hadn't even noticed. It's nothing, but we've got to get out of here, soon as the lights stop.
You didn't kill them all?
No, Mitchell, I didn't kill them all, he growled, then looked at Becky. I've chased them off. One is dead, one wounded, and I've winged the car, but I don't want them following us. Don't think we'd be able to outrun them. He smiled as she wiped the blood away with a paper tissue. Eva emerged from the shelter of Max's arms.
"Will they come back?"
"Yeah, I think so."
"What do we do?"
Wade shrugged. "Go hiking in Yosemite, but keep off the highways and find yourself something fluorescent."
"Look what you've done," Max said, jabbing a finger at Elijah. "We were safe here."
Wade shook his head. "You only thought you were. Someone would have found you in the end. Get out into the wild. You'll be safer there." Max was shaking with barely contained rage, but Wade could see he was also terrified. Eva pulled his arm down and around her and hugged him. Clever woman, Elijah thought. She'd given her lover a way to back down without losing face. Maybe they were stronger than he'd thought. 2 hours later, the lights in the sky had faded, as had the glow of the fluorescent star, and they were back at the car. Wade glanced across at the slick of blood reflecting the moonlight where he'd hit the boss. Fatally, if there was any justice in the world. He was as certain as he could be that the kid he'd let go had been executed by the man Wade had winged. No, there was no justice, except the justice he delivered himself. He'd already seen enough to know that humanity had fallen a long way, but he was pretty sure it had a lot farther to go before hitting rock bottom. He got into the driving seat and took them out of the parking lot, glancing down at the body of a young man lying by the side of the road, shot in the back of the head and thrown out of a moving truck. 14. Hannah.
"Hannah, are you receiving? Hannah!"
She hauled her head up, wincing as she unstuck her lip from the tabletop. Akihiro had excused himself before the sun had gone down, and she realized she must have fallen asleep almost as soon as he'd gone. She flailed in the dark until, finally, she found the radio handset.
"Shane, you okay? You should be back by now."
"Oh, thank God. Look, we're on our way, but so is someone else."
"What do you mean?"
"I can see lights coming up the access road."
"Heading for us?"
"No way to know. Are all the lights off where you are? I can't see any from here."
"Yeah, the generator's off, and I did the normal sweep."
Then she realized.
No, I didn't. I fell asleep."
"Like I said, we can't see anything from here, so unless the professor's got a light on, you should be okay. Just barricade the door like we said, will you? We'll be back in an hour, and I'll give you a buzz."
She acknowledged his message and looked up the stairs to where Akihiro's room was located. The guest quarters were arranged around a central cylinder, and his faced outwards, away from the direction Shane could see. Hannah ran to the door and fed a long metal pole Lev had taken from a cafe fixture through the door handle. Then she began pushing the furniture that had once welcomed visitors to the observatory against the back of the door. It wouldn't keep out a determined attack, but it was better than nothing. She climbed the stairs until she reached the top section and went around to Akihiro's quarters. With a grunt of fear and annoyance, she saw the sliver of light escaping under the door, which meant, unless he'd lowered the blinds perfectly, they'd be lit up like a lighthouse. Without knocking, she went inside to find the professor asleep with a book on his chest. He awoke with a start as she rushed in and turned off his bedside light before pulling the blinds down.
What are you doing in here? People are coming along the access road.
He was suddenly alert.
How many? Are they coming here? I don't know. I am so sorry. I fell asleep with the light on. What do we do if they break in? Again, I don't know, she snapped.
The only weapons they'd found were a set of kitchen knives, and the two men had taken the largest of those. Was she really supposed to defend the place with a paring knife and an old man? But what else could she do? They could hide for a while, but they'd be found eventually. For a moment she felt a flash of anger that Lev had taken his handgun with him, but after all, what was she going to do with it? She was British, after all. They made their way out onto the top-level landing and looked out into the near darkness below. She couldn't see anything from there, so she went down to the next level and was just looking for a vantage point while entertaining the ludicrous thought that this was some sort of inappropriate joke when— bang! Bang, bang, bang! Someone was rattling the door. Now she could see. Good grief, there were dozens, perhaps hundreds of lights. All they needed were pitchforks. But she was no Victor Frankenstein, and she had no monster. Bang, bang, bang. What should she do? Her heart thumped against her chest as she stood, like a raccoon in a searchlight, looking desperately for a way out. "We must hide," the professor said. Thunk. Thunk. Now they were using something to bang against the glass. It wouldn't last long, certainly not long enough for Shane and Lev to get back. She heard voices, the sound of an angry mob. Hannah was terrified, but there was no escape. So she ignored Akihiro's protests and took the stairs down. As she reached the bottom floor, she could see them. Okay, perhaps hundreds was exaggerating, but more than enough to break down the door, and she could do nothing to stop them. She switched the emergency lights on as she passed the reception desk, and the sounds outside suddenly stopped. Hannah groaned as she heaved the furniture away from the door. The reflections of the lights on the glass meant she couldn't see anything outside, but she had an impression of greedy eyes turned toward her. The only thing she could think of doing was to welcome them in. The less violence they had to use to get inside, the less they'd be inclined to be violent to her and Akihiro. At least, that was the theory. She drew in a deep breath and pulled the bar out from through the door handle, expecting it to explode inward at any moment. But nothing happened. She knew they were out there because she could hear the small movements of feet on gravel and hands on the glass, but they made no effort to come inside. It was like some sort of vegetarian zombie apocalypse. Until, finally, the door opened slowly. She saw the muzzle of a small handgun enter into the widening gap and sweep the inside until, finally, it found her. She froze, utterly helpless, and waited for— what? Whatever was going to happen next. And then, after an instant that seemed an eternity, the gun lowered, and the door flew open.
"Dr. Redman? Oh my God, is it you? Truly?"
For a moment, Hannah's spinning mind couldn't place the figure that was striding toward her, arms open. But she knew she ought to recognize her, so she fell into the embrace.
"Please tell me you're not the only survivor."
The hug released, she shook her head at the round face of a middle-aged woman, both wiping the tears from their eyes.
"It's so good to see you, Eve. There's 2 of us, and 2 others here. That's all?"
The observatory's administrator shook her head sadly.
"I'm so sorry. So many people are dead."
Hannah could see that those words hit a personal nightmare. This woman was holding herself together by the slenderest of threads, but she was holding herself together.
"But, Dr. Redman—"
Hannah, she said, smiling weakly.
"Thousands are dead in Hilo. I couldn't think of anywhere else to find help." "What can we do?" Eve took Hannah's hands. "Last night, the lights came back. People are already sick from it. Why didn't they get under cover?" "They did. They must have gotten exposed before nightfall."
Hannah sighed and shook her head. Truth was, she'd barely given a thought to the people living in the towns that lined the coast of the Big Island. She'd thought about people in general, across the world, but not the locals. She'd spent very little time in Hilo, the large town where most of the support staff lived, having kept herself within the self-sustaining community of the observatory. As she was thinking, she nodded at the people who'd inched their way inside and stood in a group beside the door.
"Why did they come with you?"
Eve Kai smiled.
"They are my protectors. I told them that I was going to seek help at the observatory, and they insisted on coming with me. Things are dangerous in Hilo. And your children? Alive and safe, for now. They wanted to go out and see the lights, of course, but I wouldn't let them."
Hannah felt her body relax at this, the first piece of good news she'd heard in a long time.
If only more people had been as cautious.
Eve wrapped her hands around Hannah's.
"I know. I try not to think about them, our friends and colleagues, both here and in the town. I couldn't make people listen, Hannah. It was as if a madness took them. Tell me what we can do to help. Have you worked out a way to detect the radiation level during the day?" "Yes, Dr. Remy adapted the input from the UV detector. Dr. Walsh has adjusted it since then, so it's more sensitive." "Shane survived?"
Eve said, smiling for a moment, before her face darkened again.
"Pretty?"
Hannah shook her head.
"Oh, I'm so sorry, Hannah. I try not to think about it. We've got work to do. This is Professor Oshiro Akihiro," she said, gesturing at the professor as he made his cautious way down the steps.
Eve turned to greet him.
"From DSST? Indeed, Dr. Redman rescued me and set me on the path to health. Now we are dedicated to the task of establishing the true nature of this phenomenon so we can better predict the future."
Eve nodded, then turned back to Hannah.
"That's good. But what we need now is a warning when radiation levels are high. We can do the first part with our detector, and we can use the nuclear attack sirens. We just need a way for you to activate it."
Hannah nodded.
"Trouble is, most of our electronic equipment is bricked. I guess the cell network is down in Hilo." "Yes, the siren system was built before integrated circuits were invented, so it's probably survived. We'll work something out."
Akihiro made a grumbling noise in his throat.
"But we must not be distracted from our main purpose."
For the first time, Eve's temper snapped.
"People are dying in Hilo, Professor. They can't hide forever. They'll starve. They need a warning." "I am sorry, but people are dying in all countries. We need to know when these radiation pulses will end, or the entire human race must learn to live underground. Our work is critical for the survival of the species."
Hannah looked from one to the other. Both were right. In the here and now of Hilo, people were dying because they didn't know when it was dangerous to go out during the day, but that would be repeated around the world until a reliable warning system was in place globally. Then she was distracted by movement in the group lining the door, and she saw Shane make his way inside, followed by Lev, who was obviously still on red alert.
"Eve!"
he yelled, jogging across and hugging her enthusiastically.
"Is everything okay here?"
he added, looking over her shoulder at Hannah. Hannah smiled.
"Yeah, and we've got a job for you and Lev. I think it's going to be right up your alley."
Day 8, Mauna Kea Observatory Cluster. Hannah sat in Akihiro's bedroom, looking along the track that ran away from the observatory and down the mountain. The professor stood beside her as they watched the line of people walking away.
"This was the correct call,"
the professor said, as if talking to himself. Hannah's eyes remained fixed on the man in the bright red puffed coat with matching woolen hat on his short-cropped yellow hair.
"I'm sure you're right. All the same, I'll be glad when he's back. You are developing feelings for Dr. Walsh, are you not?" "I care about him, if that's what you mean. He's the only one of my workmates who survived."
She wasn't about to admit any more, even to herself. Truth was, she couldn't say how she felt about him, only that, as she watched him trudge away, she wished he wasn't. She was probably suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it? The end of the world would do that to you. If she was, then PTSD felt as much like grief as it did shock or terror. Looking out from up here, she could imagine the window glass being open air. She imagined tossing herself to the wind, to be broken against the rocks. She'd lost her best friend, her fiancé, and she was certainly not reacting as she'd expected to that, her family, and the future she'd anticipated. Whatever happened from this point, her life would bear little resemblance to the ambition she'd had since being a little girl, one of the few girls in her school interested in the hard sciences, and the only one with brown skin. She'd reflected on that many times. Was this the school's fault? Or was society to blame? If so, there was no longer any excuse. Society, as it had been for the best part of 1,000 years, no longer existed. It was going to be up to people like her to prepare the foundation for a future that made the most of all talent, whatever its gender or cultural background. Talent had become the most precious of commodities, and the only route back from the precipice for her species. "What are you thinking?" She looked up at the professor. In many ways, he was the embodiment of the traditional, patriarchal society. How many millions of keen talents had been lost to posterity because humanity had encouraged only those who fitted a particular form to flourish? Now, in the ashes of disaster, their species didn't have the luxury of only selecting from a narrow pool. She was no Einstein, she knew that well enough, but she could do her best to help nurture the next generation of geniuses because in them lay humanity's future. For now, however, it was time for her species to live up to the name it had given itself, wise human, Homo sapiens. "I'm fine," she said, and realized that, up to a point, she was telling the truth. "Come on, we've got work to do." 15. Abby and Ray, Day 8, California. "Who's going to say some words?" Abby asked as she and Gray shoveled the last of the soil onto the new grave. The three of them gathered around, each looking at the others. "Don't look at me," Ray said. Gray shook his head. "Or me. I didn't know them." Abby sighed. The only genuinely religious members of her family were Aunt Grace and Uncle Walt, but she hadn't seen them in 15 years, and their brand of Christianity was unlikely to be one that the Schumachers would have shared. "We commit to the ground the earthly remains of Victor and Mary Schumacher, and pray that they have found rest. We thank them for their generosity and thoughtfulness, and—" She came to a halt, searching for anything else to say. "Amen," Gray added. Ray put her arm through Abby's as they walked back to the Schumacher house. The wet weather had cleared overnight, and in the bright light of a new day under a blue sky, the place looked welcoming and homey, despite what it had hidden inside. They hadn't spoken much to Gray since he'd disturbed them the previous night. He'd been making his way back to the cabin when he'd heard glass shattering and saw someone's head appear out of the upper window. He was exhausted, and all he'd said was that he'd buried his parents before walking into town. He'd sheltered from the aurora the night before, but Abby was certain he'd been exposed to at least some radiation before nightfall. The skin of his face was livid with the worst sunburn she'd ever seen, and he'd been high on opiates ever since. They'd brought some crates from their cabin, and Abby handed one to each of them. She and Gray would work in the kitchen, while Ray was going to look for anything useful in the small wooden workshop that had evidently been Mr. Schumacher's man cave. Abby began in the closets on one side of the kitchen, kneeling on the smooth polished boards, while Gray was looking through the wall closets. "So, are you going to tell me what happened back at the farm?" Abby said, once Ray was out of earshot. "Not much to say. I buried my ma and pa in the flower bed outside the porch.
There was no one else there?
He dropped some cans into the crate. No, I found pa's shotgun in his hiding place and went looking, but they were long gone. Been through the whole house. I couldn't stand it, so I walked into town, figuring they might have gone there. Then I saw the lights in the sky.
Where did you shelter?
Back at the Fry's farm, where you fell off that ladder. Abby loaded the cleaning products and gloves into her box and got to her feet.
Looks like you were too late noticing the aurora.
He ran his fingers over his face. Yeah, stings like hell. What with the ribs and my arm, I feel like I hurt all over.
Let me have a look at your bandage.
She wound up the arm of his check shirt. I fetched some shirts and stuff out of my old bedroom. Abby ran her fingers over the bandage, feeling for any swelling or signs of leakage.
You took your antibiotics?
Yeah.
This dressing is overdue to be replaced. We'll sort that out back at the cabin. Will you check the house for medical supplies?
He refastened his shirt cuff and put his camouflage jacket back on. Sure. Abby, he said, as he reached the kitchen door.
Uh-huh.
It's okay, for me to stay a while? With you and Ray, I mean.
Of course,
she said. Then, as her tired mind caught up, she added,
as long as you make yourself useful.
She couldn't shake off a sliver of doubt at the prospect of welcoming this damaged young man into their home. But the world had changed forever, and if he proved trustworthy, then they would be safer with an extra pair of hands and eyes. His mouth spread in a relieved, boyish smile.
I will.
Thanks.
Oh, and Gray? What happened in the town?
His smile disappeared. I'll tell you when we're done here. The sooner we're back in the cabin, the better. Ray was the last one to settle around the kitchen table in the cabin, having headed down to their father's bunker, as they now referred to it, to stow the tools she'd found in Mr. Schumacher's workshop. It had taken most of the day, and several trips back and forth, to retrieve everything useful from the Schumacher house, and the cabin was now littered with boxes, cans, and crates. They'd struck gold when Ray had gone round the back of the workshop to find the firewood store and generator, and now had enough furnace fuel for a couple of weeks. It was harder to work out how much generator time they'd bought themselves, but it had to be about that long, provided they rationed it. As a celebration, however, they had the 12-volt lighting circuit running and were popping corn in the microwave.
So, tell us about Oak Ridge. What did you find?
Abby said, immediately regretting it as Gray's face fell.
Oh, Ab, can't we just enjoy the popcorn?
Ray whined. Gray put his hand up and shook his head. No, you're right. We can't pretend things are okay when they're not. Abby had noticed that Gray almost always sided with her over Ray. Her sister had noticed it too, and slumped on her bar stool, sullenly picking at her popcorn. It's a hot mess, Gray said. I told you I hid from the lights at the Fry's place, stayed awake all night so I'd see when the aurora stopped, which it did not long before dawn. Thought about coming straight back here, but I decided we needed to know what was going on in the town, and it was only a mile or two farther on, so I decided to find out. Was already feeling sick by then, though, so I knew I must have caught some radiation before I holed up. Anyway, most of the town's been burned down, looted stuff all over the streets, and smashed up cars everywhere.
Any sign of the authorities?
Abby asked. Gray nodded. Oh, yeah, I found the sheriff.
What did he say?
Nothing. He'd been dead for a few days by the time I saw his body, dragged out of the sheriff's office and thrown into the road. Maybe it was the same scum who attacked the farm. Abby rubbed her eyes. Her body needed rest, but her mind craved satisfaction. She had to know the full story.
Did you meet anyone alive?
Once or twice I saw movement. Then I ran into Kemp Fletcher. He runs one of the grocery stores on Main. Waved to me from an apartment window, second story. He told me some thugs had been through the town 3 days after the lights came. Didn't know where they'd come from, but they were organized, burned the town down, and took everything useful with them, Kemp had abandoned his store when they arrived, and he hid in the attic of his apartment block. Listened to folk calling for help, screaming, heard gunshots. He told me no more than a couple hundred people survived the first nights out of maybe 4,000 or 5,000. Since the town was attacked, he's only seen a handful of survivors. He reckons some folks were taken away with the raiders, but the rest were shot or driven off. Abby shook her head.
So there's nothing left there?
Nothing worth the risk, Gray said. We've got to stay hidden. I guess they've gone off to attack somewhere else, but that doesn't mean they won't be back, and as supplies run low, they'll look harder.
It was such a nice town, Ray said. I can't think about so many people being dead. I mean, the radiation's bad enough without the survivors killing each other.
We've got to hide ourselves better, Abby said, and we need an escape route. Ray's face froze.
Are you serious? We're not leaving the cabin. Ray, it's just an emergency plan, okay? We'd only leave if our lives depended on it. A bit like the self-destruct protocol on the Enterprise. Don't talk to me like a child,
Ray snapped, her eyes flicking to Gray. Abby took her hand.
I'm sorry, it's just how I think about things,
she lied. It seemed Gray's presence had altered the way Ray wanted to be seen, and Abby couldn't help but feel sad about that. Her sister's continued innocence and imagination was one of the few bright spots in the otherwise unremitting darkness. I get it, Gray said. The Wrath of Khan? Classic movie.
Actually, it was The Search for Spock, Ray said, petulantly. Kirk traps the Klingons on the Enterprise and beams to the surface of the Genesis planet.
Gray nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, of course. Kirk says, "What have I done?" And Bones says,
"What you had to do. What you always do. Turn death into a fighting chance to live."
Awesome, Gray said. Good to meet a fellow Trekkie.
Trekker, surely,
Abby said. Gray and Ray both shook their heads, united in their geekiness.
Actually, we prefer Trekkie, Ray said. It's kind of like taking ownership.
As she said that, something started beeping on the counter behind her.
It's my tricorder! Quick, check outside!
Gray ran onto the grass beyond the porch and looked up. It's faint, but it's there, he said as he came back inside.
Yes,
Ray said. And for a moment, they all celebrated that they now had a working radiation detector, though Abby couldn't help wondering how many others were unprotected under that sky. How many would receive a fatal dose tonight?
Well done, little sister, Abby said. Now, let's get into the bunker.
Day 9, California. Abby had her first good night's sleep in days as they sheltered in the bunker, finding comfort in the regular clicking of the radiation detector. Ray had switched off the audible alarm, but the tricorder was set up on their father's workbench, so they could see its red light as they lay together in a makeshift bed on the couch. Even though it would be dangerous to go outside, there was something reassuring in knowing what the levels were like in here, and that when the light went green, they'd be safe. They'd spent several hours making plans, gathered around the workbench, before finally succumbing to sleep. Abby lay with her arms around her sister, listening to Gray's snores coming through the door of their father's office. She hadn't worked out the puzzle that was Gray. Not yet, anyway. He'd changed since he'd returned to the cabin. The sullen, somewhat creepy attitude had been replaced with smiles and positivity. Maybe he'd needed to close the door on his past life by burying his parents and visiting the town before he could fully accept this new one. Whatever the reason, he was much easier to live with, and she no longer felt that sense of threat about him. He was, as he appeared, an intelligent young man denied his expected future, but determined to adapt. For now, at least, he accepted Abby's authority to make the final decisions where needed. She was a decade older than him, and half as much again older than her sister, but more importantly, she'd had far more and varied experiences than either of them, though she wasn't sure how much that mattered now. They'd agreed that, rather than simply surviving, they had to prepare for the medium term now, and that meant focusing on 3 main areas. Food and water came first. Their food supplies were pretty generous, for now at least, and a small creek marked the southern border of their land. But they needed to find ways to supplement their stores with fresh food, and the river was the obvious source of that. So Ray had volunteered to research and build a fish trap to provide a secure source of protein, assuming the radiation hadn't killed all the fish. She would also research what the forest could provide. This would be minimal in the depths of winter, but they had to think ahead to the spring. Fuel was the second area. They had enough for heating and minimal electrical requirements for at least a couple of weeks, but Gray had suggested they begin harvesting wood, getting it under cover to dry for next year. This would only be feasible if they could find a chainsaw, so he volunteered to check the remaining properties between the cabin and the road in case they had one. If not, he'd go back to the Fry's farm. The final area was defense. They had weapons, those their father had put by in the bunker, and Gray's shotgun. What we don't have, Gray had said, is any way to know if someone's approaching. I mean, we can't all be guarding at the same time, can we? And even then, we wouldn't be able to cover the whole perimeter all the time, or at night. Ray had given a somewhat self-satisfied nod and slid the cyberdeck across the table. Tripwires are easy enough to set up, though we'll have to work out a way to remember where they are. And infrared movement detectors, like on house alarms? Of course, the problem is how to power them. That's all great, Abby had said, careful not to trigger Ray's patronization circuit. But while you build Fort Knox, we need to find something a bit more low-tech. I mean, what about the creek? Anyone could sneak up on us in that direction. Gray gestured over his shoulder. True, but the track to the highway is the biggest risk, I reckon. I thought about that. We're at the end of the road, so maybe we could make it look like it doesn't look as though there's anything past the Schumachers? She got nods of agreement from both of them. We can't make this place totally secure, though. You know that, don't you? Gray said. You sure you don't want to find somewhere safer? Ray's reaction left him in no doubt. No way. This is our home. Dad and Mom will look for us here. Ray's right, Abby had said. And besides, do you know anywhere safer? I guess not. So, when do we begin? 16. Elijah. They covered 150 miles the following day, driving through the rest of the night and taking just a short break after dawn before turning toward Fresno and I-99. Wade and Becky took 2-hour shifts of driving, while Mitchell whined next to them about how slow they were going and how long it was taking. It astonished Wade that the man seemed to be more angered by the inconvenience than its cause, the thousands of wrecked cars they'd had to pick their way through, and the rotting shapes laying slumped within. They stopped 50 miles northwest of Fresno as Becky was negotiating her way around a pileup. They'd noticed that the farther from a city they were, the fewer the number of vehicles on the road, making the going quicker. Except here, where a group of half a dozen sedans, station wagons, and trucks had come together, most of them nose to nose, as if they were having a meeting. Wade, whose mind had been occupied by the steadily emptying fuel gauge, got her to pull over. All the vehicles seemed to be intact, so he was pretty confident that at least 1 or 2 would have petrol in their tanks. Extracting it was another matter. Their only option was to improvise, so he, Mitchell, and Becky went from car to car, starting with those that had open doors and no occupants. "What are we looking for?" Mitchell asked. "Well, firstly, we need gas, but we also need some sort of hose or tubing to get it into our car." They each took a different vehicle, Wade choosing a silver Toyota RAV4. Suitcases had been lashed to the roof, and he could see where rain had soaked the clothes within and run down the side of the car like rivers of diluted blood. There was no other sign of the occupants, though they'd clearly gotten out in a hurry because all the doors were unlocked. Aside from the leaking suitcases in the roof, Wade could have imagined that the car had only just been abandoned. He found energy bars in the glove box and more in the back seat drinks holders. He stuffed the bars in his pocket and was just about to release the hood when he froze. He'd heard something, or someone, only for a split second. Then it was gone. Was it a moan or a whine? He waited, but heard nothing. Was he hearing things now? Then he heard it again, his head darting sideways to locate it. He got into the car and looked between the two front seats. Something was moving fitfully on the floor. Good grief. It was a small, white and brown terrier. It lay half-covered by the front seat, still connected to a strap that bore the chew marks of its desperate attempts to escape. As he held himself there, looking down on the animal, he felt his throat tighten. He blinked away a tear, but didn't dare move. In the 9 days since the lights had appeared in the sky, he'd seen some shocking things. Friends struck down with a sudden sickness, comrades blown apart, having been betrayed, an old man who needed help burying his wife. And yet, the bundle of emaciated fur that lay, barely breathing, on the floor of this family car was the saddest and most pathetic sight of all. This creature had been left to die, abandoned by the people who'd presumably considered it part of the family, right up until their lives were threatened and they had to get out as quickly as possible. He understood that, to a point. If they feared that the car might explode at any moment after the collision, then perhaps that might excuse them. But then they hadn't come back. They'd left the poor creature to die. And now Elijah Wade had found it.
"What's going on, Lige?"
Becky called. He didn't reply, but climbed out of the driver's seat and made his way around to the back, pulling out his water bottle and kneeling among the debris as he opened the door. "Don't die," he whispered. If he'd found the animal only so it could expire in front of him, then that might just have been the final straw. He cut through the strap and lifted the dog out. It was black with white patches, and he could see its ribs as they slowly expanded and contracted. Laying it on the back seat, he offered the water bottle, but the dog didn't even have the strength to lap at it.
"What is it? Oh, my God! Is it alive?"
He felt Becky's hand on his back. "Just about, but we need to get some water into it quickly. Any ideas?" Her water bottle appeared by his ear. "Try this one. It's got a valve. You can squeeze the water in."
"What the hell's going on?"
Wade tensed at Mitchell's voice. "Have you found a car with gas in?"
"Yeah." "And a hose? Is that a puppy?"
"No, it's a small dog. Looks half dead to me." "More than half. We're trying to help it." He heard Mitchell shift position as he tried to get a closer look.
"Why?"
"Why what?"
"Why are you trying to help it?"
"Are you serious?"
Becky said, not hiding her incredulity. "It's a dog." Wade didn't respond. He was offering up the water, and the creature was finally taking some. "Oh, just a little fella."
"Even if you can save it, you can't bring it with you," Mitchell said. "There's no room, and we ain't got any spare food for it. Besides, it smells."
"So do you," Becky snapped. "Now are you going to help me find some hose or not?" Wade was relieved to hear Mitchell's boots departing.
"Oh, what a sweetie."
Elijah turned in surprise to see Sue standing there. She'd hardly said a word since they'd left the motel, maintaining a stubborn silence aimed, Wade suspected, at her husband. But then he hardly considered himself an expert in interpersonal relations, especially between men and women. He considered himself a decent detective, but he had never unraveled that particular mystery.
"Can I help?"
Sue said, squeezing next to him as they both crouched on the asphalt, reaching into the car. Wade shimmied to the side a little to let her stroke the dog. She reached up, running her fingers around its neck, and Wade had the nightmare vision of her strangling it, but, with a click, the collar fell away, and she flung it out of the car.
"Why did you do that?"
"So he can breathe easier. And I don't want to know what name the people who had him before gave him. He needs a new one now. Look, he's drinking."
Wade smiled as the dog's chest began to move with more assurance, as if his strength was returning. "Don't give him too much. he said. "Why don't we see if he'll eat something?"
"Elijah, is this any good?"
Reluctantly, he got to his feet to see Becky gesturing from a nearby truck. The hood was raised, and she was pointing inside. "Yeah, I reckon so," he said, joining her. He reached down and felt beneath the engine. Then, with a grunt, he pulled out the hose. "It's for the washer reservoir. It'll take a while, but it'll do. Nice one. It's long enough so we can transfer the gas directly from one tank to the other." He watched as Becky reversed the Citroën so it was alongside the car they'd found the dog in, and then Wade began siphoning from one to the other.
"Look, he's gotten up,"
Sue said, smiling from ear to ear and pointing at the little terrier as it struggled to its feet.
"I gave him one of my cookies."
Wade looked across at Mitchell, who'd been shadowing Becky and was now gesturing at his wife. "What's the point? I told Wade he ain't coming with us. We can't spare the food."
"He can eat my share," Sue said. "No, Mitchell. He's coming, and that's an end to it," she added, pointing at her husband with a stabbing motion.
Wade had come across plenty of people like Mitchell, a small-time bully who only dominates as long as his target allows it. He'd crossed the line, and knew it, so he turned around and stalked off to pretend to search the wrecked cars.
"I'm going to call him Jasper,"
Sue said, lifting the dog into her arms.
"And he is coming, whatever Mitchell says."
"You'll get no argument from me," Wade said, as he watched the gas glowing through the pipe and listened for any signs of it overflowing. As it happened, there was just enough petrol in the RAV4 to fill the Citroën's tank, and they set off again once they'd taken everything useful from its trunk. Becky had found some provisions stowed beneath a pile of coats, so they had food for 2 or 3 extra days, mainly energy bars and cans of soup, but welcome all the same. And Jasper the dog lay sleeping in Sue's arms as Becky navigated around the pileup and along I-99. Day 9. It was after midnight when Wade pulled into the parking lot of a small church just outside Merced, California. Mitchell had insisted they stop, and Wade wasn't about to argue, as he could barely keep his eyes open. A brazier burned outside, and a man stood beside it, waving at them. "You're welcome to take shelter here," he said, as Wade rolled his window down, keeping his Colt out of sight, "if you come in good faith." Mitchell was out of the car as soon as the wheels stopped turning. "Come on, Sue, let's go." "I'm sorry," the man who'd welcomed them said, "but we cannot allow animals into the church. There is barely room for God's children." He was a slim black man with a pointed beard hiding his chin, and his regret looked genuine. "Fine," Wade said. "I'll be sleeping in the car anyway." Becky shook her head. "It's freezing." "We have blankets we can lend you," the greeter said in a soft African accent. "My name is Gabriel. Please, you're safe here. Rest and recover." Sue handed Jasper's leash to Wade with obvious reluctance. The dog had made a remarkable recovery, but was still weak. "Don't walk him too far, Elijah." Wade nodded, then turned to Becky. "You go inside. You can't sleep in the car with me and Jasper." "No, but I can take a walk with you. You're checking the perimeter, aren't you?" He smiled. "Yeah. This guy seems genuine enough, but no one gets a pass from me, not even a man of God." They headed through the parking lot and followed the side of the church that led them onto a patch of lush grass they could see under the lights that illuminated the building. It was a stark contrast to the dry browns that had dominated the last hours of their journey before darkness had fallen. Wade carried the dog under his arm, legs dangling down as Jasper sniffed the air. He put him down on the grass when they got to the farthest point away from the parking lot. "Do you think they'd care about a dog going to the bathroom on their lawn, Lige?" "People are weird." "That's your professional opinion?" "It is. The world could be going up in smoke, but neighbors would still be fighting over things that never mattered back then and absolutely don't matter now." They watched as the little dog staggered around, finding the perfect spot before relieving himself with a shudder. "Do you think he'll make it?" Becky asked, hugging herself as a cold wind rattled the nearby palms. "Sure, why not? Sue'll make sure of it. I reckon she cares a lot more for the dog than she does Mitchell." Becky shrugged.
"Why is she with him? I mean, he's such an ass."
"Maybe she doesn't have anywhere else to go."
"I wouldn't let a man treat me like that again."
He picked the dog up, and they turned around, heading back toward the parking lot. "I'm glad to hear it. I reckon it's safe enough for you to sleep inside."
"I'm not happy about it, Lige. You shouldn't be out here on your own."
"There's hardly enough room for one person in the back of an old Citroën.
He was cut off by the familiar sound of a car starting up.
They looked at each other, slack-jawed. "What the hell?" Then they started running. Becky had gotten ahead of him by the time they reached the edge of the parking lot, but she pulled up short as he reached her, his lungs fit to burst.
"That son of a... They've gone, Elijah."
What?" Wade managed between pants. Then he looked up and saw what she meant. The Citroën Diana was not there. Becky broke into a panicked run, hands outstretched as if the car might simply be invisible, but then she stopped, her hands on her hips, and bellowed into the sky. It took several seconds for Wade to reach her, and when he did, he found he had nothing to say. Torn between fury and disbelief, he paced around, cursing incoherently, until, finally, he got himself under control. "That son of a bitch!"
"I can't believe Sue went without Jasper,"
Becky said. Wade looked down at the dog, still dangling under his arm, then handed him to Becky. He glanced across to the church and worked out where the car had been parked by walking backwards until the view was roughly how it had been when they'd arrived.
"Here," he said. "At least they left our packs."
"Geez, I need a drink," Wade groaned, lighting a cigarette, the last of the pack Jackson had given him. "Do you think they'll share the sacrament wine with a sinner like me?" He nodded at a figure walking across the parking lot from the church. "We don't want trouble here," the man said. He was an older man with chestnut skin and close-cropped salt-and-pepper hair. "Neither do we. Pity our so-called friends didn't get the memo. I'm a detective, Glendale PD. And this young lady?" Becky spoke before Wade had a chance to formulate a lie.
"I was his last case. He rescued me on the night when it all happened."
To seal the deal, Wade produced his badge, and the man finally seemed prepared to believe them. "My name is John. Please, come inside and take shelter for the night. We're glad to have you with us." Wade exchanged glances with Becky. "Thanks." They needed somewhere to rest up for a few hours. He knew himself well enough to resist the temptation to go chasing Mitchell and Sue, to give in to raw hatred and frustration. Better to sleep, even for a few hours, and then work out their next step with clear minds. He kicked the asphalt as they followed John inside, packs slung across their shoulders, Jasper clinging to Becky. They'd finally been making progress. For the first time, he'd begun to think it might be possible to get to New York. Why had Mitchell taken the car? Perhaps he feared that Wade wouldn't want to travel to Oregon, or maybe he just wanted to keep the car for himself, and control over his wife. Yes, they'd rest for a few hours, then make their plans. He couldn't see any hope in that, but maybe when his mind was fresh, he might come up with something. Or perhaps Becky would. He'd underestimated her, that was for sure. He'd fallen into the all-too-common trap of seeing her as a helpless victim, when in fact she was neither. But he was sure of one thing. If he ever caught up with Mitchell, justice would be immediate and final. 17. Elijah. Elijah Wade was sitting with his knees folded under his chin, listening to the sounds of people sleeping. Alongside him, Becky was curled under her coat with one arm over her head. He hadn't slept for more than an hour or two, and then only in fits and starts, but his middle-aged bladder had woken him, so he was waiting for his brain to sharpen up before he went in search of a bathroom. John, the man who'd brought them inside, turned out to be one of the pastors here, and he'd found them room in one corner of the main hall. He'd even allowed Jasper into the house of God, sensing, it seemed, that the two of them were at rock bottom. Wade got to his feet and followed the wall, looking for a door that might lead to the bathroom. John hadn't asked them many questions. He'd merely tried to reassure them that things would seem better in the morning. He used the word faith too many times for Wade's liking. Elijah had no problem with religion or with religious people, but as far as he was concerned, it was a person's actions that counted, whatever their spiritual beliefs. He didn't give it much thought, but he certainly believed in the concept of justice. He sure hoped that there was something bigger giving purpose and meaning to life. Otherwise, what was the struggle for? But faith? Didn't this amount to hoping for the best, and, aside from calming the mind, he couldn't see the use of it? He was a man of action, and the idea of trusting that things would work out was anathema to him. He would rather walk toward the wildfire than run away from it, and hope it went out before it got to him, which admittedly made him a fool. "It's through there." The voice was that of Gabriel, the young man who'd welcomed them when they'd first driven into the church's parking lot. He opened a wood-paneled door and handed Wade a candle. "Not up to our usual standard, but we've still got running water." He went through the door and was surprised that Gabriel followed him. "You are a detective, right? John said so." "Yeah, Glendale PD." "And the young girl with you, she was a victim of crime?" Elijah stopped and swung around to face the young man. "Why do you ask?" "Well, why is she still with you?" "Because she wants to be. Believe me, I'd rather be on my own." It was a lie. He'd wanted to travel alone in the beginning, but not anymore. Becky was important to him, the only companion on the road he truly wanted by his side. "Then why not leave her here, where she's safe?" Wade thought he saw hunger in the young man's eyes. "Safe? Really, brother? This is a house of God. It's not God I'm worried about." He put his hand up before Gabriel could respond. "Look, I'm sure you're making a genuine offer, but I don't see how you can protect her any better than I can. Now, if you don't mind, I've got some business to attend to, and I'd rather do it alone." Gabriel held his gaze for a moment, then nodded and withdrew. As Wade washed his hands under the faucet, he barely remembered what a simple pleasure it was. He wondered if he were being entirely honest with himself. Likely enough, Becky would be safer here. Everything was relative, after all. If she came with him, she'd be exposed to a couple 1,000 miles of danger. At least here, the risks were understandable, and she could probably handle herself anyway. When he returned to the hall and settled himself on the floor, Becky rolled over and whispered, "I thought you'd run out on me." "Why? I promised, didn't I?" he replied, ashamed that he'd been thinking of doing exactly that. She hugged his arm. "I know, but with Mitchell and Sue taking the car, you nearly lost it last night." "I know. Look, I don't want to hang around here, unless..." "Unless what?" Well, maybe you should stay. It'll be safer "Elijah Wade," she hissed. He waved his hands to quieten her. "I'm sorry. I just wanted you to be sure. I'm coming, and that's final." In the end, it took over an hour to escape. John, the pastor, emerged as they were making their way toward the door and intercepted them. "Before you go, will you eat with me?" Wade sighed inwardly, but smiled and thanked the man. The mention of eating had caused his stomach to tighten, and the prospect of an energy bar while walking along the highway wasn't particularly appealing. John led them into a room out back, and Elijah couldn't stifle a gasp as their guide lifted the blinds. Several rows of trestle tables had been arranged in lines with space between, each stacked high with boxes, cans, and jars of food. Smiling, John gestured to the cornucopia. "Please, help yourselves. Eat as much as you want and take as much as you can carry. I don't believe we have any dog food, but I'm sure Jasper will share yours." Wade looked suspiciously at the man, but detected nothing other than honesty and charity. Where did this all come from?
We like to think we're at the heart of the community, Detective, and people look to us for shelter, which we're glad to provide. We only ask that they help us gather food and other supplies to be shared to all. Much of this has come from their homes, or from those of their neighbors who have sadly passed. There's also a 7-Eleven across the road, and other stores within walking distance.
So those people sleeping in the hall, that's everyone from around here?
Becky asked as she filled a bowl with cornflakes and then poured on sterilized milk from a carton. John nodded sadly.
Some people have chosen not to take up our offer, but yes, most live here now. We believe the roof and walls of the church are proof against the influence of the lights. There are those who say that we should not be hiding, that the aurora is sent by the Lord and would not harm the righteous, but there are not many who hold to that view now.
Well, I appreciate your hospitality. It seems to me that things go better for people when someone is prepared to stand up and organize them and become a focal point.
John smiled. I'm in danger of experiencing one of the 7 deadly sins, Detective. But yes, I'm proud of our community, and especially of my brothers and sisters. The world has been shattered, and it is only by being the grit inside the oyster that something beautiful will emerge again.
Wade was still considering John's words as he and Becky waved to him, and Gabriel, and then walked onto the highway, having consulted the fluorescent star. John was right, of course, just as Jackson had been. If Elijah's loyalty had been to his species, then he should have made himself one of those focal points. He knew he had it in him. All his career, both in the military and then in the police, people had looked to him for leadership, even when he wasn't the ranking officer. He felt the temptation to abandon the hopeless chase across the country and settle somewhere he could make a difference. That would be the right thing to do for humanity's sake. But frankly, humanity wasn't his problem right now. His daughter was. He knew she was likely dead, along with the vast majority of his fellow Americans and people across the world. But until he was certain of that, he had to remain faithful to his promise. Kelly came first. Of course, that still left him with the problem of how he was going to get to her. But for now, he just wanted to put some miles behind him and contemplate. At least Jasper seemed happy to be moving on. The little dog's recovery had been almost miraculous, but Becky had found an abandoned pushchair and tied the terrier into it because she knew Jasper's energy would run out quickly. Wade watched as she did so and wondered if she was thinking about the previous occupant of the pushchair. One thing he'd learned was that it didn't pay to dwell.
"Hey, what's that?"
Becky yelled, minutes later. She was pointing along the highway to a barely visible column of black smoke just off to the side. They jogged toward it, Wade scanning the horizon for signs of trouble, but he swung around as she shrieked. "What is it?" Then he saw what she was looking at, blackened almost beyond recognition, the dented wreck of the Citroën Diana. Mitchell and Sue had gotten no more than a couple of miles. He made his way carefully to the crash barrier at the bottom of the slope. Becky had, of course, refused to remain on the highway, so she was carrying Jasper again, standing back a little as Wade examined the smoking wreck. He cursed under his breath. Mitchell's here. The front of the car seemed less damaged than the back, and though Mitchell's clothes had burned away, Wade was in no doubt how the man had died. He lay with his head on the wheel, the hilt of a knife protruding from the point behind where his throat and shoulder met. Wade could see where the now blackened blood had soaked him to his skin. He'd been stabbed from the right, suggesting his killer had been sitting in the passenger's seat, and Wade could see easily enough how it might have happened. Mitchell had taken the opportunity, with Wade and Becky walking the perimeter. The car had almost a full tank of gas, and by escaping now, he'd be able to head straight to his family and keep the Citroën for himself. Wade guessed that Sue hadn't gone voluntarily, partly because she was a decent person who wouldn't have wanted to walk out on her friends, partly because she hated the idea of being alone with her husband, but mainly because she'd fallen in love with Jasper. Maybe, if Wade and Becky hadn't taken the dog with them, she'd have gone willingly enough, but, as it happened, she must have been coerced. Then she'd begged Mitchell to turn around so she could fetch the dog, but he'd refused, so she'd stabbed him. He'd seen spouses attack each other for less, and Sue had been driven to the uttermost end of her endurance over the past days, as they all had. But what had happened to her? And how had the car caught light? Despite what the movies might suggest, vehicles didn't generally combust after collisions. He found the answer quickly enough as he walked around the other side of the car, hand over his mouth to keep out the bitter fumes. There, next to the open fuel cap, he found what was left of Sue. Wade guessed she'd thrown a match into the gas tank to finish her husband off, but petrol had spilled onto her clothes, and she'd died with him. He was pretty confident she hadn't done it deliberately, but had planned to kill her husband and return for the dog. He glanced up at Becky. "Don't come around here. It's Sue. There's nothing we can do for her. Or for the car." So they were back to square one. No better off than when they'd first stumbled into the golf club and met Mitchell and Sue in the first place. Except they were 150 miles closer to New York. Big deal. 18. Elijah. They trudged along the freeway as Wade brooded on the prospect of having to walk the entire way. For a couple of hours, they exchanged no more than a few words at a time, but then Becky spoke, obviously saying aloud something she'd been thinking about for a while, but had been nervous of saying.
"Lige, I've been thinking. We need another car like that Citroën, don't we?"
"Sure, but that was a collector's piece. We're not likely to find another." Becky nodded as Jasper snoozed in the pushchair.
"But there must be other cars that wouldn't be fried by the radiation, right?"
"Yeah, but we've only seen one truck moving, and that was bad news," he said, thinking back to the attack at the motel. Becky plodded along beside him, the squeaking of the pushchair's wheels accompanying the regular thunk of their boots. Wade could tell she was mulling something over, but left her to it. They had hours of walking to fill before they'd be looking for somewhere to hide for the night.
"How many people do you think have died so far?"
Wade grunted. It was a grim subject, and his mind was already dark enough, so he didn't want to dwell on it. "It's impossible to say. Who knows how many are holed up, trying to wait it out."
"I just wonder, well, where would we find old cars? I mean, not collectors, but I was thinking maybe farms? They always seem to have junk vehicles hanging around."
"Trouble is, if they're junk, chances are they're no use to us. I'm no mechanic."
"You fixed the Citroën?"
"That was just a belt. Any fool could do that." She subsided, and they continued walking. The road was pretty clear here, and they only passed the occasional abandoned car or truck. But someone had been this way before, because they found a Walmart delivery truck with its doors wide open and the trailer empty. Wade pondered this. They were miles from civilization in either direction, so either someone had a working truck, or they'd used another form of transportation. Horses, maybe? "I reckon you could be right," he said.
"Yeah?
"Seems to me our best shot is to find a farm. Maybe we'll find a working tractor or truck. I'd even settle for a couple of horses."
"Wouldn't horses be killed by the radiation too?"
Wade grunted. "I reckon animals may have more sense than people. What do you think?"
"Sounds like a plan."
It was a couple of miles and half an hour before they could get off Golden State Highway south of Turlock, and Wade drew a deep breath as they took to a small road running at right angles to it. Somehow, being down here felt much less exposed, and right now he wanted to be out of sight while they worked out a plan for covering the rest of the distance. One side of the road was lined with fruit trees, all leafless, but they looked like apples to Wade. He was a city boy, but nonetheless loved the quiet and the open spaces of the country, though the complete lack of the usual human-generated sounds was almost oppressive. The loudest noise came from the trees sighing in the breeze and the occasional caw of a carrion crow, and the air carried the sweet smell of decay. It was mid-afternoon, and they were looking for a place to rest so they could check the fluorescent star and have something to eat. John the pastor had been so generous that Wade found his pack dug into his shoulder, and then he saw a flash of red between a pair of fir trees that stood outside a ranch house. "What's that?" He checked for any signs of movement from the house, but saw nothing. The drapes were closed, and the place looked abandoned to him. He jogged ponderously along the road until he could see past it. Bingo. Some kind of farm vehicle, a harvester perhaps, stood on a patch of grass in front of a set of iron-roofed barns. He signaled for Becky to follow carefully, keeping his eyes focused, following the muzzle of his gun as it swept left and right. There was no sign of any movement, but in the distance he could see a farmhouse standing like an island in a sea of green. It was too far away to know if there were anyone alive up there, so he ran to the first barn and looked inside. "What do you see?" Becky asked as she caught up with him. "Oh, nothing useful. Grain, some farm equipment, no vehicles." "Do you think there are people here?" Wade pulled the barn door shut again. "No way to know. Best to assume there are. Come on." They walked quickly along the front of the first barn. Then Wade found a small door opening into the second one. It was dark inside, though he could see the outline of the main barn door on the opposite side. They were looking down the length of a rectangular building that was longer than it was narrow. He waited for his eyes to adjust, but Becky got there first. "No cars or trucks," she groaned. "Just a plane." "What?" He squinted into the gloom impatiently, then pulled the door shut behind them once Becky and the pushchair were inside. "Wait here, will you?" "All right," she responded, sulkily. He put his hands out like a blind man, though he could now make out the faint outline of a small airplane. Then he tripped, throwing out a hand to catch the rudder before righting himself and working his way along the fuselage. Once he'd reached the cockpit, he pulled the door open, then lit a match to illuminate the inside. His heart leaped. Had their luck finally changed? "It's a Cessna," he said. 172, I think. And it's an old one." He took in the steam gauges. Most had their original dials, but some had clearly been replaced as their surfaces were blank. Good. That meant the plane had been maintained at some expense, even though there was every chance that only the original gauges would work after the EMP, but that wouldn't matter. When Becky arrived, he couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. "I learned to fly in one of these," he said. "This one is late 70s, early 80s, I guess." "So it might work?" "Maybe. This isn't a barn, Becky, it's a hangar. And I'm willing to bet that if we roll those doors open, we'll find a field of grass or gravel. These things can take off in 800 feet or so." "What's the problem?" She withdrew a little and hugged Jasper. "I'm scared to fly." "Seriously? Look, if we can get this to work, and if it's got a full tank of fuel, we could go 600 miles before we need more gas. We could get to New York in a few days." Despite his enthusiasm, he could see the fear etched into her face. She had no true comprehension of how far away the East Coast was on foot, but then, in truth, neither did he. He knew roughly how many miles it was, but that didn't mean his monkey brain could wrap itself around what that truly entailed. With this old Cessna, suddenly he felt he had a shot at what had seemed impossible. For a moment, he found himself swallowed by the dread of being torn between two promises, to keep Becky safe and to go to his daughter. The solution was right here, with this plane. He put his arms around her. "Look, you gotta trust me. I said I'd keep you safe, didn't I? Well, if we can get this bird to fly, we'll be out of danger. Nobody will be able to touch us." "I know, but I feel trapped. And it's so high up." "This isn't a 747, Becky, and I'll be sitting right beside you. Please, this is the best chance we're going to have. Neither of us wants to walk across the country, do we?" Her head moved back and forth against his chest. "What about Jasper?" "He'll be okay if you are, so you'll have to be brave for him, okay? Buckle up, sister." He withdrew, then impulsively kissed her on the forehead. "I'm going to see if it's working," he said. He was pretty confident. Though it was old, the Cessna had been looked after, loved even. Now his eyes had adjusted to the darkness. He could see that the owner had fitted a pair of Garmin dials and replaced the original radio with what looked like an expensive and up-to-date digital version. Ironic that the upgrade was probably nothing more than a chunk of dead metal and plastic now. Climbing into the pilot's seat, he looked over the back, remembering this time to get the flashlight out of his pack. This was a four-seater, and the rear bench was covered in a brown fabric, the sort of color it was hard to imagine was ever in fashion. But it was clean, and Wade suspected it had also been replaced, though this time authentically. He reached over and picked up the sectional chart, which was folded to show the local area. It was a few years old and well used, but it would do just fine for visual flying. Okay. The first test. He found the master switch and flicked it, holding his breath. Instantly, the lights built into the steam gauges came on. Test 1? Check. The digital displays remained dead, but he'd expected that, and to be frank, he'd learned to fly in an analog world, so this simplified things. Originally, he'd planned to test that the plane started up before opening the hangar door. Becky's nervousness had changed his mind. Best get it over with. It was early afternoon, and even at this time of year, that meant they could fly for maybe 3 hours and be 250 miles or more closer to New York by the time they set down. And being a Cessna, pretty much any field would do for that. He jumped down and strode over to the hangar door, waving away Becky's questions. Screwing up his eyes as he pulled it apart just a crack, he saw that there was, indeed, a grass lane heading out of the barn and up a slight incline. It was a little overgrown, but nothing the airplane couldn't handle. Behind the strip, and to the right, the farmhouse, white plaster facing and red-tiled roof, looked down on them. Was there anyone up there? Well, he didn't intend to ask their permission anyway. He'd been a gamekeeper, and now he was turning poacher. He pushed each door back, the metal barn filling with the sound of rollers that needed oiling. Then he ran back to the cockpit. "Stand clear," he said. "Lige!" Becky said, a pleading tone to her voice. But he was already switching on the fuel pump and priming it. He opened the throttle a little, then turned the key. After a momentary pause, the engine fired up, the propeller blurring in front of the cabin screen as the little plane shook until, finally, the engine began running smoothly. He jumped out again, checking the outside and giving the fuel time to get up to pressure and throwing the chocks away. "Lige!" "No, we've got to get in." "Look!" He followed her pointing finger. 5 or 6 figures were running out of the house on the hill, all carrying weapons. He cursed. So they had survived up there. "Come on!" "We can't! They'll shoot us!" He held her gaze for a split second. Then he snatched Jasper out of her arms and pitched him into the back of the airplane. He ignored her shriek of surprise and anger and her clawing hands as he heaved himself back into the pilot's seat, one hand resting on the dog. He pulled the throttle back a little, and the Cessna began moving toward the hangar door. They sure were going to make a juicy target as they went along the strip, but it was too late to stop now. Becky kept a hesitant pace as the plane taxied. Wade put out his hand. "Come on, Becky. For God's sake, you said you trust me, now prove it." She looked out the hangar door, at the running figures, out of range but getting closer, and then back at Jasper. And she jumped in. "You son of a—" He opened the throttle more, propelling her back in the seat and making the door shut, then guided the plane through the door before, with no more than a cursory glance at the gauges replacing the thorough checklist he'd been used to, he gave it some gas and headed onto the rough airfield. Out of his peripheral vision, he could see people shouting, and the nearest figures were now pointing shotguns directly at him, though it would take a lucky shot from this distance.
"Get in the back,"
he bellowed, as Becky shrieked with fear, then clambered over next to the dog. He saw the first shots, but they missed, and he opened up the throttle fully for takeoff, adjusting his course to be as far from the shooters as possible. From memory, he was looking for 55 to 60 knots in normal conditions, but as the little plane accelerated, the ride became bumpier and bumpier until, finally, he pulled back on the control column without looking at the gauge. The plane hopped, then fell back again with a thump, so Wade turned it into the breeze, gave it a few more seconds, and pulled back again. And those few seconds almost killed him. As they rose into the air, the rear window blew out, and he felt a searing pain in his right leg, yanking on the control wheel and sending the plane veering off. "Lige!" He felt her shaking him back from wherever he'd gone. How long had it been? He looked out of the opposite side window, and they were over the farmhouse. A sitting duck. He pushed forward, sending the plane into a deep dive, then rolling a little, making it as hard as possible for the people on the ground to fix them as a target. The air rushing out of the back window was creating a slight vacuum, but it was the warm stain he felt running down his thigh that was making him feel lightheaded. He fought back the panic, only breathing again when he saw that they now had the house between them and the shooters. By the time they got around to the back, the plane would be out of range. He straightened up and dropped the altitude as he heard Becky scrambling around behind him. "I'm looking for a first aid kit," she shouted. "You've got Jasper?" Wade called, having suddenly seen an image in his mind's eye of the little dog sailing out of the back window like an astronaut in an airlock. "Yeah, he's under my arm, but you're going to have to land." "No way, they can still see us." He put his hand against his thigh and winced. He'd been shot twice before, both after leaving the military, and this felt different. But he could feel the wet slick and knew that he needed to get it seen to quickly. But they had to be out of range of the people at the farm and remote enough that they wouldn't have trouble after landing. He took the chart from behind his feet. He'd swung the plane around to head due east, so the Sierra Nevada mountains would be the first obstacle. He was pretty sure the Cessna could manage them, but he'd be happier if he could check first. And he sure as hell wasn't going to attempt them until he'd fixed his leg. It was around 60 miles from where they were to the foothills of the mountains, no more than half an hour's flying time at the most. "We'll get some distance between us and them, then find a place to set down. Hang tight, it'll be okay." "You passed out!" she shrieked. "What if it happens again?" "It won't. I feel fine. You look after Jasper. It's getting cold in here." Was it cold? Or was it just that he was cold? Well, either way, he had to keep it together until they could get far enough away that they could land safely without the people from the farmhouse catching up with him. He distracted himself by checking the instrument panel. Everything looked good, and the fuel tank was 3/4 full, which, at a guess, would give them a range of around 500 miles before they'd have to replenish it. The Cessna was designed to run on aviation fuel, of course, but it was pretty tolerant, and at a pinch, it would fly on standard petroleum. After all, it wasn't as if he had to worry too much about shortening the life of the engine. If this got him across America, it would have done its job. Below, he could see a featureless landscape of greens and browns, broken only occasionally by small creeks and rivers that cut through the monotony with brighter, living colors. Barely any sign of human habitation, except for dark ribbons of asphalt. Mountains ran along the horizon from left to right in an unbroken line. Chances were they'd be close to the Cessna's altitude limit as they made their way across, so he'd have to pick out a route along any valleys and gorges. He just hoped that his chart had that level of detail. His hands were shaking, and he slapped the side of his head to clear his mind. "Lige!" Becky was shaking him. He looked out at the landscape and hardly recognized it. Had he lost consciousness? The smooth browns and greens were giving way to the bumpy foothills of the mountains, and they wouldn't be able to land there. Wade swung the plane around, looking for a long stretch of level ground, and began descending, running parallel to the mountain range. He saw a rectangular shape below him with dark circular pools around it, some sort of chemical plant, he guessed, and a strip of road running away from it. He dipped the nose of the plane and aimed for the road, trying to keep them out of sight of anyone who might have survived at the chemical plant. The last thing they wanted was for someone to find them on the ground. "Strap yourself in," he said over his shoulder, glancing across to see Becky clutching the dog to her chest. She was as white as the sky that framed her through the howling, smashed window, but she nodded and applied the seatbelt one-handed. It seemed to Wade that Jasper was the calmest of them, but then the dog didn't have to land the plane. He eased off the throttle as the land below suddenly rose toward them, close enough that he felt he could reach out and touch it. Fighting a crosswind that whipped over the desert and tried to push them away, he wrestled the control column until he was coming down at an angle. Then, as it seemed that he had to miss it, he gave the throttle one last pulse and, sensing he was about to hit ground, he pushed down on the right rudder pedal, and the little plane shifted sideways moments before its tires hit the road. He killed the throttle and allowed the plane to slowly come to a stop, pushed down on the right rudder pedal, and the little plane shifted sideways moments before its tires hit the road. And, as he turned to look at Becky, darkness took him. 19. Elijah. He dreamed that he was drowning, and then something wet and rough ran across his face, dragging him back to reality. "Jasper!" He recognized the voice, but it took a few moments to put a name to it. Becky? "It's like Groundhog Day," she said. "Me, sitting here, watching you, wondering if you're ever going to wake up. Jeez, I thought I'd never stop the bleeding." And, just like that, he was awake. He jerked up. He couldn't see anything. "No, sit still, you idiot. You got any idea how long it took me to patch you up?" His head swam, and he fell back. "Where am I? Please tell me it's dark in here and I'm not blind." "It's dark. You're in the back of the Cessna. I found a first aid kit in the luggage compartment and used it to clean your wound and bind it. You got a small sliver of glass in there. And I've been sitting here for hours, listening to your breathing, wondering if you're going to die and leave me and Jasper on our own in the middle of nowhere." "Glass? Not a bullet?" "I don't think so." He put his hand out, and she grasped it. She was sitting on the floor of the plane behind the pilot's seat. "Thanks, Becky. Again." "Yeah, well, don't forget it the next time you think of walking out on me, okay?" "Okay. What's the time?" "How would I know? It's been dark for hours." "You got your pack there?" "Yeah. Do you want something to eat?" "Sure." "You warm enough?" "I'll do." He wasn't about to admit that he was shivering under his coat. A little food and water would help. Then they'd have to wait the night out and hope no one had seen them come down. "Any sign of anyone?" he said as he took an energy bar from her. "No. We saw some coyotes. Jasper thinks he saw them off, but I reckon they couldn't figure out how to get inside." Wade swallowed some water with his bar. "How did they keep away from the aurora?" "Who knows? Maybe there's caves in the mountains. Maybe they got more sense. But I haven't turned the flashlight on since I finished binding up your leg." "Good plan." "Nice tattoo, by the way." Wade felt a little warmth now. But, of course, she could hardly have treated an injury to his thigh without taking his pants down. "Thanks. Got it when I was on assignment in New Zealand, part of the diplomatic team. It's where Lindsay and I got to know each other." "I've never been outside the U.S., she said, regret obvious in her voice. "Maybe one day I'll take you." He didn't know why he'd said it, but it seemed like the right thing to do. After all, this Cessna had the range to take them across the border with Mexico, or, if they headed north, Canada. He found himself wondering whether things were different in other countries. He suspected not. But he had a little more hope that humanity would recover, though it would take a long time to become a viable technological civilization again. Right now, Mankind was a boxer on the ropes, waiting for the knockout blow. He pulled the star from around his neck and held it in front of his eyes. Nothing. Good. Maybe they'd seen the last of the lights. "You catch some shut-eye," he said when Becky yawned.
"It's fine. I'll keep watch."
"No, you won't. You'll be asleep in minutes. Don't worry. I can handle it. Get some sleep. You've done enough." With a grunt, he pivoted around so he could sit up straight, then climbed clumsily and painfully across into the pilot's seat, while she made herself comfortable in the back. Within minutes, he heard her breathing becoming regular, and she turned over, with Jasper sandwiched between her and the backrest. He sat and looked out at the darkness. There was just enough moonlight, now his eyes had adjusted, to allow him to see the line of the mountains to his left, and the black strip under the plane heading southeast. He needed to take a look at the chart so he could plot a route through the Sierra Nevada mountains, but there wasn't nearly enough light, and he didn't dare turn on his flashlight. When he'd chosen this spot, it had seemed pretty isolated, but his mind had been fuzzy by then, and he didn't want to take the risk of attracting anyone's attention. Down here, they were like a beached whale, ponderous and vulnerable. He yearned for the safety of the skies. He felt his thigh, exploring the wound beneath the bandage, working out where it hurt the most. She'd done a good job. Damn, she must have been scared when he passed out again, stuck in the middle of nowhere. She sure was strong, and he had to remember that. Looking over his shoulder, he could just see the back of her head, her shoulder-length dark hair hiding her face. She looked like a child cuddling a soft toy, but good grief, she'd been through more than any human being should have to endure, whatever their age. Her life had been tough enough even before she was taken by Silas Lynch. Plenty of folks would have said it was her own fault, but in Wade's view, there was no excuse for exploiting the vulnerable, however they'd gotten themselves into that position. Wade sat there, staring into the night and listening to the breeze whistling around the Cessna. If there was one thing he prized above all else, it was that people trusted him. Another man might see that pretty girl snoring gently on the back seat as an opportunity. Elijah Wade saw her as an obligation. But he was learning that she wasn't simply a burden to carry. It was time he began to truly see her as his partner. Geez, he'd had enough partners over the years. Some, like Terry, he'd trusted. Some he hadn't. But he wondered how much more use they'd have been to him than Becky, when push came to shove. He felt his heart swell as he turned back and realized that genetics wasn't the only way to gain a daughter. Day 10. Sunlight reflected from the bottom of the Yosemite Valley like a string of Christmas lights as Wade looked down, searching for any signs of life below. He'd changed into his other pair of pants and thrown away the blood-soaked jeans that hadn't kept out the glass. He'd been lucky. The sliver had cut a vein, not an artery, and he'd been able to bind it close and apply some temporary stitches he found in the first aid kit. He'd slept, drunk, and eaten, and felt well enough to take to the air. Had they been walking, or even driving, he'd have rested up for a full day, but instead, they might cover a few 100 miles before setting down again. He was keeping the Cessna at an altitude of around 3,000 feet, and following the valley into the heart of the mountain range before, all being well, they would emerge into the Great Basin, the first part of their journey behind them. Becky sat in the back, looking out of the window and holding Jasper close. Behind her, their temporary repair to the back window was, for now, holding. It was made up of duct tape sealing a piece of carpet Wade had taken from the floor, but the cabin sure was quieter now, and Becky seemed to have found her air legs. "Wow," she gasped as they followed 140 through the wooded valley floor. "It feels like I could touch the rocks." Wade grunted. "You'd better hope not. See anyone moving down there?" "No." Every few 100 feet, he could see the dark rectangular shapes of cars and trucks, all of them parked at the odd angles that betrayed the fact that they'd suddenly stopped. "Look down there! On the river!" "Well, I'll be. Two shapes like elongated triangles slipped along the bottom of the gorge, the water shimmering behind them. He'd driven along here in the summer when the river was little more than a trickle, but the winter rain had swollen it until it threatened to overwhelm the road running alongside.
"They're waving!"
At 3,000 feet, his old eyes couldn't tell one way or another. Cool. It feels good to see someone and not be shot at by them. And it did. For some reason he couldn't put his finger on, seeing those canoes making their way into the heart of Yosemite Valley gave him hope. At least 2 other people were striving to survive the catastrophe. They followed the twists and turns of the valley, seeing no other movement, but it sure was beautiful, even in winter, as the pines that clothed the valley walls brought variety to the otherwise drab palette. For the first time since the night of the first aurora, Wade found himself lost in the joy of the moment, despite the aching of his leg. The landscape was so beautiful and dangerous, he couldn't have torn his mind from the task at hand, even if he'd wanted to. And he didn't want to. He didn't want this to end. It was breathtaking. Now they were passing over a thickly forested valley floor, where the river had become little more than a trickle lost among the trees. The mountain peaks had flattened before suddenly they were funneled into a narrowing gap. The trees disappeared, and Wade was forced to pull back on the control column, climbing to 7,000 feet before cresting the peak and dropping to a new valley floor, which ended in a second climb. They emerged over a huge body of water, black and still like an inland sea. "That's Tenaya Lake," he said. "We're almost through the mountain range." Wade took the plane down, following the line of the highway as it wound its way through progressively less impressive mountains until, after passing a final outlier, they emerged over a much flatter landscape dominated by a huge black lake with a pair of islands at its center.
"It's like another world,"
Becky said. Wade grunted an acknowledgement and smiled. He was happy, truly happy, for the first time in, he couldn't remember how long. Sure, his leg stung like hell, but he could handle physical pain well enough. As long as he shepherded his mind away from anything beyond the here and now, he could enjoy the moment. The past didn't exist, and the future was unknown, but for now, the freedom and exhilaration of flying far above the death and loss fueled him as they headed over the Nevada desert. Wade felt the sun warming the back of his head as he kept his eye on the fuel gauge. It had been 3 hours since they'd emerged from the Sierra Nevada mountains, and they weren't going to get nearly the range he'd hoped for. If all had gone to plan, he'd be able to set down as the sun dipped below the horizon, light enough to see, while making it less likely they'd be seen themselves. What did they say about plans? The Cessna had burned through more fuel than he'd expected, but that was probably more his ignorance than anything. He didn't, after all, have Google available to check. He'd also been forced to cruise at a lower altitude than he'd have preferred because their repair to the back window didn't prevent heat being sucked out. And the lower they flew, the worse the fuel economy and the shorter their range. He'd hoped to make it across the country with 3 or 4 stops to refuel, but that was looking unlikely now, and he didn't want to wait until they were flying on fumes before landing, in case they had to take off again in a hurry.
"Is that the highway down there?"
Becky asked. She was now in the seat beside Wade, where it was a few degrees warmer, and it seemed now loved flying almost as much as he did. He glanced across to where she was pointing, checking against the chart on his knee. Looks like it. They'd been using the major roads to navigate across Nevada, picking up Route 93 when they were ready to head north. From here, he could see the outline of Ely Airport, its runways reminding him of a game of pick-up sticks or a particularly portentous I Ching fortune-telling session. In normal times, he'd have landed there, filled up on aviation fuel, and gotten back into the sky as quickly as possible. But these weren't normal times, and it seemed obvious to him that, even in a small city like Ely, enough people would have survived so far to cause problems for him. No, Much better to find an out-of-the-way highway they could land on, then hike to the nearest town or farm and get hold of some fuel. Sounded so simple when he put it like that, but he knew it would be anything but. They had no choice, however. It was land soon, or fall out of the sky. We'll head farther along the highway and find some trackway to land. Jeez, I wish it was later. If there's anyone alive down there, they're going to see us land. The sun went behind a cloud as Becky put her hand on his.
It'll be okay, Lige. Have a little faith.
Banking the plane, he took it out over the desert, though still shadowing the black line of the highway. Beneath him, he could see huge green circles marking the irrigation systems that brought water to this arid landscape, and, leading away from one of them, he saw what he was looking for. He kept as far from the little town that sat on one side of the highway as he could, bringing the plane as low as he dared. They were a sitting duck as they skimmed over the sandy, gun-barrel straight track, but he prayed there was no one alive to see them, no one alive to cause trouble.
"Look, there's a farm,"
Becky said.
"Is it?"
Wade didn't have time to look. He was watching the road rise to meet them. He took it a little too fast, and the plane bumped twice before it was solidly running along the asphalt. Elijah sighed with relief, then spotted the buildings Becky had mentioned. They looked a lot bigger down here, big iron-roofed barns stained with orange rust. He taxied the Cessna off the road, heading straight for the barns, searching for movement in all directions, until, finally, he swung it into the compound and under the shelter of one of the barns. It turned out to be a grain store so vast that, even though it was half full, there was still plenty of room for the plane to get completely inside, out of view from any angle except immediately in front. Becky opened the door as soon as the plane had stopped. She jumped out, ignoring Wade's warnings, and headed around the back of the barn with Jasper, emerging again a couple of minutes later.
"That's better," she said. "Jasper needed the bathroom."
The little dog looked up at her, as if to confirm her words.
"It feels weird to be on the ground again, like I'm gonna fall off. And it's so quiet."
"Yeah, well, we've got to be careful, okay? We'll hide the plane as best we can, then go looking for fuel. The sooner we're in the sky again, the better." 20. Samuel and Ruth. Day 10, Pennsylvania. Samuel Gerber helped lower the wrapped body into the grave, then accepted Justin's hand to help him climb out. He stood back and waited for Ruth to say a few words before he began to shovel earth over the coffin to cover it. Ruth shouldn't be leading the ceremony, he knew that well enough. As the man of the house, it was his job, in the absence of an elder, to commit Sofia Garcia's immortal soul to the care of the Heavenly Father. But it had also been his job, helped by Justin, to dig the grave, and to help carry the body to this place on a small rise looking over the farm. He knew himself well enough to recognize when he had reached his limit, and so he'd asked Ruth to officiate. Perhaps this was just another example of the new world they found themselves in. He only hoped that, when he came to stand before judgment, he would be able to justify the actions he'd taken over the past 10 days. Ruth spoke, finishing with 2 verses from 2 Corinthians.
"Blessed be God, even the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of mercies, and the God of all comfort, who comforteth us in all our tribulation, that we may be able to comfort them which are in any trouble, by the comfort wherewith we ourselves are comforted of God." The women stood beside the small wooden marker that Samuel had hastily put together when Mrs. Garcia had suddenly succumbed the previous night. He could craft something more ornate and fitting when he had time. Caitlin held tight to Ruth's hand, and on his wife's other side stood Victoria. He tried not to look at her, but couldn't resist. How did she contrive to look so beautiful in her grief? Ruth's beauty was a natural, comfortable thing, whereas it seemed to Sam Victoria's was, at least in part, contrived, and he sensed the danger as her eyes flicked in his direction. He instantly looked away.
handing a small shovel to Logan, who had stood silently between Sam and Justin as Ruth had spoken.
"Come," he said. "Let us finish this. Then we can go inside and finish what we began yesterday."
He was proud of the boy. Logan had insisted on playing his part today, even though Sam had been prepared to give him a pass. His involvement had been minimal, to be sure, at Sam's insistence, but it had been enough so that Logan felt he had contributed. Quite by chance, Sam had stumbled upon the key to the boy's healing. He needed to feel he had at least a little control, that he wasn't entirely at the mercy of events and the adults who cared for him. It was, in large part, an illusion, but that didn't make it any less crucial. Quickly, Samuel and Justin shoveled in enough soil to cover the body, so by the time Logan came to tip his first spadeful into the grave, he was simply adding more dirt. Soon enough, the hole was filled, leaving a mound standing proud and marking out the last resting place of a woman Sam hardly knew. He glanced down the hill to see that the women were approaching the back door of the farmhouse.
"Well done,"
he said, patting first Justin and then Logan on the shoulder.
"That was hard, but it is now over. You and I," he added, leaning down to the boy's level, "have a task to complete, do we not?"
"And me," Justin said with a smile. "I've got a job to do."
"You have. Now let's go clean up the tools and ourselves, and have something to eat. And let's see if we can't make this a good day." There, one last bolt, and it's done.
Samuel stood back and watched as Logan used the wrench. Although the boy had seemed incredibly clumsy with the tool at first, by now he was able to use it confidently. Sam knew that pride was sinful, but he couldn't resist delighting in Logan's progress. The grief was still there, of course, bursting out unexpectedly like a perished water hose, but there was no doubt that the mere act of physical work was giving his mind the bandwidth to process what had happened.
"What do you think?"
The boy smiled as he looked from the wooden bed frame to Samuel. It was the second one they'd completed. The first was standing on end nearby. Sam had explained to Logan that they would build one for Caitlin first, because it was important to give before receiving.
"It looks cool," he said. "I can't wait to get in."
It had been a simple enough construction project. Sam had been planning to build a new shed, so he had plenty of sawn timber. Measuring and cutting, routing and mitering had all to be done by hand, but he was used to that, though he would have given much to have electricity to power his bench saw and drill. They had a battery bank in the basement, powered by a small array of solar panels, but nothing with the grunt to drive electrical tools. Those had to come from the generator, and he couldn't spare the gas at present. Muscle power would have to do for now. It wasn't as if he was in a particular rush. Between them, he, Justin, and Logan took Caitlin's bed frame up the stairs, but she was ordered to wait until Logan's was next to it before trying it out. Ruth ran her hand around his waist as they watched the children clamber into bed, drawing the comforters around their chins. He knew that she was imagining an alternate reality where these two were their natural children. He hugged her back, realizing as he watched them that, for all intents and purposes, Caitlin and Logan were their children now. And, for the first time, it felt all right to him.
"Thank you, Mr. Gerber,"
Caitlin said, emerging from beneath the comforter.
"And Justin."
"You're welcome, but you should also thank your brother. He'll make a fine carpenter."
She turned over.
"Thanks, Gopher." "That's okay. Carpenting is cool." "Can I try?"
she said as she spun around to face Sam again. He felt a warning squeeze around his waist.
"Why not?"
Ruth said. "Now, children, do you know what today is?" Caitlin nodded solemnly.
"Christmas, but you don't celebrate it."
"That is true, and even if we did, it seems somehow wrong to do so after what's happened so recently. So, this Christmas will not be like any of those you've celebrated before."
But Justin and Miss Christensen are not Mennonite, and they have each selected a gift, one for each of you. They wish for you to have them now, so that you will have the joy without the pain of remembrance." It seemed to Sam that this might be a little difficult for the children to understand, but he thought Ruth was being wise in separating the gifts from Christmas itself. Ruth nodded at Victoria, who stepped forward. "I have chosen something for dear Caitlin." She slid past the children's beds, taking the girl by the hand and guiding her to the far wall, pulling a cord to turn on the light that illuminated a sheet that covered something leaning against the wall. "Pull the sheet off," she said, "and Merry Christmas." Sam watched as the girl's nervous hand took hold of a corner of the sheet and gently teased it away. "Oh my God! Oh, thank you!" While Caitlin had been kept busy in the kitchen, Justin had snuck a small bookshelf upstairs, and Victoria had populated it with dozens of children's books. "I wondered why you kept asking about what I like to read," Caitlin gasped. "Oh, Harry Potter! Oh, thank you so much!" She threw her arms around Victoria, squealing with joy. Samuel ground his teeth a little. His mother would not approve of those books being under his roof, but Victoria had pointed out that if the children were to accept the evening Bible study he insisted on, then they should be able to also choose their own reading, and frankly, he couldn't see the harm in ridiculous stories about wizards and giants that everyone knew to be fiction. Caitlin released herself from Victoria's embrace and came across to Ruth with her arms outstretched. Sam found himself being guided down so all three could embrace. "Thank you," Caitlin whispered. "Justin got them," Victoria said, "with Mr. Gerber, when they went on their gathering expeditions." The girl hugged Justin last, the young man's face flushing. Sam decided to rescue him.
"Now it's Logan's turn, Justin. Will you give him your gift?"
"Sure, Mr. Gerber." He picked up a box from the floor and kept it behind his back until he was standing in front of the boy, who looked up eagerly, his face a mixture of excitement and fear, presumably in case it was a book. "My Nintendo Switch!" he roared, then panic struck. "But it doesn't work!" "This one does," Justin said. "I made sure. And I found some ROMs, too. Just make sure you keep it all safe when you're not using it. Down in the basement, maybe." The boy's eyes filled up with tears, and he wrapped his arms around Justin's legs before running over and throwing himself at Samuel, who fell backwards onto the bed in surprise.
"Just as well this is a good frame," he said.
He couldn't quite give himself up to the moment. His family had been decidedly non-tactile, but he patted Logan on the head before getting to his feet again.
"Now, though, we still have chores to do,"
he said, before putting his hand out to quell the protests.
"I think we all deserve a couple of hours of rest, and tomorrow we will have a holiday to celebrate the birth of Jesus."
"Mr. Proctor," Justin said, "there's somebody down there."
Sam groaned. Just for a few minutes there, they'd enjoyed a little contentment untainted by any thoughts of the future or the outside world. But it seemed the outside world hadn't forgotten them.
"Please, declare yourself,"
Samuel said. The man on the driveway froze, sweeping the darkness with a handgun, searching for the source of the sound. Taking in a deep breath, Sam held up a lantern.
"I am here. I'm not armed, though you are being watched by someone who is. Please make no sudden movements, and I will come out to you."
The man swayed a little, as if drunk.
"Please, I mean no harm. Help me."
Samuel rushed out, grabbing the man as his legs gave way, though he couldn't stop him falling to the wet ground. Emerging from the farmhouse door, Justin propped the rifle just inside and went to kneel beside Sam.
"Have the lights made you sick?"
The man shook his head, his eyes firmly shut. He was in his 50s, with a short gray and white beard, and even in the warm glow of the lantern, his face was sallow. Come, let's get him inside, Samuel said. Justin helped to lift the man to his feet, and they dragged him toward the door.
Are you serious? Victoria stood in the entrance. You can't bring him in here. You don't know what's wrong with him.
Sam jabbed a finger at her. I'll bring whoever I wish into my own house, woman.
What about the children?
Ruth said. You defy me also? On Christmas Eve? What if the innkeeper had turned Mary and Joseph away? The man made a groaning noise, then turned his head heavily. There are children here? His breath was so fetid, Samuel had to fight down the urge to vomit. Yes, a girl and a boy, orphans. We are caring for them. Then I will not go inside. Justin, Samuel called, looking past the ghastly face. Get away. You are to go upstairs and confine yourself to your room. Keep away from everyone else. Go. Samuel staggered as Justin moved toward the door, and he took all the man's weight.
What are you doing, Samuel?
Ruth called. I'll take him into the barn. Follow me, but stay outside. No one else is to come near until I say. He grunted as he put one foot in front of the other, turning on his heels to guide the man toward the nearest barn. Help me, will you? He hissed. They finally made it inside, and he let the man's arm go, guiding him down so he sat against a bale of straw. Ruth, he called over his shoulder, fetch me an old blanket and pillows, and make a hot, sweet tea. The man gasped. Whiskey. We don't drink here. Now, what is your name? Wendell Rowe. You're Amish? Mennonite. I come from a very conservative family, he said, stroking his beard. I think my father would have been happier to be Amish, but my mother wouldn't hear of it. Now, Mr. Rowe, what ails you? With Sam's help, Wendell pushed himself more upright. I come from Punxsutawney. You know it? Of course, it's not far from here. Rowe nodded. Yeah, of course. Sorry. My mind, it's not working right. At the sound of Ruth's voice, Sam got to his feet and instructed her to drop the comforter and pillow, then move back so he could pick them up without getting close to her. The man was sick, but not with radiation poisoning, and until he knew what the cause was, he had no intention of approaching anyone else. If Rowe had it, then chances were Sam did too, and that was terrifying enough, without the added fear of passing it on to his wife. He wrapped the man in the comforter and wedged the pillow behind his head, then went back for the jug of sweet tea, pouring it into 2 enameled mugs. Is that better? Rowe nodded. Thank you. Have you caught a disease? He nodded again. I was working in the field hospital, trying to help ease the pain of the people there. So many dead, so many dying, so few of us to help them. Then, just as we thought those who were still alive were past the worst of it, they started getting sick. Not radiation, some kind of disease, like COVID, but worse, way worse. Folks that got it, they didn't get over it. Then I got it. Samuel found himself edging backwards. He'd had both shots of the vaccine and the boosters in the years since. Are you vaccinated? Yeah, but it isn't COVID. It's just a lot like it. Or maybe it is corona, but mutated. Your God, he sure likes kicking mankind in the teeth when he's already on his knees, doesn't he? Samuel ignored that last remark. It would be for Wendell to account for his blasphemy when he stood before the Father, which looked like it would be soon enough. Finish your story, please. Well, medics started getting sick from the patients, and in the end, I got out of there. I mean, when I say medics, we're just ordinary Joes. I worked my butt off to save who I could from the radiation, but when the infection came, what could I do? So I headed this way. I know the place well, and figured I could find somewhere to lay low and wait it out. Samuel raised the tea to his lips. And then you discovered that you had it after all. Yeah. Look, what's your name? Samuel. Right, Samuel. I know how this goes, and maybe I've infected you already, but I didn't mean to, you understand? I saw you there, and it was like my prayers had been answered. But you wanted to come in and infect us all. He shook his head.
No, like I say, I wasn't thinking straight. But then your wife said you had children inside.
She isn't my wife.
And it brought me to my senses. But please, keep back. You might not be infected yet. All I want is a little care and a place to die.
Samuel got to his feet and began moving bales around to make a bed for himself. If Wendell had something as contagious as coronavirus, then surely so did he now. But he couldn't shift Roe's words from his head. Why had God allowed this plague when humanity was already on its knees? Did he require the extermination of his children to complete the tribulation and usher in the second kingdom? He sat with his back to the bale and listened to Roe coughing on the other side of the barn. Tomorrow marked the advent of their Lord's birth. Would it also mark the final days for the survivors? 21. Grace. Grace watched as Marty got onto his front and sighted along the rifle barrel.
See those cottonwoods?
Grace followed his finger as it pointed along the road.
Sure, Lyle used to play with Rita's kids in there. Which reminds me, I gotta get in touch with her today.
He gestured in the opposite direction.
And that stand of cactuses?
I see 'em.
So can I. I've got a clear line of sight from the trees to the saguaro. Anyone comes along here, and they've got nowhere to hide.
Grace patted him on the back as he got onto his knees.
You've worked darned hard.
His face flushed with boyish pride as he stood up. He was a little unsteady on his feet. Heights gave him the wobbles, but this point on the front corner of the house made for the perfect position for a gun emplacement. Marty had moved the sandbags from where Walt had put them now that he'd cleared the shrubs from the road and pushed the couple of cars out of the way. Walt had been far too lazy to do it, though to be fair, he could hardly go around cutting down vegetation on other folks' properties before the end times began. No one lived to the left of them, at least not for a good half-mile, but to the right there were the ranch houses of 4 neighbors who would do their talking with a chamber full of buckshot if they saw him on their land. But they were all gone, or dead, so they wouldn't be shooting anyone.
That's the north covered. We just need to do the same east, west, and south.
Ain't nobody coming out of the south, Marty. That's 10 miles of desert, and cutting across the middle is Brushwood Gulch. They'd need to have wings to creep up on us that way.
Marty shrugged.
Okay, we'll check south last.
But right now, let's get something to eat.
They climbed down through the roof hatch, pulling it shut against the cold and sealing in the sweet smell of muffins that wafted up the stairs.
Now you hold on, Maria, Grace called as she hurried down the stairs. Don't you open that oven door without me, you hear me?
She wasn't likely to answer, Grace knew. Though the frightened girl who'd first arrived at her gate had been replaced with a smiling, vivacious child, she still hadn't said a word to either of them. It was only 3 days since Maria and Marty had first shown up, but they'd brought life to the place, the like of which it had never experienced before, and a contentment, even in these grim times, that was outside of Grace's ken. She hadn't known that this level of comfort, security, and happiness was possible. This was what it was like to be part of a family, and it had only taken 40 years to discover it. When they arrived in the kitchen, Maria was there with her hands behind her back, barely able to contain herself.
"They sure smell good,"
Marty said. Grace took a pair of mitts from the countertop and reached down to the oven door, looking at Maria as she said, "Let's find out if they taste just as nice." She took the muffin tray out with its payload of cakes. It was Christmas Eve, and they'd made 12 blueberry muffins to celebrate. Not exactly traditional festive fare, but easy to make from ingredients they had in relative abundance. The blueberries were dried, but they looked and smelled wonderful.
"You know, we should really keep this till tomorrow,"
Grace said as Maria reached for them on the wire cooling rack.
"But what the heck? We can celebrate the Savior's birth today and tomorrow, can't we?"
The girl nodded enthusiastically and took a warm muffin from Grace, who then sliced a second one and gave half to Marty. Maria did all the work, so she gets one to herself. The fire crackled as Marty sat next to Grace in the armchair that had once been Walt's, though she'd never felt so comfortable in her husband's company as she did with the young Mexican-American. Boomer snored in front of the hearth, and Maria had been cajoled into bed in the end. Although she knew that this would be a Christmas unlike any other, she couldn't help but be excited. Marty had cut down an offshoot of pine that Grace had turned into a semblance of a Christmas tree by mounting it on the floor and decorating it. Her first tree in decades. She'd scoured her closets to put together a cooking set for the child, which would be her main present the following morning. Did Maria think Santa had survived the end of the world? Who knew? But neither Grace nor Marty was going to burst that particular bubble if they could help it. "Are you warm enough?" Marty said, looking across at Grace. The last couple of days had been unusually cold, even for the winter equinox, and they were sitting looking at the hearth and wrapped in blankets crocheted over years of boredom by Grace. "I'm fine," Grace said. She sipped on her bourbon and saluted Marty. She'd never enjoyed Walt's favorite drink while he was alive, but she was finding herself acclimatizing to the almost overwhelming strength of Jack Daniels, like drinking gas, she'd said when she'd first tried it, and the warmth as it went down. Makes you think, doesn't it? Christmas. You don't want to go thinking too hard. It's not good for you at the best of times, and this certainly ain't them. He sipped at Walter's bourbon, his eyes gazing into the depths of the fire as if he would find answers in the pulsing plasma. "Last Christmas, we were singing Las Posadas, me, my mother, and my uncle. My sister and her husband came to our place. They had 2 children, Ricardo and little Rosa. She was such a lovely child. Her father, I didn't like him much, and I don't know what my sister saw in him. But Rosa..." He sighed, and Grace watched in silence as his eyes again became lost in the flames. Then, so quietly she could barely hear him over the crackling of the logs, he began to chant. "En el nombre del cielo, yo os pido posada, pues no puede andar mi esposa amada. Mi esposa es María, la reina del cielo, os pido posadas por esta noche." His voice broke as he stopped singing, and he shook his head as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "I cannot sing any more." "That was beautiful," Grace said. "What do the words mean? I heard Maria's name. In English, Maria is Mary, the name of the Blessed Virgin. It is a song about how she could not find a place to stay. My wife is Mary, Queen of Heaven. We ask for lodging for this night." Grace reached across the gap between the armchairs and took his hand. "The foundation doesn't hold with celebrating Christmas. Never made sense to me. I mean, if we can't find joy in the birth of Jesus, then when can we?" "But you will celebrate it this year?" She grunted as she swallowed the last of the bourbon. "For Maria's sake, I will. She isn't exactly going to be spoiled, is she? We can all sing that song together, if you want." "I'd like that. You know, Grace, you and Maria are the only reason I have any hope. Apart from Hope herself, of course. But what sort of world will they grow up in?" Grace let go of his hand and got to her feet. "I can't say, Marty, but it seems to me it's our job to make sure they do grow up, if it's God's will." "And do you think it is?" "Oh, Marty, I used to be so sure. Walter was quite the sweet-talker when we were courting, and he introduced me to the congregation and the elders. I found great comfort in their certainty. The end times were coming, they said, and on that day the members of the true faith, the brotherhood of the foundation, would rise up and be at the right hand of our Savior. So when the lights appeared in the sky, I thought surely they were right, and I was ashamed of ever doubting them. But I'm still here, and no sign of my feet leaving the ground. Maybe my faith wasn't strong enough, but when Hope arrived, I knew I had to keep her safe, as much as I could. Maybe that was why I didn't ask you and Maria to stay, when I knew in my heart it was the charitable Christian thing to do. It's okay. You came after us, and we're all safe now." The chair groaned as she leaned back in it. "Feels safe enough, sitting in front of the fire, but, I don't know." Marty leaned across and looked at her, concern written on his face. "What is it, Grace?" "It's just me being a stupid old woman, I don't doubt. Or maybe it's the liquor, but something feels wrong. Like there's a shadow creeping up on me." Getting to his feet, he went over to the window. The curtains were closed tight behind shutters to keep the light inside, so he went into the hall, where it was even darker, and cracked the drapes open. "Can't see nothing," he called, before walking back to the living room and ruffling the fur on Boomer's head. "You hear something, boy?" The dog had lifted his head as if listening, but showed no signs at all of being alarmed. Grace patted his back. "What is it? He's getting deaf in his old age. Poor excuse for a guard dog." "I'm going up top." "Oh, don't pay no heed to me or Boomer. It's probably nothing. Stay here by the fire." Suddenly, whatever instincts she'd been alerted by seemed mere phantoms, and she cursed herself for disturbing their perfect peace here beside the hearth. Marty began moving away. "Probably, but I'm going to check anyway. You stay here. I can manage." She heard him open the door under the stairs and switch on the CCTV. "We're going to have to fix this. Only one of the cameras is working. Can't see anything on it." His footsteps retreated up the stairs, and she got to her feet and took her combination rifle from its place beside the fire, checking that she had a round in each chamber. Aside from the sounds of movement upstairs, the crackling of the fire, and the gentle tickle of the breeze on the window, she heard nothing. As the minutes ticked by, she began to relax, taking reassurance in Marty's distant, steady footsteps on the roof as he scanned the perimeter. Then, quite suddenly, Boomer snapped to attention and began whining as his ears pivoted, searching for something almost lost in the background noise. There was no aggression in him at all, just, for want of a better word, bewilderment. She glanced up at the ceiling as if her vision could penetrate the 2 floors between here and the roof. She could no longer hear Marty's footsteps. Boomer tore himself from her grasp and ran to the front door. Grace followed him out of the room, taking the gun with her, but went into the monitor room. There, on the one remaining CCTV screen, she saw a monochrome shape creeping toward the house. Knife in one hand, pistol in the other. She was just about to turn away when she saw another figure. Marty. He was tracking the intruder, holding his handgun in a 2-handed grip, sticking close to the walls, so far unnoticed by his target. She knew she should sit tight and let Marty take care of it, but she couldn't bear for him to be hurt while she just looked on. She had her gun, and she had Boomer, and if she distracted the intruder, maybe that would give Marty a clear shot. She wouldn't let nothing, and no one, spoil her newfound happiness, however transient it might be. Marty, Hope, and Maria were her world, her family. And tomorrow was Christmas Day. She crept to the front door and looked through the peeper. The intruder was making his way toward the door, though he was taking a roundabout path, looking up at the rooftop as if he suspected that to be the source of danger. Then she heard Marty step forward, calling out for the intruder to put his hands up. Fool, he should have dropped the man without warning. There was no time for softness in this new world. The intruder had gotten past the gate, probably by scaling the wall farther along, so one thing was for sure, he wasn't here to offer neighborly support or to wish good cheer of the season. In a flash, the man swung around as Marty approached, knocking the gun out of his hand and lunging at him. Marty fell back, and Grace pulled the door open as Boomer cowered behind her. Rainbow lights danced in the sky. She raised the rifle as the 2 men rolled around in the muddy soil, unable to separate them, unable to get a clear shot. Bile rose in her throat as she expected, at any moment, to hear yells of pain and triumph as the intruder got the upper hand and drove the knife she'd glimpsed in the struggle into Marty's chest. Time to act. She pushed the door wide open and stepped into the crisp night air and swung the rifle around, hitting the intruder in the head as he came into view. Marty snatched the opportunity to grab the knife from the intruder, who put his hands up to fend off the coming fatal blow. At that moment, Boomer brushed past her, finally finding his voice, and Marty was forced to push the dog away as, with a roar, he raised the knife, sitting astride the intruder, who'd lost a boot in his frenzy. On his ankle, pale in the light leaking from the hallway, Grace saw the tattoo of an upside-down crucifix. Down came the knife. "Stop!" Boomer leaped, pushing Marty back. "Marty, no!" Grace said, grabbing his wrist. "What the hell?" The dog swung around and pulled at the intruder's hood with obvious delight. "You son of a bitch," Grace spat. Resentful eyes looked up at her from the shadows. "Merry Christmas," a familiar voice drawled. "Though I don't think much of your welcome, Mom." She said it like a curse. Lyle. 22. Abby and Ray. Day 10. California. Abby found her sister crouching knee-deep in water, her hands working on something beneath the surface. The river was flowing fast, and Abby had to get within 20 feet before she was sure Ray would hear her over the noise of pebbles tumbling along the narrow beach and the wind in the trees. "Are you nearly done?" she called. Abby had expected Ray to jump out of her skin, but she simply turned her head and stood up. "Just in time. You can help me move some rocks to stop the trap floating away." "Marvelous," Abby groaned inwardly. "Okay, I'll help. But you've got to come inside or you'll catch your death. And I can see your legs cramping from here." It always looked so painful, and Abby couldn't help thinking that standing in ice-cold water for heaven knew how long wasn't going to help. It wasn't as if they had an endless supply of muscle relaxant. Sighing, she helped Ray out of the water, then put out a hand as she stumbled, rubbing the backs of her legs. "Ow! That's so much worse now that I've gotten out." "Sure you don't want to take a break and warm yourself up?" Ray shook her head. "No, if we don't pin it down, it'll float away." It was the trout trap she and Ray had made together. They'd foraged along the riverbank until they found a group of willow on an inner bend where the current slowed. Gathering armfuls of the straightest, thinnest sticks, they used them to build the frame Ray had sketched on a scrap of paper, following the diagram she'd found on the Cyberdeck's downloaded version of Wikipedia. To Abby, it looked like the inner framework of a witch's hat, a wide circular brim that tapered to a point, the pieces bound together using string made of stripped bark. A second, funnel-like structure was tied to the inside. It was the same width as the brim, but much shorter and with a smaller gap at the end. The idea was that trout would be drawn inside, passing through the small entrance, and then be unable to get out again. That was the theory, in any case. Ray was keen to try, since the river was the best source of long-term food for them, and this way they wouldn't have to catch them with a line and bait. If it worked, that was. Ray pointed at a large, flat rock, and the two of them dragged it toward where the trap was bobbing in the water. The bedrock was exposed here, forming a sudden, relatively deep pool near the bank, and they'd seen fish resting there out of the main current. The plan was that the trout would see the trap as just an inviting little cave, but would be unable to escape once inside. Abby pulled her skirt up and tucked it into her belt, exposing bare, goose-bumped legs mottled with the cold. Gray was on the other side of their land, hacking branches down to disguise the track that led to the cabin, but she still looked around just in case. Then she cast off her boots and followed Ray, gasping as she stepped into the icy water until it reached the tops of her thighs, and her skirt, despite her best efforts, was soaked. Between them, they hauled the stone into the pool, guiding it down to the bottom and tying it with the strap Ray had designed for the purpose.
"Done,"
Ray said, straightening.
"One more, and we can get back in the warm." "Seriously? Won't that one keep it down?"
Ray shrugged.
"Maybe, but after all this, we might as well do it right. I'd hate to catch dinner and then watch it float down the river."
By the time they'd anchored the trap to Ray's satisfaction, they were both shivering. Abby wanted to run back to the cabin and take off her soaked clothes, but her sister was staggering along on spasming legs. Geez, she's a tough one, Abby thought, and a pain in the butt. If anything, by the time they made it back along the slushy path to the cabin, they were even colder. It was as if the icy water was drawing all the heat from Abby's body, so much so that she didn't give a second thought to what a sight she must have been, stumbling along with one arm around her sister, and the other holding her sodden skirt away from her bare legs. After so many years obsessing over her appearance, trying to fit in with the D-list celebrities she worked for, the end of the world had given her a brutal lesson into what really mattered. And she couldn't help being angry that it had been her younger half-sister who'd adapted better. But then she was a nerd. The geek shall inherit the earth. Slamming the door shut behind them, Abby took a couple of blankets from the back of the couch and guided Ray to the hearth. She kneeled, poking at the fire and dropping a fresh log into the flames, delighting at the sudden heat.
Mercury's like this,"
Ray said, her teeth chattering as Abby rubbed at her legs, wincing in sympathy at the tight knots in her calves.
"What?"
Despite the heat, Ray was now shivering uncontrollably, and Abby took the blanket from around her own shoulders and wrapped it around her sister, then returned to massaging.
"Mercury, you know, the planet?"
"I've heard of it." Abby tried hard not to snap, given the circumstances, but she hated it when she thought Ray was patronizing her. Ray's body relaxed a little, the heat finally starting to soak through.
"It's tidally locked. Astronomers used to think that one side faced the sun all the time and the other never did, a bit like the moon. Turns out they were wrong. But sitting in front of the fire made me think of it."
Abby shook her head. Off with the fairies again. As she watched her sister curling her now relaxed legs under her chin, the firelight bathing her face in a warm amber glow, she smiled. With her short brown hair and elfin features, Ray could have been a visitor from another realm. Sharp as a pin, she was as infuriating as she was clever, but perhaps for the first time since this had all happened, Abby felt truly glad that she was here. She left Ray there and headed reluctantly away from the fire to find a towel and a change of clothes for herself. From her bedroom window, she could see that the sun, which had finally made an appearance, was setting beyond the tall pines and redwoods that surrounded the cabin on three sides, with only the trail down to the river offering a clear view. It would get even colder soon, but she'd be cozy enough beneath the two comforters. The cabin was fitted with a wood-burning furnace, but their stock of dry wood was designed to last for the Christmas vacation, and even with the extra from the Schumachers, they wouldn't have enough to see them through the winter. Gray's plan to find a chainsaw and use that to replenish their supplies was all fine and dandy, but that wood wouldn't be dry enough to use for months. It didn't get nearly as cold here as it did in Seattle, but the standing water outside had frozen for the past few nights. Combined with the fact that it seemed to rain 4 days out of 5, it could be relentlessly grim. Weather that made the cabin seem cozy when they were all gathered together and the fire was blazing hot became oppressive when there was little power or enough wood to burn. She made a mental note as she came down the stairs with her arms wrapped around a comforter to peek at Ray's climate journal. She was opening her mouth to ask her sister where she kept it when she saw the man standing over Ray and holding a knife to her throat. How long did they stand there, looking at each other? Seconds, probably, but Abby took in every square inch of the tortured face, staring, wide-eyed at her, mouth contorted into a vicious, inhuman snarl. He might have been white, or perhaps Latino, but the livid red sores covering his face and hands made it impossible to be sure. All she knew for certain was that he was in desperate pain, and that in his shaking hand he held a knife to her sister's throat.
"Please," she said. "Let her go. I won't hurt you."
He shook his head and made a guttural, animal-like noise in his throat, almost as if he were gargling mouthwash. "Meds. Give me. Meds. Pain. First, let my sister go." Again he shook his head. Ray squealed, and blood trickled down her throat. Abby's heart hammered as she held her hands out imploringly. Okay, don't hurt her, please. You want morphine?" "Yeah, and liquor, and don't try nothing. I will kill her." Abby didn't doubt it. She'd never seen such desperation. Death would be a mercy for this ruin of a man, but she was terrified that he would take Ray with him. And where was Gray? The last thing they needed was for him to stumble into this. She went into the kitchen, keeping the man in sight as much as possible, and trying to indicate to Ray that everything would be all right, even though she knew that was an impossible promise. "What are you doing?" he called in that guttural, gurgling voice. "Give me a minute." Panic flooded her stomach as, with nervous fingers, she looked through the bottles until she found an opioid. "Got it." She hurried back to see the man standing unsteadily, one hand around the back of Ray's neck, the other holding the knife to her throat. "Now, let her go, and I'll let you have this, I promise." Again, he shook his head, drips of sweat flying in all directions from his long, thinning hair. As she approached, he took the hand from behind Ray's neck and held it out, taking the plastic pill bottle and giving it to the frightened girl. "Open it." Ray whimpered, her face twisted in fear and pain. She was cramping. She handed the open pill bottle to the man as his knife quivered against her jugular. He took it, quickly examined the label, and threw his head back, swallowing. Ray cried out, her left leg spasming and kicking upwards. Abby thrust forward, hands outstretched, and pushed the man backward, grabbing at the knife as Ray fell to the floor with a squeal. The man yelled, his knife flashing in the light from the fire, Abby's terror giving her the strength to drive him back. Another hand grabbed his shoulder, causing him to collapse backward, and Abby saw Gray land on top of the intruder, kneeing at his hand until he could grab the knife. Abby scrambled across the floor to where Ray lay, neck on her throat. Blood stained her hand, running between her fingers. "Jesus, Ray! No, 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 no!" She pressed her hands against her sister's throat, looking desperately around for anything to bind it. "Gray, quick! We need a bandage!" And then Gray was running past her into the kitchen where they kept the first aid box. Moments later, she felt the bandage in her hand, and she pulled Ray's cramping fingers away to examine the wound. Blood flowed freely from a thin cut to the side of her throat. Gray appeared beside her. "What do I do?" "I need something metal to cauterize it. She's losing too much blood for stitches," Abby hissed as her sister convulsed under her. Gray got up, then appeared beside the fire. "Come on! It's not hot yet." Abby kept her hands pushing down on the bandage, though she could feel it becoming wet beneath her fingers. "Try it now." Abby took the handle of the knife and shoved the bandage into Ray's mouth. "Hold her!" As she felt Gray's weight finally lessening her sister's convulsions, she removed the bandage and shoved it in Ray's mouth before pushing her sister's head to the floor and pressing the end of the knife against the wound. Instantly, Ray let out a muffled scream, biting down on the bloodied bandage and writhing under Gray. Abby lifted the knife after a couple of seconds before pressing it down again. More screams. Tears flowed down her face as she begged God to save her sister, the only thing of value she had left in this shattered world. She lifted the knife again. This time, the flow had stopped, leaving an ugly, bloody wheal on Ray's throat. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed as her sister bellowed into the bandage. "I can't lose you." She checked the wound again, gently wiping away the drying blood as Ray continued to convulse beneath her and Gray. Then she remembered. The intruder.
Where is he?
Don't worry, he's no threat anymore. She looked across the room to see a pair of feet poking out from behind the easy chair.
He's dead?
Gray got up as Ray began to relax and walked over to where the man lay. Yeah.
You killed him?
So what if I did? She gazed up at Gray as he stood over the body, gently kicking it with his toe. His eyes turned to face hers, hard eyes holding back a wave of rage.
Thank you for saving Ray, she said.
Instantly, his body relaxed, and he squeezed the bridge of his nose. He took the whole bottle, he said. I knocked him out, but the meds finished the job. Wasted good drugs. He kneeled, disappearing behind the armchair. Abby nodded and mouthed another thank you before pulling Ray into a sitting position and embracing her.
Will you get Ray's meds? She asked.
No, her sister said. It's over now. I don't want them. They make me drowsy, and I don't want to sleep. I'll have something for the pain, though.
Gray stood up. I'll take him outside, he said. Then he gasped. You gotta see this. She put out a hand to take the wallet from Gray.
What is it? Did you know him?
No, but I reckon he knew you. She opened the wallet to look at the ID card.
Dad,
she whispered. 23. Elijah. Diesel, Elijah said, lowering the hatch with a little more force than he'd intended. Damn it. Becky kicked at the ground.
We've looked everywhere.
They'd spent the best part of 3 hours walking from building to building, looking for a fuel tank. The farm was vast, but they hadn't found any house. So far, they'd explored barns, silos, and workshops. No people, no gas.
You reckon we should take off again and go a bit farther?
Wade sighed. Maybe, but we'll be flying on fumes pretty soon, and this is the last town for 150 miles, if you can call it a town, even.
But people live here, don't they? Or they did?
Wade gestured to the east. The town's spread along 93, a mile and a half that way, but the whole point of coming down here was to keep away from any survivors.
And how's that plan working out?
Cute.
Seems to me we haven't got much of a choice. Either get back in the plane or check out Main Street.
Maybe they've got a gas station. Wade headed back toward the barn hiding the Cessna. Yeah, maybe we should taxi the plane up there and ask them to fill the tank.
No need to be snarky.
Sorry, it's all I've got.
Couldn't we find some abandoned cars and trucks to drain gas out of? You know, like we did back at the golf club?
Wade pulled the Cessna door open and climbed inside to retrieve his pack. Trouble is, we've got no can to carry it in, no hose to drain it, and no idea if we'll even find any vehicles.
Don't be such a crank, Lige. I can't see as we've got a choice, so we might as well get on with it. You get me?
He snapped around and jabbed a finger at her. Then he swallowed his anger and sighed. I get you. Why not? I'm all out of ideas. Becky smiled and pulled out her pack, looping it over her shoulders, then took the pushchair out, unfolded it, and lifted Jasper into the seat. Wade shook his head. He'd seen his share of post-apocalyptic movies, but none of them had involved a small terrier being pushed in a stroller. The wind had dropped, and the desert was utterly silent as they took a rough track that headed in the direction of the highway. Behind them, a long, low range of mountains framed the horizon, reflected by a closer range that loomed above the road and the town that straddled it. Wade pulled his coat collar around his neck. Geez, it was a lot colder here. So he added finding some winter clothing to his shopping list as they trudged along the dirt track. Half an hour later, they hit the highway, emerging through a gap in a line of what could only be described as metal shacks. On the other side of the road stood a ranch house, painted in light blue and white, and surrounded by a low chain fence. Wade looked left and right along the flat, straight highway. Nothing moved. So far, they'd seen no evidence of life in this place. When they'd made their way through L.A., he'd presumed that most people were hiding at home, hoping to wait out the storm. Perhaps he was just engaged in wishful thinking. The alternative had been too much to bear. Because the only other option he could imagine was that the streets were empty, because the people who normally walked them were dead. And yet, here he was, a couple of 100 miles from L.A., looking along another deserted road, feeling as though he was the only human alive, apart from Becky. So far, he could count the number of people he'd met since he'd escaped the cordoned-off area around the police department on his fingers and toes. Sure, he'd seen dozens, maybe hundreds of people in L.A., but he'd assumed they were a tiny fraction of the surviving population. What if that wasn't right? What if they were the majority? What if the population of Los Angeles had plunged from 4 million to 400?
Lige! Someone's in there, waving at us.
Wade drew his weapon and followed where Becky was pointing. Sure enough, a shape stood in the window of the blue ranch house. The curtains had been swept aside, and she was clearly and urgently gesturing to them.
"Come on,"
Becky called as she began running across the road. He almost told her to stop, but, frankly, what the hell? He reflected, as he limped behind her, just how close to the end of his tether he must be if he was prepared to go with the flow. Even a control freak had to realize at some point that the situation had gone way beyond any chance of being handled rationally, so perhaps it was time to rely on instinct instead. The door opened onto a dark inner passage, and Becky swept Jasper into her arms, then, after checking that Wade was right behind her, ran inside.
Come on.
It was the voice of a mature woman, used, Wade suspected, to being obeyed instantly. She pushed the door shut immediately behind him, and then led them into a living room that looked out onto the road. Wade could see where they'd emerged only minutes before.
Now then, what in tarnation are you folks doing here? You want to be shot on sight?
I'm Elijah. This is my friend, Becky.
And the little fella?
"Oh, that's Jasper," Becky said. "He was trapped in a car."
The woman put out her hands to take the dog and cooed at him.
What a little sweetie you are.
Then she looked from Wade to Becky.
My name's Martha Bowie. I run the grocery store in town. But let's move back from the window, just in case a patrol comes by.
A patrol? Police? Martha pulled the curtains across, darkening the room as she petted Jasper.
Not exactly. Police station closed 10 years ago. To save money, they said. But they've opened it up again, and some folks are using this, whatever this may be, to take power for themselves. Trouble is, there ain't many left to stand up to them. I lost my husband and my poor boy Joe.
She paused for a moment, pulling in a deep breath and wiping her eyes.
"I'm so sorry,"
Becky said. Martha patted her on the arm and put Jasper down on the couch.
There's no getting over it. I've got to hope I'll see them again soon enough. But tell me, what are you doing here?
"We flew here from L.A. Elijah's a detective, and we're going to New York to rescue his daughter."
You flew here? Is that a fact? And your daughter's alive?
Elijah couldn't tell a lie. I have to believe she is.
So you're dragging this young woman across the country, and you don't even know if you're wasting your time?
Becky shook her head.
"He's not dragging me anywhere. You don't know us."
"You're right, I don't. I guess nowhere's safe now, so you might as well be on the road."
Looking through a gap in the curtain, Wade said, "Look, Mrs. Bowie, to be honest, this is probably a waste of time, but I made a promise to my daughter, and I don't mean to let her down." The word "again" hung in the air between them. "And I don't seem to be able to shake Becky off."
"Lige!"
"It's just kidding. Now, Mrs. Bowie, we need gas. Any idea where we can get some?" Martha grunted. "We all need gas, son. At least those of us with working generators. The old ones, of course, they're the ones that still work, and mine's old enough to have been built by Noah.
I guess you could take my gas, seeing as I'm just a poor, defenseless woman."
"We're not here to take from anyone who needs it. Wade said, smiling, and he suspected she was far from defenseless. Are there any nearby properties with fuel tanks?
Well, there's the Daltons that-a-way, she said, gesturing along the road. I haven't seen a peek out of them for over a week now, but maybe they're just hiding up like me. I don't go out when the rainbow appears, not like those darned fools on the first night. I shut my store early and headed back here. But my boys didn't listen to me. Just a stupid old woman.
She subsided again, and Wade saw the torture etched into her features. Her loved ones had died, and she'd then been stuck here, waiting to follow them. Have you seen anyone else?
Oh, sure. Like I said, patrols come this far along the highway, on horseback. And I've had visitors from the council checking up on me. They want me to open the store again, but I told them I ain't going to do that until they figure out a way to tell if it's safe to go out. I ain't going to be responsible for people catching whatever it is on account of coming to my store.
Wade nodded. What can you tell me about the patrols?
Well, I can tell you one thing. Huff's just dying for an excuse to shoot somebody. Thinks he's some kind of Wild West marshal. Law around here is strangers are enemies.
Huff.
Paul Huffman. He took over as mayor when poor Gil got sick. Happy as a pig in... well, you know. You take my advice and keep yourselves out of his reach.
Wade looked through the gap in the drapes again. He's acting like some kind of vigilante boss?
Yeah. He always was an SOB, but since those lights appeared and folks started dropping like flies, he's taken over. He's been deputy mayor for years, but Gil kept on getting himself re-elected. Now he's gone, God rest his soul. There's no one to stand in his way. Except maybe Desmond.
Wade felt his patience running out. He was a city boy, and the small business of small towns held little interest for him. Becky had made herself comfortable on the couch, stroking Jasper.
Who's Desmond? Well, now that's a good question. He's an outsider, army brat, lived in England for a while, then came back and ended up here. Well, Huff don't like him much, but he ain't no fool. Uses him as a shield, I reckon. Formed a local police squad and put Desmond in charge, but it's Huff who calls the shots. Look, you kids better stay here till nightfall. It's only a couple of hours, and you'll be safer once it's gone dark.
How far is this place with the generator? Wade asked.
Just a little way, she replied,
pointing past him. Then we'll get moving. I don't want to stumble around in the dark trying to find it. We can't risk using a flashlight. Martha shook her head.
Well, I guess you know best. But why don't you leave Becky and little Jasper here while you check out the Daltons? They'll be safe, I promise.
Wade saw the uncertainty on Becky's face. Sounds like a plan, he said. You stay here and look after the dog. I'll be right back. Elijah Wade jogged along, keeping himself out of sight while following the line of the road. He'd heard nothing aside from the crunch of his boots in the undergrowth, and he'd seen no sign of the patrols Martha had mentioned. He passed behind a burned-out cabin, closer to the road and, according to Bowie, uninhabited, and then, as he was wondering whether the old woman had sent him in the wrong direction, he saw a larger ranch house. It had to be the Daltons, but even if it wasn't, he was going to check it out. The house was set a couple of 100 feet back from the road, sheltered from view by a row of firs that acted like an informal hedge, the skeletons of ashes and birches swaying gently in the air. He approached cautiously, eyes searching for any signs of movement, but the place looked and felt abandoned, by the living at least. Dead leaves piled up behind the picket fence, rattling as the wind played with them like children in a cemetery. And yet, for all the sound and movement, the place felt utterly dead, and he had no doubt what he would find if he went inside. He skirted around the outside of the property, not wanting to look through the dirty windows, finally finding a brick and timber shed around back that emerged like a rocky island from the sea of leaves. It took a while to find a crowbar to lever off the padlock, but then, when he pulled the door open, he cried out with relief. He could smell the petroleum, and found 2 full 5-gallon cans, roughly 150 miles of range. Not enough, but a solid start, and he'd be able to drain the fuel from the generator's tank, maybe as much as another 5 gallons. As a city boy, he was no expert in generators, but this one, a Durostar, looked well-maintained and expensive, though it was probably only good for 15 to 20 hours on a tank, so they only had 3 days' supply here. Not exactly preppers, then, just ready for the occasional blackout. He shook his head. There was no time for pondering what these people had intended the generator for. He didn't know them. He'd never know them. Wade grabbed the handle of the first fuel can and lifted. Heavy, but he could manage. He squeezed out through the door and gave the ranch house a wide berth as he retraced his steps. At the corner of the house, he put the can down again to change his grip, glancing at the wooden deck with its blanket of leaves and the dark windows beyond. Tap. Instantly he froze, heart hammering on the inside of his chest. He turned to where he'd thought the sound had come from, but could see nothing. He cursed himself for being so jumpy. Probably just a leaf blown into the window. Tap. He bit down on the inside of his cheek, tasting blood, as he drew his weapon. No, it wasn't a leaf. Maybe something was being knocked against the window. A hanging basket, perhaps? Tap, tap. Now he saw it. A window that ran from the roof to the level of the deck. It probably had a great view. Possibly the living room. Tap, tap. And from inside this house of the dead, skeletal fingers tapped on the window. Every instinct told him to pick up the fuel can and run, take the less than 200 miles of range and get the hell out of here. He grabbed the handle and began to lift the can. Tap, tap, tap. He put it down again. He couldn't do it. He couldn't leave the mystery unsolved. After the past couple of weeks, he was prepared to believe things he'd have sneered at before. But an animated corpse? No. He was a detective. Someone needed his help. Time to solve the mystery. He crept toward the sound, Colt held out, as if it could fend off the nightmare. Walking up onto the deck, he kneeled beside the window and looked inside. He saw the fingers resting against the glass. Mercifully, they were joined to an obviously human wrist and arm, though he couldn't see any further. Wade got to his feet. There was nothing for it. He would have to go inside. The door leading out onto the deck was locked, so he fetched the crowbar and wrenched it open, kicking it through, then reeling back at the stench. This was a place of death. But something, someone, was still alive. Not the woman who lay face down, hands stretching toward the back of the door, however. It was too dark to see much, but he'd bet she'd been shot from behind and died quickly. Wade covered his mouth with the crook of his arm, breathing through the fabric. He couldn't stand it in here for long. He swallowed bitter vomit rising in his throat. He took a left into the living room. 3 more bodies here. 1 adult male sitting in an armchair, dead eyes looking through the window. He had a shotgun on his lap, but no sign of a wound. Overdose, Wade concluded. He had killed the others, then sat down to take a cocktail of opiates. His mottled, decay-darkened skin showed signs of radiation exposure. So, he'd gotten the sickness and taken the others with him, hunting them down in their own home. Wade crept to where he'd seen the fingers tapping. "Oh, sweet Jesus," he said into his elbow. A woman's body lay there, long dead. She had a hole in her back, and beneath her he could see an arm. Not her arm. Gritting his teeth, he pushed her off, reeling from the stench. A boy lay there, maybe 13 or 14 years of age. Dried blood stained his back, but Wade couldn't tell if it was his blood or that of his mother. Wade turned the kid over and felt his neck. He found a pulse, but it was mighty weak. In normal times, he'd have called 911 and handed the child over to the professionals, but there was no 911 now. There was only him. He'd have to move the boy, knowing that in doing so, he might cause some kind of final hemorrhage. He'd attended more shootings than he'd care to remember. and every instinct told him that this boy was going to die either way. Rationally speaking, he should either leave the boy to die or put him out of his misery. He had the fuel he needed to escape this place. Night was falling, and he and Becky could slip back to the plane, sleep in it overnight, and then get away in the morning. If he tried to help the boy, he would then become responsible for him. At the very least, it would delay their departure because it'd be an extra trip before he came back for the gas cans. Becky was his priority. And above all, he had to cling onto the point of all this struggle, to get to New York and find Kelly. Nothing could be allowed to get in the way. Leaving the boy here was the right thing to do in every way, except the way that mattered. The monster in the armchair had executed his family to ease his own passing. That was Wade's reading of what had happened. The only justice to be found here was in denying him his final victim. To allow the boy to die without trying to help would be to allow evil to win. And that Elijah Wade was not prepared to do. He slid his arms under the boy and lifted him. He weighed less than the can of fuel, and he stank, but Wade carried him back past the dead monster and out into the fresher air. He carried him past the fuel can without a second look and headed down and along the bank that ran beside the road until, as the darkness became complete, he banged on Martha Bowie's back door. "Martha!" he gasped, his arms cramping. But it wasn't Martha. It was a man with a revolver pointing into the center of Wade's forehead. "Welcome back," he said. "My name's Mayor Huffman, and you've been stealing what doesn't belong to you. In this town, we only have one penalty for thieves. Tomorrow, we're going to have ourselves a hanging. Oh, and a very Merry Christmas." Epilogue. Silas Lynch waited in the shadows for the scum to leave. It was okay. He was a patient man and needed time to himself once he was inside. It amused him to see the crappy little apartment that Detective Elijah Wade called home. Perhaps this was what they meant by crime doesn't pay. It was above a burned-out market that was a magnet for the stupid kind of looter who imagines that there would still be anything worth scavenging almost a week after the end of the world. But he'd seen a group of them climb the stairs to what remained of Wade's apartment, so he'd slunk back behind a car and made himself comfortable. He was a one-to-one kind of a guy, and it was, after all, possible that they might have firearms. The end of the world? Sure seemed to be that way. If his ma were still alive, she'd have been happy as a pig in mud. No, not a pig. Pigs were unclean, and his ma hated anything or anyone who was dirty. But it didn't matter none, because ma was dead. He sometimes wondered whether he'd been the only one of his family who'd taken the end times seriously when the overseer came to preach. Sure, ma had nodded her head and said the right words, but she didn't really believe it. To the young Silas, however, it made complete sense, and the thought of cleansing the world of sin was so appealing that he'd hardly dared believe it would one day happen. And he'd spent that first night safely in a jail cell, so he knew he was intended to survive. But he had unfinished business. Molly, the prostitute he'd abducted and planned to cleanse, had been rescued by Elijah Wade, and Silas needed to eliminate her before the new world began. He would not be able to take his place in the earthly paradise until she and Wade were dealt with. The detective was a formidable opponent, however, but that only made Silas enjoy the challenge all the more. The same couldn't be said of the sergeant Silas had hunted down. The explosion in the police department building had threatened everything, but he'd been patient and, in the end, spotted the man who'd left him in that cell to die. He'd been helping rescue people from the flames, but when he'd taken a break, Silas had ambushed him. De Santos, that was his name. He'd struggled, and, to begin with, had refused to tell Silas what he needed to know, but that defiance hadn't lasted long. Pain is a wonderful persuader. And so he'd revealed where Wade lived. Silas watched as the scum left the apartment, and once they'd disappeared along the road, he scampered up the metal steps. He recoiled from the sight and smell of the place where Wade had lived. It stank like it had been used as a bathroom, and the rain that had blown in through the smashed windows hadn't washed the filth away. Silas told himself to focus on what he was here for. When he was begging for his life, the sergeant had told him that Wade's daughter was in New York and that he was planning to go to her. And he'd also told Silas that Becky, the girl he called Molly, was with Wade. So, in finding one, he'd find the other. It was almost as if it were being organized by a higher power. But New York was a long way away. The distance in itself didn't intimidate Silas, but he needed to know where exactly Wade was likely to go. He didn't want to make his way across the continent, only to be unable to find his quarry when he arrived there. He'd thought he might find something in the bedroom, but it was a chaotic mess of junk, soaked bedding and trashed furniture. The kitchen wasn't much better. All the closets and drawers had been emptied onto the floor and countertops, and he was just beginning to lose hope when he noticed that the stove didn't look right. It looked as though it had been pulled out of its place just a little, or it had been removed and not slid back properly. Once Silas had got it out again, he saw the secret alcove hidden behind, and the metal box it contained. It was locked, but Silas knew it contained what he was looking for, so he grabbed it and snuck out again until he was back in the fresh air. He would need to find tools to break into it, so he began checking the trunks of the cars until he came across a rolled-up set that included a chisel and a hammer. He flitted back to his hiding place in a room behind a thrift store, lit a candle, and began to work at it. It was tougher than he'd expected, but in the end the hinge gave, and he rifled through the contents as if it were a treasure chest. He found the divorce paperwork, which included an address in New York. Another crime against God. Let not man put asunder. Then his fingers found a photograph at the bottom of the box. He held it up to the candlelight. It showed two females. One was older and darker, Wade's former wife, presumably, and next to her stood a teenage girl, 12 or 13 at the time the photo was taken, Silas estimated. Her skin was lighter, and she was very, very pretty. Silas Lynch licked his lips as he gazed upon the prize he would receive for making his way across the country in pursuit of Elijah Wade and Molly. First, he would have his revenge. Then he would have his reward. Outside, as a soft rain began to fall, someone looked up at the faint flicker and settled down to watch. This concludes Surviving Ruin by Kevin Partner, narrated by Eric Jason Martin.